Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. It's what we have pulled up here. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. We will read those in batches, typically every 30 to 60 minutes. But if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text to speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. There is a slight stream and moderation delay with the TTS, but we try to get those within about a minute or two. You can also mute a microphone, pop a ball of champagne, and if you're a real G for 1 Ethereum, we will pop a bottle of Cristal, and you can see the description for all details on that. Now, if you want to just the tip, I have a noise for this. Hold on.
Just a tip, just for a second,
all right, there
just to see how it feels.
Guys, we have Venmo and Cash App, and if you want 100% of your contribution to go towards us, no platform fees, no cut. You know, Streamlabs takes the 4, YouTube takes the 30. You can via Venmo here, and then we also have Cash App. That's whatever pod on both. Link is in the description. I'll shout you guys out at some point during the show. We have, oops, my bad. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. Yo, Donnie, thank you. Metro Matt, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Duppy, thank you for the membership. Metro Matt, guys, W's in the chat for Metro Matt, big $20 membership. Pull up the other one from Metro Matt. Guys, join the Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Thank you, Metro Matt. Really appreciate it, man. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short, because all labia can't matter until big labia matter. We are working to ban cosmetic labiaplasty procedures. Excuse me, that was very rude of me, my phone going off. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States. Absolute tragedy, pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel, 3 clips channels. Link for those are in the description. We have a Discord. Oh my goodness, this is long-winded. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. Guys, last episode, Dating Talk 226, I posted 3 different videos actually, behind the scenes. We had to kick off a feral woman who refused to leave. She was kicked off the show. I don't anticipate that happening tonight. We have a very pleasant panel, but she had to be removed because she was calling me the N-word. She was bringing up my race. I felt it was anyways, you know, had to kick her out. Then she proceeded to cry in the hallway. It was a whole thing. She was eating and crying at the same time, which is quite the sight. So, and then there was the shoegate situation from, you know, the whole shoe. She refused to take her shoes off, made a big whatever I described it as in the stream. We got the security camera footage. It was way worse than how I described on stream. Very combative. Anyways, discord.gg/whatever if you want to check it out. Okay. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. And last thing really quick, I do want to give a heads up to the panel. Well, I already told you guys this, but to the audience, we do have a lot to get through tonight, given the guests that we do have, a lot of pre-show notes. So the pace is going to be a little quicker tonight. Won't have too much time to linger on any given topic, but we are going to be moving pretty fast. So with that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, occupation, and education. Go ahead.
All right. I'm Ayla. I'm 32 years old. Mm-hmm. My location is here, but I originally came from Idaho and now I live in SF. I have no education. I was homeschooled, mm-hmm. and I make most of my money through research right now, but I also have done sex stuff of varying sorts in the past.
when did you start doing S work?
Started escorting about 2018.
2018.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the nature of or I guess the scope of the S work that you've been involved in?
Well, I have ads online, and then people email me, and they're like, hey, can I meet up? And I'm like, yeah. And then they show up, and then we go to a hotel room, and then they give me money. I actually did it last night in the hotel room that I used to stay here. So I met somebody from
are you
LA.
guys sharing a hotel?
No.
Okay.
We're at
the
the
room.
same hotel.
Yeah.
But not
Same
sharing a room.
hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, saw a lovely gentleman. He's really great.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And is there like a going rate?
Yeah.
Or is it just kind
I
of...
charged $4K for the first hour, and then $1,000 each additional hour.
Okay. How many... Did he just do the one, or was he like a baller and just...
It was a couple hours.
Like, what if
2
somebody
hours.
wants like a day, like 24 hours? Is that...
Yeah,
You give
I
them a
think-
discount or
I
anything?
just changed it a little bit. I think it's like 40K or something, maybe 30.
Okay.
It doesn't happen often. I don't really escort that much anymore because I make more money from writing, but
Okay.
I still occasionally
And
escort.
what do you do with the hotel rooms? You guys just talk about things?
Chess.
Yes, and also have intercourse.
Oh, okay.
Cool. And you also did OF2, is
Yeah.
that correct? And you were kind of an early adopter, is my understanding.
Yeah, it was one of the first. I signed up first in 2017,
Mm-hmm.
and then when it first hit, I was making around 100K a month very early. But now I don't work on it that much anymore. It's kind of repetitive.
Okay, got it. What about you?
My name is Candace Horback. I'm 35. I was in the adult industry from about 2001 to 2017. I left. I started a podcast. That's what I'm doing now. I'm in North Carolina and splitting my time between there and Austin.
Got it. And any college or university or anything like that?
Bachelor's degree in psychology.
Gotcha. Can you say which university or?
Coastal Carolina. And the funny thing is I'm not supposed to say that because when I do now openly,
Sure.
but when I was in school, I had the dean actually bring me in, and I was in film at the time, and it was a very big deal that I was on film and going to college. So she was like, just don't say you graduated from here. I was like, well, now I'm going to do that at every opportunity I can because I spent a lot of money.
So you had started doing pornography while you're still in college.
Yes.
And she's like, hey, don't disclose because... Okay,
Right, yeah.
I see. Okay. And you were...
I'm sorry, just in my notes here. What did you say the last name was?
Horback. It's I know. It's supposed to be Horbach, but that is like way too Polish for me or anyone to say. So it's we just say Horback. It's not mine.
That is like super ironic, but okay.
I know.
All right.
I know. Written in the stars.
And so you were in your senior year of university when you started doing sex work, or?
I think it was my junior. I was going
Junior.
part-time. Mm-hmm.
And was there like a period of time where like people didn't know, but then like your fellow student body, did they find out?
It came out pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like, how was that, I guess, going through maybe your senior year where like people knew, maybe even your junior? I don't know. If it was your
I
junior
mean,
year, but-
amongst peers, it was fine because when you're young like that, people don't tend to be as judgmental and you don't really understand the ramifications. So you kind of just like live in that moment and you can be kind of seduced by all of those things. Family obviously didn't take it well. I think it's very rare that they do. So that was an issue. But I feel like most of the negative impacts of that decision came like way later after I got out, actually.
Okay. And are you able to share your creator name or? the
Yeah,
name
I don't
you
care. I'm an open
previously-
book. Yeah, so my stage name was Eva Lovia.
Okay.
I mean, both names are kind of tied together in perpetuity.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I'm Lily Phillips. I am 23. I'm from Derbyshire in England. I live in London. What was the other question?
Occupation. And education.
Adult star, and the highest level of education I think I got was a BTEC at college.
BTEC. Okay.
Yes.
And was that like a?
So just before you go off to university, you go to
I
college
see.
in England. You can either go to college or do A levels, and I went to college and did BTEC.
Okay. I mean, and you've recently, and you've been on the show before, so welcome back.
Thank you.
You've recently created quite a stir online with, you filmed a 100, you slept with 100 men.
101.
101.
Get it
you
right.
snuck another one in there. And that was in December, November? When was that?
I did that in October.
October.
Yeah.
Okay. And there was a documentary surrounding it. Went super viral. Everybody was still is commenting on it. I actually saw you did a recent interview with Russell Brand. Is that?
Yes.
that was
Yeah.
Interesting one.
Yeah, definitely.
And so, but your eyes are set at. You're gonna step it up. Or what's going on?
Number 1,000. Yeah. Hell
Okay.
yeah.
So you're gonna do 1,000 in a day.
Yes. I was actually meant
Didn't
to
that
do it here.
Australian chick already do that?
Pardon?
I think she did 100 or something.
What did you say? Sorry.
So I thought that Australian chick who was on the show already did that.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I did 101, and now I'm going for 1,000.
Yeah, I thought she did 1,000, Brian. I can reference the article though. I think that it was like the Australians. I don't know. They have like a Sun Times or something, and they were writing about that writing about that. I'll reference it, but I thought that had already been achieved, I guess.
Well, my understanding with Lily here is whatever the record is, you're going to break it.
Yeah, I want to
That's
break
my
a record.
understanding.
It doesn't matter who's done it before or whatever.
Yeah. And then I guess what are the terms of that? Like how logistically 1,000? That's a lot. Like how are you gonna?
So it all has to be like penetrative.
Yeah.
And yeah, just in out on a conveyor belt of cocks.
A conveyor belt, a cock carousel.
Yeah.
Just okay.
Amazing.
All right. And they each get like 2 minutes, or how does that?
Less.
30.
Like
40 seconds.
No,
if
they
you're
get a
doing
single-
I'd probably say like honestly each of them get like 5
just
seconds.
for a second, just to see how it
Yeah,
feels.
so
Like they get
this
one
was-
thrust.
Yeah, 1 thrust each.
So
Okay.
this was apparently the record set by Bonnie Blue. It was 1,057 min a single day. That's who I was referencing by the Australian chick. But yeah, so I guess that's been done. So
This
so
is-
you gotta go up to like 1,100.
This is like Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi. Like this is. Do you guys have beef, or you guys
No.
homies? You and this other girl.
Yeah, she works in
Okay.
my industry.
Do you guys motivate each other? Like
Do you motivate?
Like,
each other?
just you wanna keep
we can keep fucking up. You
upping
know what?
each
There's
other.
enough guys in this world to fuck us both. So
okay.
British. Sorry, she's British, not Australian. My bad.
Yeah, there is another Australian woman who I was mentioning this to her before the show, who also did like.
yeah, I feel like
a thing
now
like this.
like the high numbers has come out.
Yes.
There's been like a lot of people say they want to do
Okay,
it.
and how do
Another a Turkish girl said she wants to do 100.
Who
and
was,
actually
wait,
got
who was
arrested.
the one who did like the virgins? Was that the Australian
virgins?
girl?
No, I've
did all
done virgins.
Or you did the virgin? Wait,
I didn't do an all virgin.
but you did like 20.
I did 23.
20. Okay.
We did like a 23-man
Got it.
gangbang.
Okay.
But and then that day we'd done 37.
Yeah, and how do you find it? Like, is it a Craigslist ad, or I guess they don't have.
Or you just put the address online. Whoever
Like-
can show up can show up.
You do like TV ads or billboards, or you should do a billboard.
Literally just social media, the power of social media.
Okay.
TikTok, Twitter,
I guess
Instagram.
then. Just
It works.
Post an IG story.
Yeah, hell yeah.
What's like the title of the pitch?
I
Like,
think my
does anybody wanna
poster,
have sex?
yeah, my poster was like, want to break a world record or something or another like
Okay.
that, and it was just like, text this number, da da da.
And then another thing that kind of recently went viral. I don't know if this was just kind of like a bit or whatever, but I saw you did a video where you were walking in the streets of
With spunk on my face.
with yes. Was that real? Like,
Yeah,
it was actually.
you should see the actual video. I did put it on Pornhub, so you can go view it. But one of the guys because I did like a threesome with 2 guys, and one of the guys is called Plaster Matt, and he has the biggest loads I've ever seen. And I was so amazed. I was like, I need to go onto the street with this on my face because it's just so amazing. Like, honestly, he's alien-like. It's that much cum.
He's alien.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
It
cool.
looks like fake cum because it's so much, but it's really not. You should see the video.
And okay. Anyways, you walked around. You filmed yourself. Okay. That also went viral. What's next for Lily Phillips?
At the end of this month, I'm doing a skydive where I suck a guy's cock.
Skydiving sex scene.
Yeah.
Somebody's done that. Has
No,
somebody done
'cause
that?
I haven't seen anyone do
not
it.
The
People do
not the S in the
paragliding,
D.
but I want to do skydiving.
skydiving.
Yeah, because paragliding is
Okay.
pretty easy to have sex on.
So then what's after that?
somebody's-
You
I
gonna
feel like
suck a
somebody's-
dick in space?
Hell yeah. Elon Musk.
She's wow.
He can get it.
ambitious. This is very ambitious. Wow. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get into some of that more stuff as we get through the show. What about you?
I'm Becca Slider. I'm a confidence coach and a speaker, and I host a podcast, and then I'm also a 1% creator on OnlyFans.
All right. Age?
43.
Okay. And where are you from? Where do you live?
Ohio. I just totally stopped short. Sorry about that.
And education?
An unfinished degree in counseling.
Unfinished. Did you get your associates?
It will not be finished.
No, okay. And my understanding, at least what you indicated to us in your pre-show notes, you used to be a pastor.
Correct. I was a pastor for
Which
many years.
denomination?
It's non-denominational.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were like, I don't know the process. Were you ordained?
Yes.
How does that work?
Yeah, ordained. So it would be more of an evangelical style of
Okay.
church.
And then you were, were you raised as a Christian?
Oh, yeah. I was raised conservative Christian,
Okay.
also non-denominational.
Non-denominational. And then did you have to go to like a school to become a pastor, or how does that work?
No, it depends on the church you're in. Every
Okay.
denomination is very different as to what they allow, and a lot of denominations do not allow women to be in ministry.
Yeah.
So-
And how long were you a pastor for?
On staff and then unpaid as well, 10 years.
10 years.
Mm-hmm.
But no longer.
No, actually,
Pastor.
about 5-6 years ago, I not only stepped down from ministry, I walked away from the church, I deconstructed my faith, which was one of the hardest, most painful things I've ever done in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And now I would consider myself spiritual, but absolutely do not subscribe to any Christian beliefs.
So you're maybe agnostic?
Yeah, that would probably be more accurate as an umbrella statement.
All
So
right.
you went through the process of Christian deconstruction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
What, just if you don't mind me asking very briefly,
Sure.
what was the most compelling argument for deconstruction for you?
The compelling argument to begin deconstruction?
No, the compelling argument that led to you finally walking away from deconstruction.
Sure. Yeah, it was actually getting really honest about the fact that the beliefs that are staples of Christianity are all founded in fear. They're not actually, they're masked in love, but they are founded in fear, and therefore very unsupportive to a life that is eliminating fear and shame. Yeah.
So it wasn't any historical argument or anything like that. It was something which was foundational to how you felt about your life, fear, this type of thing.
Yeah, I would say that would be the foundational part. And then you said, as far as like some of the things in the Bible that you can tear apart, I didn't even get into a lot of those, but I follow a lot of people who kind of tear them apart, and it's pretty easy to see the holes.
I see. Okay.
All right. What about you?
Hi, yeah, I'm Carly. I'm 21, and I'm originally from Santa Barbara, actually, but I live in LA right now. And I go to college, and I also model part-time, like fashion industry. So
Sure. What are you studying in college?
I'm actually studying marketing. Like, I'm planning on going into like fashion marketing and advertising. I don't know. I enjoy it. Like,
Sure.
I really like being down there.
Cool. What about you?
My name's Katrina from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. I'm a bartender since I was 17. I have a high school education.
Age?
35, 89. I was born in 89.
Okay. And you said just high school education?
Yep.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Hi, my name's Danielle. I am 30. I am from Elmont, Ontario, a very small town. I went to school for addiction, along with justice studies and police foundations, college level. And then also worked for the government of Canada as an administrative assistant, along with serving part to full time, so a lot of workload.
And that's my sister.
Is the day of the rake
A little
coming?
higher.
Sorry?
Is the day of the rake coming? The Maple Revolution, is it coming to Canada? Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Not against it.
Go ahead.
Hello, I'm of grade. This is my second time on the Whatever podcast. I'm 22 and I am a singer-songwriter, and I came here to promote my third song, Say I Love You. Yeah.
No, you came here to have discussion related to You don't admit. Oh my God. Okay. Go ahead, sing. Let's hear you sing. Go ahead.
Do you like Etta James at last?
This girl watches the show. Yeah, go ahead, sing it.
I had to do my research.
Yeah, no, go ahead. That's my go-to.
Sorry.
At last, My lonely days are over, and life is like a song. Ooh.
All right, there you go.
That was really good.
A little flourish there at the beginning. I was like, where's she going with this? But no, it's good. It was good. All right, Andrew, what about you?
I'm not going to sing a song. No.
Shoot.
No, my name is
Wait,
Andrew
now
Wilson.
you have to. Now you have to.
I'm the host of the Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist. I engage in debates and conversations all around the world. And I'm happy to be here tonight and talking with all of you.
All right, welcome everybody. We have 2 chats coming in here. I'm going to let them come in from Metro Matt. Sorry for the delay on these.
Metro Matt donated $200. Wow, Brian, you really outdid yourself this time. The ultimate degen panel. Can't wait to hear the grift from the P-stars.
Oh man, okay. Do you guys want to respond to these Metro Matt here?
I love it.
Takes one to know one.
Metro Matt, sorry.
You need to be a P-star to know a P-star. That's a new one.
Everybody pay attention to this guy.
Yo, Metro Matt, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Sorry for the delays on these. We just wanted to get through the intro here, but
Metro Matt donated $200. Right. There's more bodies between those 3 than all of UCSB. This is the prime example of why more and more men don't trust or respect women. Send the asteroid.
All right, I'll send the asteroid. He wants me to send the asteroid. It's a little early to talk about body count, Metro Matt, but I do appreciate the does anybody want you feel free to respond to him if any of you want to.
I don't really see the insult. So I mean, people that have a more conservative view with sexuality and body count tend to pair up with each other, and then people that have higher body counts pair up with each other. So the only issue that people have are the ones that aren't actively seeking each other out. So I don't. It's fine.
Yeah, okay. I'm not denying a high body count.
All right. Let's get into the actually, excuse me, I need to get through this. So what's your current relationship status? And if you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I'm currently dating somebody. I am polyamorous. I've been dating this person for 4 years and currently, yeah. Was that all of the questions?
Longest relationship?
The 4 years is the longest, yeah.
4 years. Is that your current relationship? Mm-hmm. 4 years, okay. And a couple questions here. You said you're poly, right?
Yeah.
Are there currently any other people that you're seeing right now?
Not with dating, but I definitely bang a lot of other people for fun.
And your partner, is it a man or a woman?
Man.
Man, okay.
Yeah.
And he's okay with the escorting, and I think you said, was it banging a lot of, I don't want to misquote.
I bang a lot of people for fun.
Bang a lot of people?
Yes.
Men and women? Or
men.
Just men?
Yes.
Okay. And it's all copacetic for him. He's cool with it.
I mean, he's banging probably more women than I am banging men.
Okay, it's open for both of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a free for all.
Do you guys compete at all? Like?
Yeah, we're like head to head on our spreadsheets for body count right now.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you both have spreadsheets.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Do you keep count?
Yeah.
She's a data. She's all about the data.
That.
So. Also, I guess kind of related to your intro, I forgot this. There's a couple like interesting things about you that were on the internet. You set records for showering or lack thereof.
Yeah.
And you posted a tweet about it because you keep impeccable data. Damien, can we pull up the shower tweet? But so I think it was in 2022. You tracked how many times you did a variety of things. One of these
every
was
year,
showering. Yeah. Oh, every year. And how many times did you shower in 2022?
Oh, I think it was 34 or something. I think it was
34.
27 in last year.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Pull it up. Do you have the my 2022 in stats, images my and some went outside, pooped, socialized, worked, took Adderall, drank alcohol, danced, had sex 63, cried 59. Is there a level like crying and sex happens at the same time ever? Or?
Ideally, yes.
Ideally, she's
yeah.
Okay. Got
if
it.
it's good sex.
There's crying involved. Good to know. Wrote, gamed, had a good meal, and at the very bottom showered, and then scroll down just a little bit. Oh yeah, whatever. So showered 37. What lowest amount of times you've ever showered in a year?
I think it was like 14 or 17, I think.
17, and that was in
2019 is my guess.
And how about for 2025? How's that looking so far?
2 showers so far.
2 showers.
Yeah.
I want to challenge you. I'd like to initiate a call to action, Ayla.
Yes.
2025 is your year. For the least amount of showers. What do we think? I think sub
What's
10.
the world record?
Sub 10.
Probably 0.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Well, I figured out that if you actually don't shower often enough, my skin started turning darker from dirt that in a way that like wasn't coming off during the showering. So I was like,
don't these stats imply though? So I was just kind of looking at them. If you are having sex more often than you're showering, does this imply that between clients you're not showering?
I do whore baths. So I do wash my. It's the sink.
Don't bring her into the. Wait, what? I thought you said you do. Never mind. Those.
No, I just get a washcloth. And,
Terrible.
You get a washcloth.
Yeah, you can spot wash.
What if you go in the shower, but you only shower below the belt? Is that a shower?
Sounds a little more annoying, but
is that a shower?
I don't. There definitely is a question. What?
You may as well just do a full shower at that point. If you're doing half your body.
Well, what if you shower?
You just wipe. So I mean, I'm sorry to be graphic, but you just like basically wipe a dude's jizz off, and then you're gonna have sex with another guy, and you don't shower in between even.
I mean, wiping a dude's jizz off in the shower is what people do. I just do it more locally.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a factor of like water power and pressure and all sorts of things that come with showering that you're probably not going to get from a washcloth, right?
Well, I do have a bidet, and I use that very aggressively. I basically like sandpaper off a layer of skin.
Cheating.
You use your bidet when you're at a hotel? Because there's no bidets in hotels last I checked.
I bidet after I get home, and then before I go see a client.
Some nice hotels maybe have bidets.
Yeah,
there isn't any bidets in the hotels there. You just saw a client, so I assume you didn't shower post sleeping with this client, right?
Well, I go home, and then I bidet. It's very simple.
Did you bidet last night after your client?
No, actually, I haven't bideted yet.
Yeah, I haven't bideted
But I did aggressively use a washcloth.
Aggressive washcloth.
Yeah. You just have to scrub it down until you're in a little bit of pain.
Wow. Okay, nice. But you should try to set a record this year. 2025, your year. You can do this.
I think I can do
I believe
15 showers. Wait,
but I do shower more than 37 times a year, not to brag. But if it was a contest, I would definitely be winning.
And then let's see. Okay, but you're in this polyamorous relationship. Have you always been poly?
Yes.
Even when you were younger, like 18, 19,
The
20?
first time I heard the word I was like, that is unambiguously me. I'm absolutely poly, and I've never doubted it since.
And never been like in a monogamous
when I was a teenager and very Christian, I was like, monogamy is the thing, and then I was trying to do that for a while and kind of failed.
Is anybody else here? Well, I guess we'll get into it. We'll come back to some of this stuff, but I'll just get everybody's relationship status. Candace, what about you?
Married and 15 years.
Married. Longest relationship. Longest relationship, 15 years. Is that the guy who you're married to?
Yes.
Okay, wait, you've been with him for 15 years. And how long have you been married?
10.
10. 10 years. Okay. Got it. And any other relationships before him or?
I had one, and that was 8 years.
8 years. Okay, wait. So that was like high school?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Got it. And so, I mean, you were involved, and you still do, you have a OF, right? So you still do some content, right?
Yeah, it's much more tame than my
you're not doing
previous
BG
work.
Content.
Yeah, I don't work with anyone else.
Yeah. But you were in the traditional adult content space. And you were with him for, when did you, so you were with him before you started?
Yeah,
right?
I started webcamming, so that was when we first kind of just started casually dating, and then he was there for the whole progression of everything.
Gotcha. And has it presented, and if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, but has it presented like any issues for the relationship?
Of course. Yeah, of course. I think.
Like when you first brought it to him, was he like on board or where?
So initially I started webcamming. That's and it was all implied, so there wasn't any nudity. That was for a while. And I mean, I took my time with my career, so it was a very slow progression into what ended it with just like boy-girl scenes. But solo wasn't an issue, and then I transitioned to girl-girl. I did that for a while. That's not an issue for most men, so that wasn't really a conversation. And then as that started to kind of kick up my career, I wanted to start shooting boy-girl scenes. Initially, he said absolutely not, and I wasn't motivated enough, so I said, sure, I'm not going to do it. That lasted a few years, and then I got presented with a contract opportunity, and those things were non-existent at that time. So back in the 90s, you had the contract girls, and that kind of what leveraged them and their careers. It went away, it wasn't profitable, and they were starting to bring it back. So I got pitched that to start a competition, and I was like, I know I'm going to win this thing. What do you think? And we talked about it for months before I actually shot it. And if you look at the whole scope, it was like probably a 2-year conversation before I made the jump.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And was he? So it was a monogamous.
It was until I started shooting, and then.
So like kind of open. Well, I guess.
Well, so what I saw happening was like a lot of women were making such a harsh distinction between sex that was for work versus like in their personal life. So they expected their partner to be monogamous while they were shooting, and their justification was that it was work. And while I do think there is a difference, it's still intimacy on some level, and I saw those relationships never worked. You have to have the same rules across the board. So I said, if I'm going to do this, then we have to open up the whole thing for it to be fair.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And did he was like dating other women at that point?
No, and he didn't. I mean, he maybe used that privilege like once or twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Definitely really interesting, though. I mean, you were in this relationship for the entire duration, stayed together, ended up getting married. So, okay. What about you, Lily?
I'm single. My longest relationship was probably just about 2 years. Mm-hmm. What was the other question?
How long have you been single?
Shit. When did I? Fuck. It's probably like. Wait, don't quote me on this. I'm trying to like actually think on. Maybe getting on for about 4 years now, 3-4 years.
Okay. All right.
But the relationship was very on and off, so I can't be like, oh, we broke up here and that. And
sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's a bit rocky.
Sure. What about you?
I'm single, divorced.
All right.
Which do you prefer?
How long were you married for?
21 years.
And how long have you been divorced?
About a year. A little over a year.
And how long were you together in total?
22.
22. Okay. So 22, and you said, divorced for 2 years, you said?
It's been officially a year, about a year.
Oh, 1 year. Okay. How long separated?
The same. Yeah.
Same amount of time? Okay.
Yeah.
And who initiated the divorce?
I did.
Okay. Did he see it coming or no?
Yes, I was very, very communicative, even starting about 3 years prior. Talking to him about just the fact that it was after deconstructing and realizing who more aligned with who I was, like who am I apart from religion, who am I apart from the roles that I play. And when you get to know yourself and you realize also getting married at 21, not really a good choice. You don't know yourself at 21. So a lot had changed between the two of us, and not only did I not feel it aligned to be married to him anymore, I just didn't feel marriage was aligned for me at all. I have a hard time with the construct of marriage. So I am single. I will be single. I won't marry again.
Any kids?
Yes, 3 children.
3 children from him?
Yes.
And I'm trying to think here. Are you polyamorous?
I don't consider myself polyamorous, only because that's not something I've actually experienced yet. I do consider myself ethically non-monogamous.
Ethically non-monogamous. Okay, so
what's the distinction?
So the way I would distinguish it, and this isn't textbook, polyamorous, you are actually having more than one partnership, and it would be treated very much like a relationship. There's more romantic experiences involved with both. You have love for both. Whereas for me, I'm very new out of the gate. Now, even though we opened our marriage toward the end, and so there have been a lot of relational aspects and things I've experienced, I have no desire personally right now to have myself in a committed relationship, even with multiple people. So right now,
I see. Yeah. So just to clarify, when you say polyamory, you mean could be romantic other partners as well as your primary partner. Right. What you're talking about is that your marriage is open to the point where you just have sex with other people. There's not a romantic intimacy involved in it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
All right. And have you been, I mean, you've been divorced for 1 year. Have there been other men in the picture?
Just dating a little bit here and there. Nothing serious, no.
Nothing serious? But I mean, you were married for what, 21 years or something?
Yeah.
I mean, did you just go like ham, like Lily bounds or anything?
So we, several years before the divorce, we actually started down the route of partnering with other couples. And that came about because I've always known I was bisexual and even told him prior to marriage that I was into other women and had been with other women. But then you get into the construct of, oh, now we're in church and we're in ministry, and you just have to put that in a box. You can't like experience that. So he knew that about me, and so we started having conversations after deconstructing about that. And the whole point was to actually bring in like a woman, but he put us on a swingers website, and I was like, oh. Okay, I'm very open-minded though, just as a person in general. So I was like, whatever, we'll try it out. So we did that for a little while. It's not my jam, it's a little too overstimulating. There's just too many people involved. But then we moved to more of an open relationship status. And yeah, it's really hard for me because I care very much about the energetics of being with someone. And so for me, like one night stand or just finding somebody who's a good fuck is not, sorry, I'm trying not to cuss.
Can you help me with the timeline just a bit? So with the same sex attraction, were you experiencing that before you became a pastor or minister?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. Since I was 16, 17.
Were you sleeping with women before you became a pastor?
Before I got married. So yes, that would be before I was a pastor, absolutely.
Okay, got it. And then the church, I remember you said it was non-denominational. Were they pretty accepting towards LGBTQ?
They were accepting, but it was love the sinner, not the sin. So it was still considered absolutely wrong.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you for clarifying. Appreciate it.
And so you did swing during your marriage?
Yep.
Okay, and you would go to swingers parties, or would you just meet up with a couple and
meet up with a couple was more? We tried a few different clubs. That's again.
I mean, how many different couples did you swing with?
That's a good question. Maybe 4.
Okay, 4 total.
I think.
Sure. All right.
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Carly?
Okay, well, I'm single right now. Yeah.
Okay, single. How long have you been single for?
I've been single for 5 months, or it's been a while. My last relationship ended over the summer, and it was 5 years. Yeah.
Okay. Who broke up with who?
He cheated on me with a teenager, with an 18-year-old.
So an adult?
Well, it was right after, he was waiting, but yeah. And so I found out, and then I punched him in the dick, and then that was it.
You punched him in the dick, literally,
no,
or figuratively?
No, literally, yeah.
Figuratively punched him in the dick. Okay, nice. In the balls? Did the balls catch any? Or just the dick?
I don't know. Just
you don't know. It was
general
just a flash. Okay.
The general area.
Any rebound? Any other guys you've been seeing, or?
Yeah, I've been kind of just going out and doing whatever. Because catching up on 5 years is
What do you mean by catching up on 5 years? What does that mean?
Just basically just going out on dates, seeing different people, and just kind of figuring out what my type is, and how all that works out. And kind of similar, I'm pan, and so I've been out with a bunch of different people and women and all of that, and it's just been good to catch up with the last 5 years.
Sure. And do you have a roster currently?
A roster? No.
Are you kind of dating multiple people, or just
not right? I don't
previously
know. Previously I had a roster.
How big was the roster?
It wasn't that big. It was okay.
5, 6.
Maybe 7.
7?
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
No, that's 7. 21.
It's
that's
just
crazy.
the roster, but no, that's too many people to keep up with.
Okay. And then, do you have a roster currently? You got a roster? Because you're E&M, right? So
I don't keep track. Why would I keep track?
So it's you can't even keep track, right? It's 100.
No, but I didn't have a roster before. Oh no,
on the roster?
It's not 100. I have no idea.
How do you know if it's not 100 if you don't keep track?
Just because of time in, right? So like how much time I've actually not been, and I'm not having, I'm wildly under effed. So
wildly under, so you're celibate?
No, I'm just under.
Oh, you are getting effed, but not enough.
Accurate.
Under effed.
Accurate.
When's the last time you got effed?
Like a month ago.
Damn.
Girl.
Okay, she's been celibate for a month. Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Didn't you say you were married?
No, she's divorced.
You missed half the conversation.
Yeah.
And so, but did you have a rebound, or a
No,
string of
you mean
rebounds?
after I got divorced?
Yeah.
No, there's no rebound because we were already having sex with other people.
Oh.
So it was a very easy transition out.
Oh, not just the swinging. You were like individually fucking other people during
there was like the swinging, and then that ended, and then it was open relationship.
During the marriage.
During the marriage.
For a period of it.
Correct.
And then you were seeing people then. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And was there a roster during the marriage?
We were monogamous up until that point, up until the swinging.
Yeah, but so there's the swinging, then it was open. During the open period, did you have a roster?
Just during the open period?
Or after, sure.
Oh.
Like how many different people were you kind of like simultaneously
not
E&M
at the same. Oh, very few, because I can't.
Like
I don't have time for that.
3, 4?
Maybe 2.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Relationship status for you?
I'm in a relationship with a guy for like 8 months, and he's awesome.
All right, longest relationship?
That's a tricky question. I was like on and off with a guy for like 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
He broke my heart. Before my current relationship, I was single for 4 years. And I had a roster, if that's what you want to call it, but half of them were my exes because I don't like to put my number up.
Recycling.
Basically.
So like 10 years.
And it wasn't always just about sex either. It was all like emotional, like the friendships.
Ever married?
I had to break up with all my boyfriends when I got my new one.
Mm. Wait, so you would have a roster, like how many boyfriends would you have at the same concurrently?
Boyfriends, like.
Okay, men you were letting stick their penis inside.
No, not really. Actually, it wasn't like that. I mean, some of them were. It was. How do you say?
Situation?
Yeah, like we were friends. Like we liked each other. I wasn't. Yeah, I didn't like. Not always.
Okay.
Some of them, sure, if they're having a bad day or something, but like
they're having a bad day.
Yeah, like I'm just, I'm a server. I'm here to serve everybody exactly what they deserve. Like, just
It's very charitable.
I'm serious. Like, a lot of it's out of pity too. Poor guys, like. Having the heart.
Pity sex is the best sex. A guy
for them.
It's just the best when she's kind of reluctantly.
It was just like, I'm sorry going through that. I wouldn't say like, I wouldn't say that.
Wait, I got to open this up to the panel. Who here has done pity sex? Given, I don't know, pity sex?
Absolutely. To my husband.
Terrible.
I was married for 21 years.
Okay, she knows.
Sometimes you can tell the guy has
I can confidently say 0.
Never pity sex.
Yeah.
When I was young.
Yeah. When you were young, there was pity sex. Lily?
Hell yeah.
I mean, do you think the 100 men is was that pity?
Some of them I did feel bad for.
You felt bad for.
Because you can tell that they haven't shagged in a while.
They haven't what?
Shagged.
Shagged.
Yeah.
Shagged.
Yeah, there were definitely
Austin
a couple
Powers. What's that?
Definitely a couple virgins. So.
A couple virgins. Okay. Any other pity sex enjoyers?
Oh, I didn't say I enjoyed it.
I
don't know if
there
was no enjoyment of it.
Like my whole family's watching this, so I'm trying to be a little bit like.
You've already.
Oh, it's too late.
Yeah, it's over with that handle.
So let's see. Any kids ever married?
No kids, never married.
All right. What about you?
I've been in a relationship for almost 2 years. My longest relationship was 5 years. And before my 2-year relationship, I was single for about 3.
All right. Got it. 5-year relationship. Who broke up with who?
Out of high school, he broke up with me. And then we mutually got back together. And then we mutually broke up.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm going on my 2nd year with my boyfriend. I talked about him last time I was here.
Mm-hmm.
We have. Well,
You have what?
we have a bit of an age gap.
Okay, you're 22. How old is he?
He's 41.
41. Okay, so 19 years. Longest relationship you've ever been in?
This one.
This one, 2 years. Okay. Any other relationships or no?
No.
Okay. What is he? Actually, no, that's fine. All right, that's everybody's relationship status. I'm going to read a chat here really quick. Oh, whoops. Not supposed to. I don't know why that came through like that, but Jackson Woods. Thank you, man. Lily, I'm John, and I would really love it if you started the hobby. Please, at the very least, invite me to 1K peens per day. In a day, Ava, please tell Blackton Vixen to show men eating out. Damn, y'all crazy. Okay,
It's really aggressive.
Yeah, thank you, Jackson Woods, for that. Lily, do you want to respond?
John, please next time just send the 100 tip my way. Just
I
that.
disavow that. All right, thank you, Jackson. Appreciate it, man. All right, we do need to get into some of the pre-show notes. So why don't we start with, let's start with Ayla. Let's see, sorry, one sec. There's so much. So Ayla, you were homeschooled from birth to the end of high school. Your parents were evangelical fundamentalist Christians in Idaho. Mm-hmm. Is this like Westboro Baptist or no?
Oh, we thought they were cool, but we were not Westboro.
But like kind of similar?
Yeah, I would say there's a spectrum from like normal Christian to Westboro. We were like probably 70%.
Close to the Westboro. Okay.
You said Calvinist.
Calvinist, okay. You said after leaving home, losing your faith and failing to attend college, you turned to a series of shitty jobs involving like a factory work, waking up 4 a.m. You escaped from that into the warm, wet embrace of adult content, which you used to fund dives into faraway realms, both physical and psychedelic. You did a documentary or two. You spent a year somehow getting addicted to LSD, and you did become one of the top OnlyFans creators until your attention span ran out. I believe that was the bio on your website.
Yes.
And you've done escorting. We talked about the shower thing. We don't need to touch on that. And you've been involved in sex work since, you said 2017, was it? Or
since I was 20.
Since you were 20.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And your dad was super conservative.
Yes, professionally so.
And I watched most of your interview with Lex Friedman. Is really interesting. You said you grew up in a very patriarchal, I guess, household.
Yeah.
Where, and to quote you, you said women were subordinate to men in regards to making decisions when married. And so I was curious on this. It sounds like you kind of disagree with this sort of sentiment. I guess maybe a jumping off point, and we can get into more broad general conversations related to that. Does anybody kind of agree with her when it comes to like, should women be subordinate to men when married?
Ask Kanye West. Didn't he just show us that's like being subordinate, right?
What?
His naked wife on the Grammy red carpet, she submitted to him to do that.
Allegedly, that's her idea. Like she really enjoys being naked, from what I hear.
Pre Kanye West, there was not a lot that was stopping that woman from taking her clothes off for anybody who she could take them off for a camera. So just pointing that out.
I think subordinate's an interesting word. I do believe that men should be the leader in most situations and relationships. But when I look at marriage specifically, it's I hate the word partner because it's like so co-opted, but you're supposed to be complementary to each other, right? Like we bring out the best and we demand the best out of each other. So I think women are a really good soundboard for men, and like the best relationships, they take advice from each other. But I do think that there needs to be a leader in the relationship, and it typically should be the man.
Does anybody agree with that?
I agree with that.
Or do you guys think?
I don't know what the S word means.
Subordinate?
Yeah.
Submissive, basically coming underneath,
like
deferring
deference,
would be.
I guess you could say. But does anybody here?
Yeah, just subordination would be an underling. So, like if you're at you go to work, right? You got a boss. He's the boss. You're the subordinate.
Thank you.
So, who agrees with Candace? Like, should the man be the leader,
I
or do you guys view
caveats.
things more 50-50?
Well, my boyfriend.
Here, why don't we just go around the table? Okay, we'll start with you. What do you think?
So, I think it depends on the relationship. I think that some women can lead well and some men can. I remember last time I was saying that in my own relationship, I like it to be traditional, but I support other women, having the choice to be in a complementarian relationship or an egalitarian relationship. And I think the live chat, because they can't see it now, but last time I was here on the live chat, they kept saying that I wanted the good parts of feminism for myself, and I was trying to promote the bad, quote-unquote, bad parts to the rest of the female population. But that's not the case. It's just like how I have respect for people who are of a different religion than me, then that doesn't mean that I'm contradicting myself. I respect their right to make that choice to believe in what they do.
What's the nature of your relationship?
Well, I'm kind of like stay at home and he is the breadwinner.
Sure. Going around the table, what about you?
I also think that when I think of a man, I think of someone masculine that kind of takes care of you, in a sense, more traditional. I definitely am a little more outspoken, so if we can banter back and forth and do things like that and have a say in what we're doing together, it's better. But for the most part, I think that a man should lead and be more masculine and just take care of you.
Sure. What about you?
It's a tricky question. I think it's all circumstantial, and every individual relationships are different. And
how do you want your relationship to be?
My relationship, I'm here on this podcast, and my boyfriend was not down. So, but also, I paid for it all myself. So unless, he was paying all the bills and stuff, maybe, I would consider not coming onto the podcast. But since it's 50-50, then, I can kind of do what I want.
Okay. What about you, Carly?
Yeah, I think it really depends on the maturity levels of each partner. But personally, I think that everybody kind of has to have their own independence within a relationship, just in terms of everyone has their responsibilities and but it really does just depend on the relationship and how each person is.
Once we go around, I'm going to ask a really specific question. I think that will kind of get to the heart of the issue. What about you, though?
Yes, I agree, except again, there's so many caveats because there's all this pressure on men to, be the leader, but men don't even know themselves. So you're asking them to do something they don't know how to do and they haven't been taught to do. So this is why we get into all of the mix of the problems of what you see in a relationship. If the woman doesn't want to follow the lead because the lead doesn't know how to lead, and then she can't trust the lead, and then it's a shit show.
Sure. Lily?
I think it's really circumstantial, but in my personal relationship, I would like a 50-50.
50-50. Carly, it looked like you wanted to jump in really quick, or?
I was just saying that, I totally agree with that.
Agree with it? Got it. I think you already kind of talked about it. Ayla, I guess your position on this topic, if you want to elaborate a bit.
I just don't know what should means. Should for what purpose?
What do you mean?
Should you jump up and down? And I'm well, should you do that in order to achieve what goal? The shoulds are contingent.
He doesn't mean should is an ought. He's talking in the comments. So when you're talking about should, and you're doing the little autistic Hetzberg thing, I know exactly what you're doing. It's a very low tier form of philosophy. He's saying should in the comments. He's not saying should as an ought statement of a moral imperative.
What is a slightly higher tier of philosophy that you would recommend I try?
Well, I would start with understanding that you're not in a philosophical engagement at the moment, unless you see everything purely as a philosophical engagement, and that you would have to agree with me that you distinguish between words in the commons and you distinguish between words which have philosophical terms. So if somebody's engaging with you, for instance, a medical doctor or a lawyer, they're going to use legal terms or medical terms. They're going to have a different meaning than the common terms of those words or the philosophical terms. So when you say, I don't know what should means, I actually don't believe you in this context. I think you know exactly what he means by should.
This is the way that I talk all the time, and sort of the question that I would ask anytime somebody asks me if somebody should do anything.
Yeah, and I just explained to you that there's a distinction here.
I still don't understand what should means in this context. So
what does should mean in any context?
Well, it's usually dependent on something, right?
Okay.
Should I go to the store? I'm well, if you're hungry.
So dependent on this context, what do you think should means?
Like my guess is probably there's some implicit like to be happy kind of thing, but I don't know if this is true.
Well, then we'll go with that.
I would like to check though. Like, is that what we mean? Because if so, then I can answer.
Yeah, so can you even repeat what the question was?
But it's also different because sometimes people argue the purpose of like some types of social structures is not to be happy, but rather to have like a flourishing society or something.
Yeah,
which
like
is,
I'm fine getting into semantics with you when it comes to should, but can you repeat what the question even was?
Should men lead their wives or some variation on that?
Yeah, so he's asking from your worldview, whatever that is. I believe you say that you're a rationalist, so from whatever your rational worldview is, the should sense here is ought they or ought they not lead wives?
For what purpose? I can't get over the what purpose. Like for happiness, I think probably a lot of people would be happier if their husbands led them. This seems true.
Okay.
I don't think I would be that much happier, but I am not normal.
Okay, so then should they or should they not? Ought they or ought they not? For the purpose of happiness.
You sound very confident in the things that you say, but I'm not sure that makes you more right.
It doesn't make you more right because you don't understand the things I say either. So I would just like an answer when you're talking about ought or ought not. Ought they or ought they not for the purpose of happiness?
I can't answer. I mean, maybe I'm very stupid, and maybe you could explain this to me. But you're saying ought is a common use.
I'll use really small words.
Yeah, we can use very small baby words for me, because my small little brain has difficulty sometimes. But when you're saying ought they lead their wives, do you mean that there's like a general sort of way that the world is good if it is and bad if it isn't, and you're referring to like a general sense of goodness?
No, I'm not inferring or making an implication for anything. This is an askance from the worldview of you, who is not me. Whatever your worldview is, who is not me, from your worldview that is not mine, ought men lead their wives?
I'm trying to communicate my view, and my view is something like, I think that some people would be happier if their husbands led them, and some people would be sadder if their husbands led them. I'm not sure that there's such a thing as an overarching goodness, so I don't really...
Got it. Okay, so sometimes. Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah. Thanks for clarifying.
Well, that was an interesting exchange. I do have a question related to this, though, to, again, perhaps get to the heart of the issue. Who gets final say? So in a relationship or a marriage, whatever, let's say there's some sort of impasse. There is no resolution. You can't come, you want one thing, he wants the other. Who should get final say?
Whoever pays.
Hold on. So, and I think, Andrew, sometimes you refer to this as a threshold breaker, I think, but who do you think gets final say? Or would you, I guess, either in your own dynamics, who should get final say? What do you think? Starting with you, Ayla.
Like, it depends on the thing? I'm confused.
Sure.
Like, if you're disagreeing over, like, where should we move?
Sure.
I don't know, probably you should bet on it, or, like, see who would want to pay more given that you had the money, or make prediction markets to figure out. I don't know. I don't think I operate by these norms, but I know a lot of people do.
Sure. What do you think?
I think it's going to depend on the situation. Obviously, you have to respect the person that you're with. So to do something that is going to damage the relationship or blatantly disrespect the other person's not going to end up, you're not going to end up with a thriving relationship. But it's like nothing's without consequence at the same time. So it's trusting your gut. Like if you trust your husband fully and he's like, this is a terrible idea, maybe consider the option that you're wrong and that he's right, and vice versa. So if you're telling him not to do something, and this happens a lot, if you talk to anyone in business, the wife will be like, that person had a really sketchy feeling, I don't think that this investment is good. The dude ignores the woman's intuition and the thing just like crumbles, right? So it's looking at the history of the relationship too. It's like, how often has he been right about this thing and you've been wrong, and vice versa.
Andrew, if I have you jump in really quick, do you want to provide like maybe a good example of like a impasse sort of situation that could arise in like a relationship or marriage, just for use as an example here?
Well, I mean, a very common one is just money. So the idea of how money is used or spent in a relationship versus not spent in a relationship is one of the number one disagreements that men and women have. So the idea is, if you can't come to an agreement on how money is spent or what school the kid should go to, which might infer spending money as well, right? Ultimately, there's only two of you, right? So either a third party has to break this threshold barrier, or one of you ultimately has to be the decider. Otherwise, how do you essentially, how do you come to an agreement if both of you disagree? Like, how is that done if one person ultimately doesn't end up with the final say?
I don't think one person holds that position permanently. So, and then it's also going to be who acts on it first. So typically women are the ones that set all of the appointments, pay the school tuition if they're going to a private school, set up the doctor's appointments. They make 60 to 80% of all of the household purchases. So if you're just looking at behavior, you'd say women are, but that could be the man saying no and they're just making that decision anyways. So
I'm not really sure that any of that would matter, though. So I understand
well,
what
it's
you're saying.
what's being acted on right now, right? So like whether or not that's right or that's helpful for a healthy relationship, like that's a whole different conversation. But what is happening is women are.
Right, I'm not sure it's actually pertinent to what I'm saying, though. So I understand what your position is. You're saying, hey, look, women already have lots of household responsibilities, and so they're in a decision-making role already. We're not really discussing that, though.
No, I'm saying that they're actually executing the decision already.
Yeah, well, they're executing the decision at the behest of the husband, though. That right? So this is the consent of the husband, essentially, is going into this decision-making meeting. She's doing the day-to-day activities because he's saying you should do these day-to-day activities, right? He doesn't have any disagreement with that. It's when there's disagreement within that, who becomes the arbiter then? How do we find this threshold breaker between two people for who makes the determination or who has the ultimate say?
Again, I don't think anyone holds that permanently, so it's trusting your partner. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, well, okay. If they don't hold it permanently, right, but let's say the man considers himself to be in the position of authority and has been in the position of authority, right, this still doesn't really get to the heart of the question of if there's a disagreement and they can't reconcile it. You say, well, the man doesn't hold that permanently. It's like, okay, great. But what I'm saying is when you can't reconcile the disagreement, you both disagree, who gets to ultimately make the decision? Whether you think that it's a permanent basis for a man to be in control of it or not, I'm not even sure that's relevant, really.
Well, because the question seems that it's permanent, so maybe I'm misunderstanding it. But if you're saying who's in charge and who is responsible for the deal breaker, that sounds like who is always responsible for the deal breaker.
No, not really.
Okay.
So what the question is asking is if two people, since most relationships anyway are two people. I understand that there's polyamorous people here and this type of thing, but that's outside of what you would consider the norm for society. It's usually man, woman, that's it, right? And people generally tend to not like to share their partners. You can dispute why that is, sexual liberation, whatever, but it is a fact that most people are in monogamous relationships, one man, one woman, most. That's globally. That's not even just in the West. So if that is the case and you have a disagreement, can't reconcile it, right? How do you figure out who ultimately is going to have the say?
I don't know. I mean, I've been in a relationship for 15 years and that's never happened. There's never been a decision that there was an impasse. And if there was anything that was even close to that, we tabled it until there was a mutual decision.
Yeah, but the problem is like, what if it's not a mutual decision? It's like, no, I'm not backing down on this.
Well, then how well do they really communicate?
Correct, right?
How well do they really communicate? Because the reality is if you care about the person, especially you're talking about specifically a marriage, the whole goal of conversations where you disagree is to let the other person feel heard, understood, and respected. And if both people are receiving that and there's safety involved, you're going to be able, maybe not that moment, maybe not that day, to come to a conclusion that feels really good to the both of you, where it doesn't have to be, it's my say-so because I say so and I'm the lead. And I think that's where the ego gets in there and it can go wildly wrong. Whereas a man who, if we're going back to the man as leading, and a man in his like healthy masculinity, it doesn't come from a place of ego, it comes from a very confident place where he knows who he is and he cares very much for the other, for the partner, for the wife. And so he gives a whole lot of hecks. I cuss a lot, so I should filter it, about her being on board with him. So it's a mutual exchange of, again, being heard, understood, and respected. There's not going to be this, okay, I get the final say. That's like a child, which unhealthy, but that is like a child-parent relationship to me.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice and all, but it doesn't actually answer the question. So I understand that you're saying there should be mutual respect. We should both feel heard. We should both discuss things, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, great. So you've discussed everything and, he still disagrees with you. and thinks, no, you're incorrect, and I'm just really not willing to budge on this. So either we have one of two choices, right? Either the relationship is over because you won't budge, or he won't budge, or you won't concede, or what? What's the other option? You would have to concede to the authority, right? Like, I don't see any way around it.
I don't understand this though. I thought relationships were all about compromise.
Yeah, I think the answer that you're looking for would be answered if you gave us like a specific scenario instead of just being like, who gets final say, because it like
super broad.
That's it. Yes, way too like, if you ask a very specific, like, give us a specific scenario, like, I think you'll get the answers that you're looking for.
I mean, the specific scenario wouldn't even be relevant, but I'll give you one just to give you one, I guess.
I think that would.
So there's money, there's money, there's an inheritance of $100,000, okay? It's left to both of the members of the household, not just one, okay? And they're arguing about how to spend it. And the man is saying, okay, listen, I've heard all of your reasoning, I've heard all of your everything, right? I'm hearing you, right? I'm compassionate towards you, but also no, we're going to spend it on this instead.
Why would that is not a relationship?
Why would it not just be split? I don't. To me, it's sent to both of them. It's $100,000. They each get 50, and they can do what they want with it.
Yeah, and also in this scenario, are there kids?
No.
Like, it really.
But he's saying no, right? He's saying, look.
Well, that's kind of
no. He's saying no. I don't want it split. I want it going towards whatever this household thing is.
So already, I don't have respect for the person
That's a divorce.
doing that.
Yeah,
that's
right. Because
this seems like such a stupid question.
Yeah, it's about like respect, not about like you can't just give one person ultimate power, and it really once again depends on the situation. Like, it's a partnership, it's a relationship. You both talk about it. And like, depending on the situation, maybe someone will make the final say, but it depends, and you still have to have that conversation, and you still have to have that respect.
Yeah. So then in this situation, we're talking about authority. Then, right? The man really doesn't have any authority, because ultimately, if he says, "Listen, this is super important to me. I know it's super important to you too, right? But I'm not willing to budge on it because I really think I'm right here." You feel in that instance it's totally appropriate for you to, and I quote, that's a divorce, right? So then this would infer that you actually have a lot of power in this situation, a lot of power in this dynamic that a man wouldn't have or wouldn't exercise. So if that's the case, right, it would basically make men want to steer clear of marriages like that, right? Because the position of authority would not actually be there.
Yeah, well, I'm saying divorce in terms of if he came up to you and he was like, this is what we're doing, you don't get a say, like, that's how you kind of like, or that's what I took from it the first time that you mentioned it.
He listened to what you had to say. Everything you had to say.
Yeah, because if
he just thinks that what you had to say is incorrect, and that ultimately it needs to go the way that he wants it to go because he thinks you're incorrect. So if that is the case, right, then if we're still in divorce territory, then what you're doing.
I never said we were still in divorce territory.
I would say that you have to recognize everyone's skill set, right? So let's say that the woman tends to be better with money in this example, and the man is better. I don't know. Let's say he's like a contractor, so he's not into investing, and the conversation is around like, what do we do with this inheritance? So if historically speaking she's been more accurate and more well versed in finances, that would probably go to her. And then if it was something in his wheelhouse, so it's just dependent on the person's specialty, I think is probably
but that's not what's in dispute. It's not in dispute that these two people would have a variety of skills. All those skills could be variously applied. There could be skills she's far better at than him. The hypothetical is looking towards, we're not able to compromise on this one thing, whatever it is. We're not able to come to an agreement, right? Mm-hmm. We're just not able to. So this would again state that there would have to either be somebody makes the concession, right, mm-hmm. or you part ways. I don't see a way around that exactly.
Right, but then earlier you said no one's holding that position permanently, but you want one answer, like absolutely, like it's either absolutely the man or absolutely the woman, and then everyone that's asking for context.
No. This is a critique. That was a critique of your worldview. So I just conceded that even if it was the case mm-hmm. that both parties did not permanently hold this position, mm-hmm. it still doesn't answer to the question of when you hit this impasse, right? how do you deal with it when one won't compromise because they both think that they're right? One person would have to ultimately be the person who was conceded to.
Right, and it's whoever excels in that dominion. So again, it's if it's finances, typically that ends up being the man, traditionally speaking. So if it has to do with money, it's going to be the man. If it has to do with the kids or people, I would say it's the woman.
Yeah.
Then you're taking the feminist position. Then.
How's that feminist?
Because what you're doing is you're saying that there's a shared authority.
It's not necessarily authority, and I think that there is a difference between leadership and authority. Like, leadership is looking for counsel, and it's not just dismissing anyone else.
How can you have authority or leadership with no authority? I don't even know how that's done.
It's
like leadership to me implies that there's authority, that people are seeing you as an authority of some kind. They're looking to you as an authority of some kind. I'm not even sure that you can have leadership.
Because you're instilling respect, and in that respect, the person is choosing to follow. That's the difference.
But even regardless of why they are, perhaps it's because you show them respect or something like this, they would still have to concede some sort of authority for leadership, right?
Would you like us to be in relationships where we cede to authority of a man?
It has nothing to do with what I would like. I'm just asking this question.
Sounds like it is, though.
I was just curious.
I don't actually think I'm getting an answer to it.
Okay, you want an answer? Here's your answer from all of us, from what I've heard, at least from the people talking. It depends on the situation. A relationship is a partnership. Nobody has absolute say over anything. And if you seriously are in an argument that's that deep and like you can't compromise, and both people are not they're not willing to budge at all, then why are you in a relationship? Like, the whole point of a relationship is you guys are equals, and yeah, you have different responsibilities. Maybe some people have different things that they focus on that they do. But at the end, it's not about gender. It's not about who has more power. It's about the situation. And
well, that really wasn't, I mean, that's your view, yeah, but that really wasn't her view. Her view was she thought a man should generally lead. Mm-hmm. Right? A man should generally be in a position of authority. But then when we hone in on it, it looks like more that there's a shared authority, which is more of a feminist position. So I understand your position. I get it. You were clear on the outset. You believe that men and women should share authority in a relationship. I get it. I understand. I'm not disputing that. I'm just looking at the idea of, if you think a man should mostly have authority, I don't know what the hell that actually means if we reduce it to, well, unless he's not really good at it and then the authority moves over to the woman, I'm not sure how we even make these determinations unless you're ceding to your own authority.
Well, that's because this has been dragged out and you're not accepting anyone's answer. So initially my response was it's trusting the other person. So yes, the man can absolutely lead, but there's a difference between a leader and a tyrant. So if you have the man that's leading and you respect his decision, you come to an impasse. What I originally said, which wasn't accepted, was that in my 15-year relationship, this has never come up, because in that dynamic, nothing has been at an impasse. And if anything was, it was mutually tabled until we could revisit it and come to an answer. So it wasn't me taking the lead.
I don't know why you're saying
because that answer wasn't accepted originally.
I accept that you're answering. I'm not accepting that you're giving an actual answer. So
that is absolutely an answer.
The question is not, in your personal life, have you ever had an impasse with a man or your husband or whoever? That's not the question. The question is, I'm not asking that. I'm not asking about your personal situation, because I don't give a shit, right? The question is asking specifically, if authority is to be shared, if the dynamic is to be shared, then who ultimately makes the decision for who even gets to share the authority, right? If it's going to be you get to make that decision, then it can't really be that the man is in authority most of the time, because it would infer, there would at least be an inference here that you're sharing authority with him.
Yeah, you would decide that ahead of time. I think this goes back to communication, and the fact that everyone's saying all relationships are different. I think if you're conversing about this with your partner ahead of time, it's like, hey, let's talk about authority. Let's talk about who gets the final say. Are there areas that you feel like you want the final say in? And how do I feel about that? Are there areas I feel like I want the final say? Like we talked about kids, money, all of those things. You can create eliminate so many problems if you just have communication on the front end and talk about what feels good for each person. It's going to look different in every relationship, but that would be what I say. There is just you're wanting this overarching umbrella, it sounds like, of this is the way it is, this is the way it should be, that's it. And it just doesn't really work, because
I haven't
all
told you
humans
anything
are
that I want. All I'm doing is this is so that you know, okay? She made a claim. She said, most of the time, I think a man should be in a position of authority. So all I'm doing is exploring that idea by asking her, okay, but if the position of authority is actually shared, how's he really in authority? That's what
I said
we're diving
leadership.
into. Hang on. That's what we're diving into, right? I'm not disputing that you could make prearrangements with somebody for who has authority, who doesn't. I'm not disputing that you can't have long conversations and walks on the beach at night to make determinations about decisions in your life. I'm not disputing any of that. I'm just trying to determine who ultimately, if authority mostly should be in the hands of a man, gets to determine that authority then. And if it's you, aren't you really the authority?
I mean, I feel like, we've kind of said, like, it's, like, we just keep repeating our answers, like, sorry, that is not the answer that you're looking for, but, I mean, everybody's different, and, like, if someone's in a relationship where, like, the man is considered, like, head of the household, you still have to make those big decisions together, and, like, yeah, maybe he'll decide, like, what he wants to eat for dinner, or, like, something smaller, but I personally feel like in terms of like really big decisions like that, you can't really have one person fully take over. But once again,
I understand that. I've always understood your view. Your view is equality. Just so you know, your view is different than the view of the girl next to you, the girl next to her, the girl next to her. I'm only exploring one view of a person who's not you, right? So therefore, I would like her to answer the question because she's her and not you, who has a different view. Hang on, who has a different view than she does. So back to her. I'd like to just, if you don't mind, if we can just finish this real quick. I'm actually still confused, right? So perhaps without the sisterhood getting involved with their view, which I don't give a shit about, and just your view, if it is the case that authority is shared, right, or not. In your case, you say the man should mostly be an authority.
Lead.
Are you the determiner of that?
No, and again,
well, then who is the determiner?
It depends on the subject. So there have been conversations where, and these are exact conversations, if it has to do with health, if it has to do with medicine, if it has to do with food, if it has to do with the kids, it is you. I trust you entirely to make these decisions. That has been conversations in my relationship. And then I say if it has to do with money, that's him all day. He'll ask me once in a while, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And then he ultimately does whatever he wants. Like, that's my dynamic, and I'm very happy with it.
You're ceding ultimately to your authority.
No, not at all. Because if I didn't want to do something with money,
well, hang on, you are. I'll show you. So if you're saying on all of these different situations,
he assigned them to me.
Okay, but the ones you assigned to him, let's say, right? I trust you to do these things. X, A, B, C, D, whatever it is, right? So what happens if you fail to trust him on one of these particular issues, right? You're still going to see to yourself, you, the person, as to whether or not this should be followed or not followed, which would actually put you in a position of authority.
That's never happened in my relationship.
I know. I'm not asking if it's happened. I'm just telling you that the consequence would be that you are still in a position of authority.
No, because I've relinquished that with the agreed upon subjects. So if it comes to money,
relinquished it based on your authority, though, and you'll bring it right back the second you need.
No, because trust me, there have been plenty of financial bombs, and I have said it, and I have disagreed till I was blue in the face, and he still pressed forward, and I let him do that, and I did. It's not like
you let him.
Yeah, because I could choose to nag, I could choose to make his life a nightmare. I'm not. Right, because that is that if you want to use your terminology, that is submitting, right? That is letting him lead, right?
Not really in the case of this. It's still the question is still kind of who has the authority ultimately, because if you just say, well, I will cede these things over because I want to, because I choose to, this and that, it actually doesn't really infer authority. Like, you're not really giving him the say of, for instance, let's say you're in a Christian marriage. The gal here, the deconstructionist, she can probably confirm this, right? The belief there would be that the man is in authority regardless of what your personal viewpoint is on what it is that he's doing, right? You're supposed to cede the authority to him. So the question here is, rooted, who has ultimate authority? Is it you or him? If you're just ceding it to him because you want to, then it would imply that you still have kind of authority.
Well, in the Bible, it does talk about submitting to each other. A man and a wife should submit to each other.
Yeah, sure. I'm giving you an example of a view. That's it. So that I can explain, when we're talking about authority means in charge, not in charge because you allow it. That's the point.
Well, we live in a country where relationships only exist because of consent. So you're talking about allowing, like it is allowed, because now we're getting into non-consent territory.
Yeah, so in this case then, the position of authority for a man is make-believe.
It's not make-believe. It's be a strong enough man, have follow-through, be competent and confident so that you have a woman that follows you.
A man is physically larger. So everything that you do technically is because he's allowing it, right? Because he could physically stop you.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
So anyway, so yeah, when we're talking about authority though, it would just seem to infer then that men don't, even if you are saying I'm following you because of X, Y, Z reason, right? You can retract that anytime you want. It's not really a position of authority. Like for instance, if you were in a workplace, right? Mm-hmm. You couldn't go to your boss and be like, "You're not the boss anymore."
No, but if
you couldn't do that. The only thing you could do in that case is like leave. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But you couldn't usurp the position of authority, right? Because that would infer that you were actually the boss. If you could go to your boss, say you're not the boss anymore, I'm the boss. Who actually has the authority? See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but so do you think that there's
point.
Not a distinction though between a work relationship and a romantic relationship? Like the duties aren't different and how you show up and what you're looking
for?
Yeah,
sure. I'm not talking about those things. I'm just talking specifically about authority here. Who has authority in relationships and threshold breakers?
I know, and I guess
it'd be the same thing with a boss is like in a workplace. Who has the authority in a workplace? Mm-hmm. It's your boss, not you, right? So it'd be the same thing.
Do you see authority and leadership as exactly identical? Because that's like the thing that's making
they're not identical. I just don't think. I think that leadership implies authority.
Are you trying to figure out where the power lies? Like, are you trying to point that power fundamentally lies in somewhere?
Yeah, I don't think that men, when women say that, my man has the authority or this type of thing, I don't know that that's actually the case because it seems that the authority is granted from them, the authority. It almost seems circular.
Just to clarify your position, what would be an example of something where a man truly has authority?
He's your boss at work.
So in a romantic relationship, I mean.
Yeah, but that's not what you asked. You asked what would be a position.
I know I asked it, but I used the words wrong. My intent was.
I think in the West, I would be hard pressed to give you an example of where a man truly has authority.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want a closing thought on that, Andrew, or is that sufficient for you?
Yeah, you win. You have all the authority.
Yeah, well, it's just what I'm looking at is just whether or not we're dealing with the feminist view or not. So I understand the panelists have the feminist view of equality, egalitarianism, this and that, but she actually said something different, which is the implication that, hey, men actually mostly should have authority, but then when we reduce it, it's like, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much.
Sorry, I missed what you were saying. What was that?
I just said that, Andrew, you win. You have all the authority. Like, it just depends on the person and the man, I guess. I don't know. Like, you're making it seem like...
Thank you. That was super helpful to the conversation. I appreciate it.
That's basically what I got out of it. Big, strong man.
Wait, so you're saying Andrew has all the authority? I'm just confused. I'm a little confused.
Yeah, it's just like, in his relationship, he's got all the authority, and that's what he's trying to prove is that, like, every man should be like him, right? Is that the point?
Where was any of this stated? Like, it's just all headcanon. So what you should say is, Andrew, I'm about to make a bunch of fucking bullshit up, and then say it out loud for reasons nobody understands. You should just lead with that.
I didn't say anything. I just said, yes, sir.
Yeah, you just lead with, I'm about to make up a bunch of bullshit, and then say it out loud for reasons nobody understands.
Andrew, there's a chat here coming for you.
Jane_Slice donated $200. This creep gave me herpes and never did his own dishes or laundry. He smells like gingerly cheese and camel smoke and rainbows. Sorry for tipping.
Marlboro smoke.
Marlboro. Marlboro.
I don't smoke fucking Camels.
All right, well, we're going to move on to the next thing. Ayla, you sell your eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
hopefully one day.
on your website, you haven't done it yet.
No.
But you do say, if you're interested in using my eggs to reproduce, you're down to discuss this in exchange for payment for your time and fear of needles. You have ancestry, health testing, and family history that you can share. Have you had any inquiries or at all, or no?
Yeah. I've talked with some people. We might do something. I just did my first round a couple months ago.
First round of freezing. Oh, you're freezing the eggs. Oh, okay, so you can just sell those then.
Yeah, although I think we might get genetic engineering soon, so I think I would maybe like a whole bunch of them to do genetic engineering experiments on.
Interesting. Okay.
How much do you sell them for?
Ideally about $100K.
Wow.
Would you do surrogacy or no?
I don't think so.
Like you carry the child.
It seems like I could pay someone else to do that.
What if someone's like $5 million?
I would definitely carry a child for $5 million.
For $5 million.
Yes.
All right. Now into something kind of pretty interesting. There is a gangbang flowchart. We have to pull this up. Can we pull up the tweet, Sir Damien? So why don't you tell us?
Gangbangland? Is that back? Gangbangland?
Something like that. You got it, Damien? Yeah. Okay, pull it up, please. Okay, this is your Twitter. For my birthday, my partner and some friends organized a huge gangbang for me. 42 attendees. Here's the break. Lily loves this one.
Yeah.
Here's the breakdown of how the event was organized. There were exit survey statistics and what it was like for me psychologically. Why don't we pull up the next tab with the actual graphic? Okay, put us on the other side. So there were 1,600 respondents. 800 failed the autofilter. About 700 passed the filter. 250 you contacted. Half of those didn't respond. There's 83 who did an interview. 87 got invited. 56 got tickets. 43 did STD tests. 42 showed up, 5 of which did not bang Ayla. 37 penetrated Ayla, 17 of which came in Ayla, 5 came in a fluffer, 15 did not climax.
I love that this shows like the logistical nightmare of a gangbang.
I have so many questions for you because when you were you're doing so many guys, I was like, can I ask you about the logistics?
It's tricky, honestly.
You should do a flowchart.
It'd be amazing. I need you on the.
Ayla.
I would love that.
Do the flowchart. Do the flowchart for Ayla.
Hell yeah.
Lily's,
yeah, I could do it right. I love the tracking the data and stuff. Really,
I love that.
We could check correlations.
I think that'd be great.
You need a flowchart.
Yeah. I feel like also it's great to have someone to verify things. Like he did penetrate. Yes,
right.
That was
They had me do Sharpies on my leg to track what was happening, and that helped a lot.
Sharpies.
And then they signed a guest book afterwards.
There was a guest book.
Yeah.
Okay, so they write a little note or
proper party.
Yeah, it was really sweet.
Were there rules? Do they get a time limit or how does that?
Yeah, I think it was a max of 2 minutes per guy because it really adds up.
Yeah. Did you was there one that you liked and you gave him next to 30 seconds or?
There wasn't. It was really a blur. The very first guy was a virgin, and they popped confetti when he entered me, and then he shouted Leroy Jenkins as he started fucking me or banging me, whatever. Which was yes.
I have that ready to go.
Wow, lovely.
That's fun.
Yeah, and I was like, this is an interesting experience to be in. I like it when things are surreal, though.
Wait, how old was he? The virgin?
I don't know, mid-20s maybe. He also wore a heart rate monitor and then gave me the data of his heart rate.
Is he diabetic or what?
No, he just offered it. It was do you want to see my heart rate data? And I was like, please wear a heart rate monitor for the.
Yeah. So he lost his virginity in a birthday gangbang. Okay.
Yeah, only one. Although you did, how many virgins did you do?
I've probably done maybe 5 virgins.
Okay.
I did quite a lot because I did recently a 50-man anal gangbang.
Oh.
And I took a lot of anal virginities recently. So.
Wow.
What?
Wait, hold on. You pegged?
No. As in I got fucked. All of them were anally.
In the arse.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Congrats.
But yeah, there was a lot of anal virgins though.
Wait, I gotta ask Lily. So is this actually recorded though?
Yeah. I'll show you. I'll show you the video.
I feel like some of the I don't know if it's the case for you, but I've heard these stories these girls will make up these kind of elaborate scenarios that are just not actually true. But this is actually like recorded.
I'll show you all the evidence. Don't you worry.
Yeah, we can't show it on stand, obviously, but some of these people like make this up because it's like for the clout or whatever. But you actually did it.
Yeah, I did it with another girl as well.
Okay.
Tiff, so she can vouch for me as well.
All right. Okay. And have you done multiple of the gangbang?
No, I just did it that one time. I actually didn't like it very much.
Singular gangbang.
Yeah.
Okay, you didn't like it.
I just want to see what it was like.
Yeah, it wasn't your thing.
No, because you have to be like, oh no, I feel bad for the guy. Like, is he feeling okay? Like, I want to make sure that he feels fine, and then you can't like let go yourself. The reason we tried that gangbang in the first place was because I was running an orgy, and these people ran a train on me. I think it was like 11 guys or something.
Wait, that was a different. It's
a different orgy. Cause
isn't that a gangbang?
No, orgies is like all genders. Gangbangs is all guys and like one girl.
It was like kind of an impromptu gangbang, if you will, in the middle of this orgy.
Half a gangbang.
I throw like non-consent orgies, so you wear a wristband and then people can do like whatever they want to you within a certain period of thing. Anyway, so I was wearing the wristband and they just like threw me down and it was a train, and it was fucking fantastic. Afterwards, I was like glowing. I felt so good for days. It was like I had done like a really good psychedelic, and then I was like, this is so amazing. And so my partner saw that and he was like, wow, sounds like it was really good for you. He's like, so for your birthday, I'm going to try and arrange like an even bigger one. But I think like the logistics of the bigger one, just like the magic wasn't there.
Sometimes that takes away from it. I couldn't agree
really
more.
Does.
Ariel, here, speaking of the mic, you had a really big reaction to the... Did you want to say something, Ariel?
I'm just like kind of intrigued. Like I've never heard of it before. It's like
gangbangs?
Honestly, like good for you guys. Like, I don't know. I'm just learning new stuff.
She's learning. All right. Wait, so you've done multiple grape play orgies.
CNC, yeah.
CNC, consensual.
Yeah, I run a series.
How many have you done of these?
8, I think. 8? 7 or 8. Yeah.
And so YouTube's a little tricky with it. I understand it basically though. You describe yourself on Twitter as a whore lord.
Yes.
And a vex worker.
Indeed.
What is a whore lord?
The Lord of Whores.
You're the Lord of Whores.
Yes.
Okay. The Lord of Whores.
I thought it was relatively self-explanatory.
You should do like a
Milady.
Okay, you're the lord of them.
Yeah, I mean, I write guides on how to do it. If a girl's interested in getting into it.
A whore guide?
Yeah, like if you're
guides. like how to be the best whore.
It's hard to be a good whore.
How to even get into it, right?
It's hard.
Like, how do you stay safe?
I tried once. Just,
you tried it? How was it?
I'm just joking. But okay, so you're kind of like the
Lord of Whores.
Yeah, I'm kidding myself at this point. And Vex Worker, what's that? Are you a witch?
Well, I think people really get mad at me a lot for things that for a while I didn't know that they were going to get mad at me for, and now I've started to catch on. And so people seem to be very vexed by me.
They're vexed.
They are vexed.
How are they vexed?
I think people are like horrified by a lot of things. Like I ask a lot of like moral conundrum polls, which I probably can't repeat on stream. Or like, for example,
moral conundrum.
Like, can I say?
I have a moral conundrum.
Yes.
Oh, can you say what?
Well, can I talk?
Don't bring up the minors. Don't bring that.
No, it's not mine. It's like is bestiality wrong, and are you a vegan?
You talked about this at dinner when we were in Colorado.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I did see some of your tweets on this.
Yeah, it just seems like a little funny that we have different standards for like intercourse versus killing and eating. I know if someone were going to do one to me, I would rather not be killed and eaten.
Okay.
And so anyway, that's an example of people seem to get really mad at me for that one, but I thought it was relatively straightforward.
Sure. And then let's see here. You said you built a dating survey. You picked the top guy from that. You were not attracted to him, but you brute forced through the first date. You guys spent 3 days at an Airbnb, brute forced it.
Yes. And
you forced yourself to have sex with him.
Yeah. That's my current partner.
Oh, that's your current for 4 years.
No.
Does that upset him? Does that upset you? Know, like
no,
pity sex? Was it pity sex? It was a bit of pity sex.
No, I think it was curiosity sex. I was like, I should probably try it.
You forced yourself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he just scored. I had a survey that was scored, so people answer questions, and then on the back end, I built it, and then you get an output, and then I contacted the top scorers, and then he was like one of the very top scorers, and so I was like, date, and I made a graph of the scores and pointed at him, and he said, sure, 3 days in an Airbnb, and I was like, great. So I went to an Airbnb for 3 days, which was the first time I'd like seriously talked to him, and then I was like, well, if I'm going to figure out if I should date you, I should probably have sex with you. I was not attracted to him at all. He was really annoying to me at that time, but he's much better now.
Do you want kids?
I would like to have genetic offspring.
Genetic offspring. Okay. With him or?
Yeah, well, he doesn't want to. It's a very long story that probably is not going to get communicated, but I think probably the world's going to end relatively soon, and I think he's like working on that pretty hard to stop it. I mean.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like, fucking apocalypse. Yeah. He's trying to stop it. The end of the world. I'm just curious because you said, I feel like you can't, if you do have kids, you cannot tell them, I wasn't feeling your dad at all. Like I wasn't into
Why
him.
can't I tell them that?
Well, you could.
I will definitely tell them that.
Oh, you'll definitely tell them
Yeah,
that.
if I had them.
Do you tell, like, he's not upset by that? Like,
But it's the truth.
Sure, it's the truth, but I mean, it feels like it would be hurtful if the person who you're...
pain is just coming into contact with reality, and then when you're in contact with it, it doesn't hurt anymore.
I need LSD for this. No, just kidding. No, it's just like, you know what I mean? Like if I was dating a girl and I was like, BTW, I thought you were ugly at first, and I faked an orgasm. I just...
Yeah, but wouldn't you want to know that?
I had to like force myself to have sex with you. Like, I feel like she would take it the wrong way. You know what I mean?
I mean, he told me that I wasn't that pretty once when I was trying to have a tender moment.
Posted a tweet about it.
Yeah,
we have it. Pull it up. Pull up the tweet.
That was pretty rough. I was like, ow.
Damn.
Yeah.
Like,
but it's actually true.
He just said you're not that pretty.
Yeah, he said I'm not that pretty. Because I was like, I'm afraid that people, you know how people like kind of tell each other, girl, you're so hot. I'm like, everybody's incentivized to say positive things about each other's appearance. Like, I don't actually understand. And I did actually run a face rating survey so I could determine my own attractiveness, and I'm a 4.6. So I'm in fact actually not that pretty.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You should... We should get you to do some like surveys for our podcast.
She's doing my survey first.
Okay. I will do both of your surveys.
There we go. We've collected quite a bit of data from the show. It's pretty interesting.
Really? Like what?
Oh, I mean, nothing on the scale of what you're doing, but simple things like total appearances, like the breakdown of like who's involved in sex work, the amount of people who've canceled, who've
What's the percentages? Do you know?
I think it's about 15% of all the panelists have been involved in sex work or OnlyFans or something like that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Age, relationship status, this sort of thing. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Do you have like in a spreadsheet?
Sort of, yes. It's very rudimentary though. So we can talk after the show though. And, it'd be interesting to get some stuff done.
Okay.
Do we have her tweet pulled up? All right, so this is brutal. And scroll down because this is like a quote tweet in response to somebody else. Scroll down. Don't go too far though. Put us on the other side. All right, just hide us for a sec. All right, so this is in response. Being a girl's boyfriend is all about committing to the bit that she is a 10-10 and the most beautiful woman you have ever seen. Scroll up, and then you write, scroll up. Ayla, let me just have you read it in your voice.
One of my partners once was like, you're not that pretty during a tender moment. I rolled over in the fetal position and groaned for like an hour, and then he went and made me an I'm sorry card out of construction paper and markers and stickers.
Okay, so this is the guy who you told, like you forced yourself to have sex with him.
Yes.
And you weren't attracted to him.
Yeah.
And you told him this.
Yes.
How did he take that?
He was like, oh.
He's just like, oh, no reaction?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm attracted to him now.
Okay, now you're attracted to him.
Yeah.
How many, like, did you have to force having sex with him, like, multiple times? Or
No,
was
the
just that
sex,
one
I think the sex got
time?
better by about the 6th time.
The 6th time?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Huh.
And now it's the best sex I've ever had in my life.
Lily, you got something? Or?
Pardon?
Oh, I thought you, it sounded...
Sorry, that might be
because I don't think I would have given till the 6th time, so I'm just impressed that if it wasn't good by the 2nd, I'm done.
Well, I think there are other benefits going for him. Like, he was really high status in my community, and I think that that's quite attractive. Yeah. And so if a guy is like really interesting for other reasons, usually you can like be like, all right, I'm going to go make myself have sex with you because I'm interested in bonding with you.
And you say, when you say your community, what do you mean?
Like the
CNC?
rationalist community.
What is that?
It's, have you heard of Less Wrong?
Less Wrong?
Less Wrong. It's a long story. I don't know how much time I want to take up. But no, it's a blog. It was a blog. It's written by Eliezer Yudkowsky about like how to think less wrong. So it like covers a lot of cognitive biases, and like we do prediction markets. I did a prediction market when I was coming on this show of whether I'd regret it.
If you'd regret it.
Yeah, and it's at 27%.
27% chance you would regret it.
That I would regret it, yes.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. How's it going so far?
Yeah.
Little regret?
Yeah, no regret so far.
So far?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, it's a lot of like, how do you actually develop true beliefs about the world? Because a lot of the time when people are thinking things, they're not like making like really concerted efforts to make their beliefs map onto reality. So if you can like make it so that if it hurts if you're wrong, that means you actually are incentivized to update in a way that most people are like really enjoy lying to themselves about a lot of things.
So you use a correspondence theory for truth?
I don't know what that means.
Well, you just said that the truth is the thing which maps onto reality. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correspondence theory.
Okay. Just moving on here, you said that you study fetishes with an emphasis in gaps in sexuality between males and females. You've collected what is probably the largest comprehensive data set on human sexuality in the world. Are you like published in any like journals or scientific, like academic journals?
Well, I don't get clearance by the IRB. I have no academic association or formal training. So it's there is one paper that is going through the things right now in conjunction with Jeffrey Miller, who's an academic in EvoPsych. But I did a survey that basically I designed to go viral, and it did successfully go viral. And now we have a total about 800,000 completed responses for was a 40-minute survey of extremely extensive about human sexuality. So there's a whole bunch of interesting stuff. Like if you want correlations about body count, I have a whole bunch of data of the kinds of people that have high body count versus low body count.
I looked at some of it. I didn't look at everything you've published, but it's interesting stuff. You said that there's...
Yeah, but isn't it true that oftentimes, and I saw some deleted tweets, you can help me out with this, but oftentimes your sample sizes for these various surveys you do, they're preloaded with tons of teenagers?
Yes, it's primarily young. I think the average age is 22, with like a median is a little bit lower than that.
Yeah, isn't that a pretty biased sample size?
Absolutely. It's not representative of the general population, but there are ways to check.
I mean, why should we take any of it seriously then? Any of this data?
That's a great question, actually. So the majority of all published data in sex science is either equally or more so biased than what I have. And also there's like methods of checking.
Wait, hang on. Let's do a claim at a time here before you get gallop around. What is your demonstration or evidence that most sex scientific data is more biased than your data?
By biased, I mean the selection effects cause it to be less representative than the general population.
Like what?
Generally, it's you get like 30 to 40 undergrads in a college is very common.
Yeah, but that's not a demonstration that most sex data is biased in comparison to yours. Even if that was the case, that would not be proof or evidence that more of it is biased than your own data.
You can, I mean, mostly it's just from reading a whole bunch of papers. I just have read a bunch of papers and also talked to a bunch of academics.
Yeah, but how's that a demonstration though that most sex data is less biased than your sex data, which is loaded with teenagers who are definitely not a good sample size of the general population at all?
Yes. So there's like really interesting things about like how to balance selection effects to develop like good extrapolation. So one, you can also pay random samples to sort of spot check to see in what ways that your sample deviates from the normal population, which I do this often. I will, if there are things that seem particularly unusual, I will go spot check to see exactly how different my sample is.
Yeah,
and
that's just a basic control. Like these are all using that basic control, like I would assume would be present in any professional sex study.
It unfortunately is not. It really isn't. I know it's shocking, but most sex research does not.
What's the percentage where basic controls are not being used in sociological studies, which are being done at universities?
I have not made a spreadsheet out of all of the studies that I have read and whether or not they have controls.
Yeah, so you don't have anything backing this up at all?
What do you have a spreadsheet?
I don't need one. You're the claimer.
You do, actually. How many papers on sex research have you read?
Let's say I made a spreadsheet right now and I just put all of this is bullshit and then mapped out that it's all bullshit. What would that have to do with anything that we're talking about? I would not need a spreadsheet in order to question basic methodology. When you make these bold claims like, oh, my studies, the ones that I'm doing, actually are less biased than ones which are done by professional universities. And I say, wow, that's a really bold claim. I'm sure you can demonstrate that. And you go, no, actually I can't. I actually can't demonstrate that. It's like, well then why should any of that be taken seriously?
I've just read a whole bunch of studies, and the vast majority of them, like the biggest data sample size I've read maybe is like 8,000 people. And generally, for example, if you're looking at BDSM, I was like, oh, I wonder what research has been done on BDSM and the kinds of people who like BDSM compared to my sample, for example. And most of the research is, for example, people will go to BDSM forums and then they post a link to the survey. This is academics. This is the published research on this. It's not great.
This is one.
I'm giving an example of something that is very common for all of it.
I'm not looking for your outlier examples of when
they're not outliers. They're really not. And
yeah.
I'm really.
You don't have a spreadsheet. I have. Right? You need to have a spreadsheet to show that
I have read
all the controls
basically all of the studies on BDSM that I can find. It's possible that there's a bunch of them I haven't found that all of them mysteriously have good controls.
They don't use spot check for peer review study, really.
Not like the thing is, you don't necessarily have to, right? It depends on the kinds of things that you're measuring. It's very specific on the data.
The controls are going to be variable based on sample
I need
size.
you guys to both make a closing statement on this. I don't really find this particularly material to the conversation.
There's actually no good reason. So I went through a bunch of your data. Right? And since it's preloaded with essentially teenagers on Twitter and teenagers in other places who are overloading the sample size, not representative of anything, like nothing, there's really no good reason to believe it at all.
Representative teenagers.
Even if it were the case that it were true, that it's still less biased than what is being put forward by sociologists and sex studies facilities somewhere or universities, that still wouldn't prove your data is good. Even if all their data was wrong, still wouldn't prove your data is good.
I agree.
It would just prove its bias.
But it's selection effects, not necessarily bias. But in general, I agree. And this is why there's lots of techniques that we can use to determine exactly the ways in which it is not representative. And it's a long story, but I can go into all of those techniques that I have.
Sorry, he said it was a
he asked me to do closing statements, so I thought that I was supposed to just do a summary.
Time permitting, we can maybe come back to the discourse about validity of surveys and self-reporting and so forth, but I do need to move things on. But you did you said there's about a 1.5 times ratio gap of dominance for submission in both directions? Mm-hmm. You mean like in relationships or?
No, in general. Like if you.
Or are you talking about BDSM?
Like for when I asked the men, which was like 250,000 people or something, this holds true even if you delete all of the teenagers and you look at older people. But the people who report, like women, around 1.5 as many women report being into submission as there are men who report being into dominance. And there are also around 1.5 times the amount of men interested in submission as there are women interested in the amount of dominance. It's just the absolute numbers are lower, which is really fascinating.
Okay, interesting. There's a few more notes, but I need to get through a couple things first here, guys. I need to shout out some people who made some contributions first via, this looks like, Venmo. Graham, thank you for the $2. He says, Ann. Who's Ann? Do we have an Ann here? I don't know. Sydney Wright. Thank you for the 10, Sydney. Guys, W's in the chat for Sydney. She says, Women for Trump. Anna Dare, 15, loves whatever. Thank you so much, Anna. Really appreciate it. Guys, W's in the chat for Anna. And then we have Cash App here. We have Sean. Thank you for the 20. And then Colin. Thank you for the big 50. Guys, W's in the chat for Colin. Thank you so much for the 50 over there on Cash App. Guys, if you want 100% of your contribution to go towards whatever, we've got Venmo, Cash App. That's whatever pod. Really appreciate it, guys. Also, like the video while you're watching. If you're enjoying the stream, also go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, easy way to support the show every single month. And then we have a couple messages coming in here via Streamlabs. We have a quick question from Lucas. Let's see. Lucas says, question from wife. If husband is 1, impeccably competent, virtuous and moral, 2, he's a New York City big law partner, attorney, 3, 7 figures, sole breadwinner, 6'4", in shape, 5. Question from wife. I get to be the stay-at-home mom. Should I submit to his authority unconditionally? I guess going around the table, if you want to answer that question.
I don't understand.
So basically, it's a question from a woman, from the wife. So her husband is awesome, attorney, high earner, tall, attractive, physically attractive. She gets to stay home. She doesn't have to work. Stay-at-home mom. Should she submit to his authority unconditionally? Going around the table.
Unconditionally?
Unconditionally.
I'm afraid that if I just am going to take so many issues with the definitions of words that everybody's going to be annoyed. Unconditionally.
What do you mean? I absolutely love getting into the definition of words and semantics.
Well, we already talked about this particular conversation for quite a bit.
And see if we agree or disagree with it.
I mean, it's conditional on him being him, right? So like if we enter a transhumanist future where you slowly change all the atoms in his body until he no longer is himself.
Yeah,
you cannot unconditionally be only one person.
The question pertinent to a transhumanist future?
It is conditional, right? There is no condition under which one would not submit. And I just find that, anyway, this is why I'm saying we should, people will be annoyed.
Well, then the answer would be no.
Yes.
Yeah, so then I don't know why you needed the word defined if you already knew that the answer was no. That's really weird. It almost seems like you're being pedantic.
I am a weird person.
No, that's not weird. That's pedantry. And the thing is, like, if it is the case that you know what's being asked and then you purposely obfuscate, right? That's what I was talking about earlier about low tier. Just so you know. That's what that means.
Oh, thanks for letting me know I'm low tier.
You're welcome. At least your philosophy is.
Unconditionally, no.
Okay. Lily, what about you?
No.
Not unconditionally.
Nope.
I will say yes in the sense of if he's... You can always say your piece. You say your piece, you can compromise, and if he does respect you and love you, he will change his answer to at least compromise. If he doesn't change the answer to compromise, then unfortunately, like, you can walk out tomorrow, I guess, and then you're just going to be homeless.
Sure. What about you?
No. I think all relationships have rules, and if someone is breaking those rules, then they have to reconsider the relationship altogether.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Lucas, for the message. We have Meet the Kaiser. He says, what's up, Brian? Quite the panel. Good back and forth earlier. Candace and Andrew is the best team up I've seen on the internet since Eva Lovia and Abella Danger. Okay. All right. Have fun or cheers, whatever they say in the UK. Thank you, Kaiser.
Candace had a bunch of really mean things that she said about me. Even though I've never talked about her or even discussed her or even knew anything about her, she said some really mean things. Essentially the video, Brian. I would actually like her to respond to all the mean things that she said. She made a lot of horrible allegations, too, that weren't true.
I don't know if... Is this something you want to get into, or...
I mean, if that's what you want to spend...
I would like to get into it because you said some pretty mean things about me, and what did I ever do to you? I didn't kick your puppy or anything.
Well, no, but I think you would probably agree, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if you decide to be on the internet and make content, then you're going to be subject to other people having an opinion on it, no?
Yeah, the great thing is, though, is that when I make commentary on what other people say, I don't lie and do my research. You lied multiple times.
What did I lie about?
About me.
Yeah,
well, you made here's the most serious allegation. You said that I had a belief that if men cheat and women cheat, that it's okay for men to cheat and not okay for women to cheat. Or, I'm sorry, vice versa. It's okay for men to cheat, not okay for women, right?
I don't know if it was...
Not only have I literally never said that once, the opposite, in fact, emphatically. You also pulled me in with red pillars, of which I'm not. I'm a Christian ethicist, right? You lied over and over and over because you didn't do any research whatsoever. And I would like you to answer as to why you think it's okay to lie about people on the internet who have never done anything to you.
Well, I certainly didn't lie, and you'd have to pull up the exact tweet where I'm naming you specifically.
I don't need the tweet. I have the clip. I sent it to Brian.
I know, but it has to be addressing who I'm talking about because you've had multiple male hosts.
You say my name, Andrew. You say my name, Andrew, and then go through and accuse me of these things.
Do I say Andrew?
Yes.
I don't know. Okay, we can pull it, and then maybe I'm not sure.
I mean, I need to pre Andrew. You sent it to me 20 minutes before the show. I didn't have time to review it. I have to pre-screen it before I show it live. Were you talking about Andrew Tate?
No, it could have been Andrew. No, it could absolutely have been Andrew Tate. And then there have been. Well, hold on, because you're asking a question. I'm not being allowed to ask it.
I'm referencing whatever, unless Andrew Tate is.
No, it could have been whatever. But here's I didn't know your name until I was coming on the show, to be honest. So if I said Andrew, it could have been me misspeaking, because there have been other men that were hosting on here, and then it was a clip that I don't even know how old it was. I think it was a different studio as well. It was referring to one of the male, like either host or guest, and I'm not sure what his role was.
That was me.
Okay, so then why would I say it about you if you didn't say it? There was a clip on this podcast with.
That's what's in question. I don't know why you would attribute.
Well, then I would have to find the clip in question. So that's not like
you're. You don't have to, because I sent it.
No, I'm saying I would have to. Oh my goodness, this isn't a conversation. I'm saying I would have to find the clip that I was commentating on, because it is possible that maybe I said the wrong name, and if that's true, I would apologize. My intention is not to lie, but there was absolutely a clip that I saw on this podcast, and I don't know if it was a host or a guest, and the argument was that if and I don't think it was you, I think it was a younger host, and maybe he wasn't a host, maybe he was a guest, but he was saying that if a man was abusing his wife, that it was the wife's duty to seek counseling within the church and not divorce, but if the woman cheated, that would be grounds for divorce. Like, that was the clip that was circulating. Is it possible that it got edited and what I watched was not true? And that's what I'm saying. If I was prepared, I could come with the clip that I was commentating on. And if the clip was inaccurate, or if I missaid the name, I will apologize without like any embarrassment whatsoever, because I don't want to misspeak or lie. That's not my intention. But I can't do that because I don't have the clip. I don't even have a phone.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't debunk this if we can't play it. But what I am going to say is this: is like, it definitely was an attribution and a mischaracterization of anything I've ever said, and total nonsense. So yeah, I did want to get into it, but if we can't get into it, we can't get into it.
Yeah, and again, I don't think I was saying it about you, because I don't know the guy's name. He's like clean cut, younger dude.
They could have just been me without a beard.
No, I'm sure it wasn't you, because the guy, like, he looked like he was in his 20s.
Okay. And his name was Andrew.
I don't know that I don't have the clip, so I can't say it. And if I said Andrew, it could have been me just using the wrong name, because I literally had my producer like send me little bios of you guys before I came here.
You said, and quote, those guys who host that show, right? They like nothing better than to be in a room so that they can abuse women, and you'll never see them debating with men.
Well, and you would say that there have been good conversations on the internet with you that are treating women with respect. Like, that's what this podcast is known for, is really reasonable conversations where everyone is mutually talking to each other with respect.
Yeah, that has not. Let's assume for a second everybody's always fighting on here and yelling at each other and screaming at each other. So what? That has nothing to do with your claim that the men on here would much rather be sitting across from women and debating with women, because they're essentially, you're inferring that they're a bunch of cowards. And here's the thing that's so funny, it's like, I actually am quite famous for debating men around the world, especially on these topics, right? It's in some ways, right? I've been accused of it's not dignified enough for me to give you guys even the time of day. Mm-hmm. Yet I think that is actually a very mean-spirited thing to say. I think that you guys deserve, if you have arguments and things like that, to have them heard out. That almost seems like it's anti-misogynistic to me, and that you have a misogynistic position.
Well, I don't believe that that's true at all. I don't think that you're genuinely here to like listen or change opinions on anything, and because that doesn't make good content.
Change thousands upon thousands of opinions. It may not change yours, but remember that these clips and views go out to millions of people, and the idea is not. And this is every debate which exists, by the way. The idea is not necessarily to change the opponent's mind. The opponent is there to represent their worldview, and I'm here to represent mine. It is not necessarily to change your mind, though that has happened too. It ultimately is to put our worldviews against each other and see which one makes more sense, at least to the general public. So, yeah, I think I've changed tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of minds even.
Sure, but I mean, to push back on the idea that you would be accepting of having men on the show, there have been multiple times, and for example, there was a Navy SEAL friend of mine that was supposed to come on the show with a girl to do the debate, flew in, and was turned down at the door after they paid for all of their expenses. And I've heard several of those stories. And then I was supposed to come on with a friend too, who is former special ops. He couldn't come on because he ended up having to shoot a movie. We were going to replace him, and they're like, actually, no, we don't want any men. And if you want, you could bring a girlfriend. So, I mean, that's not entirely honest either.
I've debated many men on the show.
Hold on, Andrew. Let me address that. So let's address your first point. Who came on who was turned away from the door? Literally never happened. Totally fake news, but who was it?
Oh, I don't have the name. It was like a friend of a friend. And a
so
guest.
just to be clear,
it's a SEAL that's going around and saying that.
We booked a Navy SEAL.
So it didn't happen?
Yeah, I mean, so you're claiming we booked a Navy SEAL. He showed up at the door.
That's what I heard.
He was scheduled to be on the show.
With a female,
a female, and he was turned away.
Yeah.
This is entirely fake news. Do you know who the girl was?
No, and then I also heard, from like 1 Degree Away, and I'm not gonna like say his name, but that he's had friends come on the show and like their mic was muted the whole time, and or that the content gets edited in a way to like make them look bad.
Well, hold on. We can address some of those different arguments, but let's start with the one of us turning a Navy SEAL away at the door. First off, are you sure he was booked? Because sometimes women will show up with a dude.
No, I'm not. And maybe that was misunderstood.
Like, girls will show up with like a +1 that wasn't cleared by us, and we're like the only people who we allow in the building have to be scheduled to be on the show. Sometimes girls will bring their boyfriends and they'll try to like, oh, can I hop on the show? I don't even think I've talked to a Navy SEAL and I do all the guest booking. Okay. So I'm very close and familiar to who does and does not come on the show. This is entirely fabricated.
Okay.
So I don't know why some Navy SEAL, you'd assume this is a person of good moral character, is lying about being booked on the show.
Clip I sent you, that particular accusation, she makes it in the clip.
I saw the clip.
This person, showed up at the door, everything was paid for, they were invited, this type of thing, totally fabricated.
Absolutely fabricated.
Here's why I take issue with it, right? To be fair. Why is it that I'm not allowed to ask you, like, did you ever even reach out to Brian to confirm that? Did you ever do any research on it before you decided that you'd put that out there to thousands upon thousands of people? You didn't even bother, right? You didn't even bother to even ask about it. You just put it out there. And it's like, so of course I consider that to be slanderous and lying and nonsense, right? Because, did you do any due diligence to verify?
How many episodes do you have men on that have opposing opinions? So it's just pattern recognition. So if me saying that you don't have men on debate, you don't have men on debate. Look at the table right now. You don't have men on to debate.
Yeah, how's that relevant to the actual false accusation?
No, it's relevant to saying that you don't have men on to debate. And
we've had Destiny's, who's like one of the strongest left-wing debaters.
That's one person, so it's almost like that exception is actually proving the rule. Like if it was normal that you would have
that's the format of the show.
Sure, exactly though. So why is that the format?
But
why is it always just women?
But okay, how does that pertain?
It's not always just women.
It's usually just women. The other thing is the exception.
Hold on, we brought on Bevo. Well, hold on, Bevo's not a good.
I've done a multitude of debates on whatever between myself and men, just by ourselves in the studio, in fact. And there's been other times where there's been men on these panels, and I'm happy to debate them. I debate with men all over the world.
Use stats, right? What % are men?
We need a spreadsheet.
But how does that pertain to the false accusation? Like that's a totally.
It's a red herring.
Yeah, I don't know if it's shifting the goalposts or whatever, but I'd almost be prepared to do a wager here. If you can provide any sort of evidence, mind you, I've spoken to thousands of people, right? I'm so confident that this is totally fabricated and made up, that a Navy SEAL showed up at our door, we had him on schedule, and then we're like, oh, actually, no. Fuck you. You spent all this money to come here. Never happened.
Okay,
show me the evidence. Show me the.
I'm happy to inquire about it for sure.
Show me the proof.
Yeah.
I will pay. You know what? Do you want to do a wager on this? I'm ready to do a wager.
No, I'm not betting because I have no idea. I don't have skin in the game.
He's just joking around, right? We're on YouTube. Brian would never make a wager. What he's saying is like he's just so confident in.
I'm very confident.
that he was being a bit tongue-in-cheek there, but ultimately that's why I wanted to address this, because I'm like, well, okay, like how many fabrications has this girl made about this podcast and about its host that are just completely not true, but then they get out of the ethos like they are true.
Well, no, and then, so anecdotally speaking, obviously that doesn't say anything at scale, but I think the first time I was invited on the show was probably like 2 or 3 years ago, and it was in response to a clip that I had going, was called Canceled Weekly with Gerard Michaels and Mickey Gall.
Sure.
And the response was to have me come on, but not the other two co-hosts that were male. And so that
I'll look at the message history and
yeah, I don't know if it was to me or Gerard, if like there was a group, I'm not sure.
Sure.
But like the invitation was extended to them, and then when JT was supposed to come and then that got canceled, then the response was
got canceled by him.
No, yeah, for sure.
We had, just to be clear, we had you and him.
Yeah, not canceled by him. Or no, I'm sorry, not canceled by you, by him. Yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah.
we were prepared to have him and you on the show. He canceled, and then we were like, well, do you still want to come? Fine, you didn't want to do it. But yeah, no, I reached out. You reacted to this clip of me having a back and forth with this obnoxious woman who came on intentionally to troll the show, and I had to kick her off the show. But as it pertains to the kind of initial reach out, which was back in February of 2024, you said you wanted to be a guest, but the stipulation is the guys have to be able to join. And I said we could accommodate one of your male guests. So we didn't outright deny them, but I was like, well, we can have one. We typically only like to book 2 people together.
Okay.
It's just kind of our policy.
And here's my further challenge. You can get anybody who you want who has issues with any of my views who's a man. You can stack that whole panel. I'll fly out there and debate all of them in person happily. Then here's exactly what'll happen. Nothing. They'll all lose the debate. I'll laugh hysterically. That'll be it's a perfect day. Like go let them know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and just to like actually, and if you want to verify this, but in March I said we could accommodate one of your male co-hosts, and I asked if you primarily want to debate the kickoff of that one girl who came on and trolled. To which you didn't respond. I checked in a week later, checked in 2 weeks later. Hey, just wanted to follow up one last time, see if you're still interested. Did not hear from you until September of 2024. Wanted to see if there's still an invitation. JT, he wants to come on. And then, let's see, we locked you in for, or wait, hold on. When did we lock you in for? We were in a group chat, so I don't see. It
disappeared, I think.
We were in a group chat, so I don't see and then we shifted the conversation over there. We had you scheduled at some time in the fall. He canceled a week prior because of a movie. I don't know, whatever. Not a big deal. People have to reschedule. Not a big thing. But I think that would indicate that we were prepared to have a male guest on.
The clip title says Andrew Wilson Cringe. Just so you know, my name is Andrew Wilson, and there's never been, to my knowledge, another Andrew Wilson on the Whatever
don't make
podcast.
the
I'm
clips.
just letting you know that the clip is called Andrew Wilson Cringe. It sure seems like you are referencing me. If it's called Andrew Wilson, I'm just...
That's the editor, unless my mouth said your name, which I don't think it did.
It did. Here. I mean, it did. It said Andrew, and then it says Andrew Wilson Cringe. It's
okay,
like,
so I was probably talking about Tate, and then the editors probably put your name. I have no idea because I don't have the clip.
Why
and again,
would you be referencing Tate?
I don't know. I don't have the clip. I don't have the clip.
Okay.
Okay. Look. Sorry, guys. I mean, I don't want to linger too long on the meta conversation because it's, whatever. But, and wait, just really one thing.
Yeah.
Just Andrew, he wants to pull up the clip. You said that there were like other people who, like, we kicked them out or like we, like, denied them at the door?
That's what I heard, yeah. From like a friend.
We denied them at the friends.
Like it was my friend's friend, and like he didn't see them like a liar. So yeah.
Wait, so just so I understand the situation correctly, we had him on schedule. Like he showed up.
That was what was.
No, but he showed up, and we're like.
That's what I was told.
Sorry.
That's what I was told.
Never
that it was only like only the woman was allowed on. So yeah,
never happened.
Okay.
Never happened. If you can,
I can't argue because I don't have any. I don't have anything, so I'm not arguing. I feel like we're like trying to make an argument when I'm saying I don't have an argument.
No, I'm not really arguing with you. I just want to clear the air.
Yeah, I'm not.
I think it would be kind of rude to like invite somebody on. They spend money to come here, and then we're just like, oh, fuck you.
You know, I know.
Like we've never done that.
It sounds crazy.
That would be super fun.
We've never done that. Never. I mean, there's like
in
opposition.
fact, I can give you a story of a time where there's been regret. Like Brian's like, maybe I shouldn't have invited this person, but man, they spent this money to come out here, so I'm going to let them on anyway, right? Like that's more Brian's attitude than the alternative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't know why people are making up these lies. I'd be curious to see. I mean, you don't have to show me, but obviously not now on the podcast. But I'd be curious to see the actual basis for these claims because it's completely dubious and false. But and also like I mean, I don't know. Anyways, whatever. Why don't we just play the clip and then we'll move on to the next thing. Who took fucking?
This is not 320p that I'm talking about.
Go ahead, just play it.
And I'm pretty sure I've seen
Boost the audio.
Speak on this is if a woman cheats or if she's unfaithful because her man's not, and he should just leave her, right? So a guy's allowed to exit the relationship, and her behavior is never justifiable.
Here, I'll do it.
If he cheats, nothing but compassion, she deserved it. So just super hypocritical. Duty sex is terrible, but also don't weaponize it. So it's a this and thing, and you have to check in with it. And I'm curious how long any of these people have been married and how many children they have and how happy they are, because there's also this idea that no matter what, you have to stay in a relationship, especially if there's kids. And I don't know that that's true. I think that they deserve to see their parents in love, and if you can't make that happen, I think there are way worse things by sticking it out for the kids. That's something I've kind of come around on as well. So I don't know. I hate this person so bad. We were actually supposed to go, me and a friend go on the show. I don't think it's going to happen because we did some due diligence, and they in the past have brought on a Navy SEAL. He flies all the way to Northern California to do the show. Knock, knock. Actually, we don't want to have you on. And it's because if you bring on a man, especially an alpha, these guys cannot stand it. They cannot stand it. All they want to do is sit across from women and bully them and badger them and dunk on them. And it's just an excuse to exercise actual sexism. And I don't use that word a lot because I don't think that it is as prevalent as it used to be and as much of a problem. But with this community, it absolutely is. Please don't get your relationship advice from there. Like, look for healthy, healed, whole, masculine role models. This is not it. If you are blaming half of the population for all of your problems and the answer is it's always just women, it's always just e-girls, it's always whatever, you might be the problem, buddy.
So this was on duty sex. This wasn't on the beating or the divorce or cheating. I think that was in reference to a duty sex tweet.
Yeah, I got it. It was.
That's not what we were talking about earlier, though. We weren't talking about duty sex earlier.
It's referencing me, and the position is actually incorrect. Again, the referent is wrong.
Do we have your tweet on duty sex?
Incorrect. What's that?
Do we have the tweet that was on duty sex?
Yeah, so this is what you're referencing is we're talking from a Christian paradigm. So from a Christian, it's not a statement that women have or don't have duty sex. It's a statement from the position of the Christian or the Muslim paradigm, or let's say, X paradigm, that within that paradigm there is a duty that women have to fulfill the obligation of the marriage. And part of that would be sex, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it just seems like we're talking about different things, because initially we were talking about abuse and cheating and divorce, and then now we're circling to duty sex. And then when I see Rachel Wilson in the comments, I don't make my titles. I don't think anyone does. So when it says that, that's not me. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, but you said you did your due diligence. We did our due diligence. We checked into this, and the whole thing's bullshit. What due diligence did you do?
I'm commenting on a tweet on duty sex. That's what I was doing.
Yeah, no. You said we did our due diligence when it came to the Navy SEAL and this type of thing.
My due diligence was asking references that I trusted. So, I mean,
if
you're saying...
Why didn't you ask Brian? Wouldn't that be your due diligence?
Well, no, it wouldn't, because if I don't believe that he's an honest actor, because we've never met before, and all I've seen is like
can I ask you one? Yeah. Can I ask you one question?
Well, no, every time you ask me a question, I get cut off, and then if I try to talk, then you guys are like, no, let me finish.
Look,
so it's different
talked
rules
way
for
more
everybody.
than we have, just so you know. But go ahead.
You're asking what my due diligence was, and I was saying that I asked people that have said that they were either on the show, came on the show, their experience. Mm-hmm. So it's people that I would know or trust. So to reach out to someone that I already kind of see as a position of being in an adversarial position, like there's not really there's not trust built. So if you say something, I don't know you or your character.
Yeah, so that's totally fine. I mean, just one question though. Did you hear it directly from the said Navy SEAL?
I can't say I'm not.
No, but like sometimes
throwing people under the bus.
A friend told you that they knew somebody who knew a Navy SEAL. Like, was it?
I can't because it's going to give people away. I know. I'm sorry, but,
No, but
it's not.
I'm not asking who it is. I'm just asking. Did you hear it from the person?
I know, but the line of questioning is going to like throw certain people under the bus, and I'm not.
I mean, they threw me under the bus, but that's fine. Whatever. In any case,
don't even like reporters. When they,
I'm not a
when
reporter.
They have a story that they're commenting on.
I've never claimed to be a reporter.
Contact the source and verify it. Like, just ask them, hey, did this even happen? Like, how hard would that have been? If it's due diligence, like, how hard would it have actually been to just say, hey, did this actually happen?
I guess we disagree on how I should have approached it, and that's fine.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that you would not appreciate me putting a video out to hundreds of thousands of people, which was filled with besmirching lies about you, if I didn't do my, quote, due diligence. And maybe, like, I would have just DM'd you. I would have been like, hey, is this actually true? Like, is this actually what's going on? And then I get the other side of the story, right? I'm sure you would actually appreciate that more, wouldn't you?
I mean, I would, absolutely. But if I have full trust in someone else and they tell me something and they've done nothing to allude to the fact that, like, I need to be doubting what they're saying, then, like, why wouldn't I believe them?
Because you did your due diligence.
I guess,
that's what it means, right? Due diligence. But anyway, all right.
I mean, also just to, like, I guess, provide you with an opportunity to potentially even verify the story.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you want to get up and, like, text the individual and be like, hey, is this, like, do you have any evidence for this? Like, what were the
I can ask,
exchanges?
and then I can ask if he's willing for me to share it. Sure, I could do that. I'm happy to.
I mean, I feel like it would be important for a Navy SEAL to, like, that seems kind of like a position of I don't know. Integrity, honor.
Position.
Like, he should clear this up.
I agree.
I think he should clear it up.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know.
Sure.
That seems fair.
Yeah, I'm willing to text.
Like,
I'm willing to text the person. Yeah.
That seems reasonable, but
yeah.
I mean, I can tell you, just totally.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue. I'm willing to ask.
That's totally fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. But and you said there were, like, other people who also got turned away. I was curious about that too.
It was the same person. Not the same individual, like the same person, like, was putting feelers out, and they've had I don't know the girls' names, but, like, a bunch of, like, their girlfriends have come on, and, like, they were sharing stories with him, and then, like, there was a couple stories where guys got turned away, but it could have been what you were saying, right, where they weren't approved and they weren't supposed to be on the show in the first place.
I mean, we get dozens of messages a day of people requesting to be on the show.
Well, no, like
so when it comes to I mean, we turn people down if they DM us, hey, can I come on the show? We send them a very thoughtful message. Like, we don't just, like, most people would just ignore DMs like that. Every single person who DMs us, even if we're not interested in having them on the show, we say, hey, unfortunately at this time, we can't have you on. It's a little more diplomatic than that, but can't have you on the show. But we'll keep your DMs. If anything changes, we'll be sure to reach out. So we turn people down, like, in the DMs, but we've never had somebody, like, booked to be on the show, and then they come to the studio at the door. You can't be on the. Never has happened ever. Hasn't happened to a male. Hasn't happened to any women.
Sure, I appreciate you clarifying. I'm like I said, I'm happy to do the text.
Actually, you know what? There was one woman who she showed up unannounced with a service animal. It was like a chihuahua. That shit was not a service animal. And I was like, and it was barking. It was barking. And normally we would try to accommodate somebody with a service animal, but it was clearly not a service animal. It was not trained to do a certain task, and it was barking, which would not be reasonable. It would not be a reasonable accommodation. Like, we're recording audio. We can't have a barking dog in the studio. So in that instance, we did turn her away. Although we did offer her, like, she came with a friend. I was like, can your friend watch the dog? That's the only instance where we're just like, we can't have the barking dog in the studio, and we turned her down. That's the only that's come to we've ever turned anybody away, and for good reason. But yeah.
Again.
All right, whatever.
Yeah.
We have a couple chats. Unless Andrew, you wanted to, was there more there, or I don't know.
Yeah, I did just want to point out, like, I do have the video in front of me. You have my tweet up, right? That's the referent. You're definitely talking about me, but you're literally misappropriating the position, even in the tweet. And then you go on to say that basically Andrew's a beta male. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to these guys. They're awful. They don't know. Blah 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 blah. Right? But the thing is like when you're talking about viewpoints, you're talking about from the view up. Right? So if I was going to reference a view that you had, and say from your view is X Y Z true? Why is it true? I understand why. And then I would always make the reference to the Christian worldview. I'd say here's why it's true from the perspective here. You would then go maybe back and forth, and you could say, hey, the Christian view is wrong, and here's why, et cetera, et cetera. In this case, though, you didn't even reference that the tweet was from the view of the Christian view.
I didn't know that.
Reference it. Yeah, right. But again, due diligence. Do you know that you could have just?
Well, the due diligence.
Like, hey, what's this?
We're meshing up so many things in this one argument. So we started with me talking about the clip. I thought we were talking about a totally different clip initially when we first started this interaction. So I thought that's why I thought I was thinking, well, Rachel is saying that I'm like intentionally lying. I'm saying I didn't know which clip we were talking about. It's not intentional. I thought we were talking about that one younger co-host that I think you used to have, talking about cheating and abuse specifically in regards to divorce, and then the discrepancy there. That was a totally different clip that I'm now realizing we weren't. No, I know. I'm just establishing that I'm not intentionally lying. There's just confusion as to what content we're talking about. Moving on to the tweet about duty sex, if you're talking about this and there was more context, like obviously things get taken the wrong way in a tweet. So if there's like more interpretation that you have in regard to duty sex, happy to hear whatever your take is on that. The way that I read that tweet was that basically
from a Christian view.
Well, it could be Christian, but there's wives
and husbands have a duty to sleep with each other. From a Christian view. Yes.
No, and I would agree with that.
You can find this in Paul when he's talking about depriving, right? Depriving each other sexually. He says that's a no-go. In Christian view, there's counseling which revolves around this, specifically that neither party is to deprive the other party of this thing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is not something that I even think is a controversial view, right? But it's being mischaracterized here, and the reason you're mischaracterizing it is because you're trying to make it seem like Andrew Wilson's a monster, and what he's trying to do is say that women have an obligation to have sex at the demand of their husband. And it's like, well, that's not only such a mischaracterization, but we could have cleared it up in 5 seconds. You could have just asked. And I would have been like, here's actually what's going on.
You know what you're doing when you're tweeting too, which is why you're successful and why you have a big account and why you get so much engagement. So like there is a little bit of that edge when you are going to a tweet. So it's not like I just fell into this tweet and intentionally misrepresented you and it was like a blatant mischaracterization.
So what you're saying is that it was a bait tweet. You felt
No, I'm saying that you're very good at what you do. I'm saying you're very good at what you do and you're good at ruffling feathers and you know that people like me.
You couldn't have fallen for the bait, though, if you had done your due.
We're not doing due diligence on a tweet, sir.
Why not?
Because it's a tweet, right? It's black and white text right there, and if you do something that
it's black and white.
If there's
more context.
Well, no, there's not. There's not context. Well, now that you have like more characters available, but there's not. Especially if there's a shorter tweet, right? You want it left open to into interpretation. That's the whole point. Good job, right? It worked.
Due diligence would be like, hey, what did you mean by this, right?
No, because
I do got to move it on.
Okay.
I do got to move it on. It was, but here I got to do a couple chats, and then also here we'll do a couple shout outs on Venmo and Cash App. Carm, I can't pronounce this. I apologize. Carm, this jerk off smokes darts. W Ava Rip August, I don't know. Okay.
Oh, it's a girl.
Thank you for the 25 on Venmo, and then Joshua, thank you for the 10 on. Wait, what the heck? Sean, thank you for the 20. Colin, thank you for the 50. Joshua, thank you for the 10. Guys, W's in the chat for all them, and then we do have a couple chats coming in here. We have Graffito. Thank you, man. Sorry for the delay. Graffito.
$200. Due diligence equals trust me, bro. Heard it through the grapevine.
Yo, Graffito Tag, thank you for the TTS. I do very much appreciate it. Guys, W's in the chat for Graffito. We have 3 more reads coming through here in just a moment. Let's see. Pull that up really quick. You can pull those up, yeah. Yeah, why not? You can show it, that's fine. All right, there it is. Thank you, Ivan, for the super chat. All right, we have Harry Baghdadi. Okay, great name. Trad, men have Stockholm syndrome. You are free. You don't have to push her in her chair anymore. Women's liberation equals men's liberation. Okay, Harry Baghdadi, thank you so much for the message, man. Really appreciate it. We have another chat here coming in just a moment from our good friend Jason Casella. Guys, if you want your own chat to come in, it's 100 for read at intervals, TTS 200. Jason says, Chair 1, stop the act. You're not cute. You're not that smart. Andrew was beginning to dismantle your BS. Chair 2, are you trying to sabotage the show? Maybe do your research to find out the facts. Okay, do you guys want to respond to this or no?
I don't think I'm trying to sabotage the show. I think that I've been respectful the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think she's trying to sabotage. She's engaged.
No, I came in with good faith. And
just to be clear, I just saw that clip, like Andrew sent it. Yeah, so that was not pre-planned or anything.
To go to the accountability part, I feel like I've been very open about like either me making a mistake or being open to the fact that I had false information. So I think I'm absolutely being accountable. I said if I'm wrong, I'm happy to apologize and say that I'm wrong. It's not an issue.
Oh, I'm
not really. The only issue, well, that's not accountability though.
Accountability is saying that I'm wrong
No. Well, here, let me explain.
Quick on it if
I'll
you
explain
can.
what I mean. It's like, oh yeah, I set the fire. You're right, I set that fire. That's me being accountable. It's like, no, it's not being accountable.
You want punishment?
The accountability would be
the brakes.
Okay, wait a second, right? Here's how I can rectify it. Like even an apology would be nice. Like, hey, I'm sorry I besmirched your fine show, Brian.
Did I not say that I would apologize if I was wrong, that I would do that text?
I did. But you haven't actually done it.
Because I have to send the text. We established that.
She wants to verify.
Yeah.
Trust but verify.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
You can apologize to me.
I'm gonna send
bow?
Would you like me to bow for that?
You know what? We'll get a bow by the end of the episode. Here, if you want though, you're welcome to. You want to do the text?
Yeah, I was gonna get water anyways, if that's okay. Grab my phone.
Yeah, go for it. All right, we have a message here. Jason Cassell, Chair 2. It's probably good that she's walking away. You're a POS. Oh my goodness, Jason, calm down, my friend. You make false accusations against the show, Andrew, without finding out the facts. Proof that no one should ever listen to a 304. Maybe go back to Essing the D.
What's a 304?
That is an area code.
Isn't it a hoe?
It is an area code, Ayla. In Virginia, I think, right? Isn't it in Virginia?
It's also an e-girl.
I thought it was a hoe.
Yeah.
It's
online.
Yes, a strumpet.
Did like hoes tend to come from this one area code?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This is news to
It's
me.
crazy. All right, let's get back into the show notes. I want to try to get more people in, so let me actually. Let's see. Do we do more of Ayla's? How much more is there? Oh man, there's a lot. Ayla, you got so much notes here. I got. Actually, you know what? I think we got through most of it. Maybe towards the end of the show, I'll get into some of the others though. Lily.
What? Sorry.
Let's pull up her Wikipedia article. The Whatever Podcast gets a fucking honorable mention in her. Wait, where's
what
our
you guys did?
Wikipedia? What's that?
Did
yeah,
you
we got
guys?
mentioned in your Wikipedia.
Isn't Wikipedia made by like anyone?
I think so. Lillian? That's what
Lillian Daisy Phillips. That's my actual
Daisy.
full name. Yeah.
She's an English adult actress, born in Derbyshire. The late 2024, uploaded a gangbang, had sex with 101 men, and then announced plans to have sex with 300 and then 100 men in one day. Attracted widespread attention. Scroll down a little bit. Scroll down. I'm going to make this about me. Scroll down. Lillian Daisy Phillips was born in Derbyshire, England, and identifies as a feminist. Really? Yikes. Okay. We'll get into that then. Dropped out of university. You could have, Lillian.
Yes.
You could have done anything.
No, I couldn't. I'm not that smart.
You could have been a brain surgeon.
That's the lie.
A rocket scientist.
Definitely not. Don't have the attention span for that.
Both?
Or the interest.
Anyways, let's go back. Okay. Look at this. Hold on. And there's, who cares about the rest of the article? But, hold on. Phillips explicitly targets men with her content and promoted herself on podcasts optimized for the manosphere, such as the Whatever podcast. W's in the chat, boys. We made it. We don't even have our own Wikipedia article. We made it in the Wikipedia article of the girl who, you got a lot of press for the 101 men thing.
Thanks.
And then
Good
some
mark,
of
Jim.
you others have Wikipedia articles. Ayla, anybody? Ayla, pull up Ayla's. We're gonna look into it. I'm very disappointed in you, Ayla, and I'm about to tell you why. Scroll to the bottom. Scroll to the bottom. She plays the accordion. Now I sent her a message yesterday, insisting she brings an accordion to the studio, and then she rebuked me.
I did.
Harshly. She's like, "Fuck you." No, just kidding.
Yeah, literally. That's
She
what I
was like,
texted.
"I don't have an accordion with me," and you know what? I spent an hour today trying to fucking find an accordion. That shit's hard. Okay?
You did?
What even is an accordion?
I spent an hour trying to find an accordion.
Oh, the ones that go.
She's like Weird Al.
Yeah.
Are you a Weird Al fan? Wait, really quick. Let's go back to the article though. Andrew Wilson's going to get the Wikipedia article soon too. Scroll up. She grew up in the okay. I already read some of this though. You were making $100,000 in some months on OnlyFans. You set yourself apart. Dope. You're a legend and a scholar. And then once Candace is back, she doesn't have an English Wikipedia article. She has a French Wikipedia article, which I'm going to read in
En
French.
français.
En français.
You can read French?
En français.
A little bit. Don't get too excited though, Lily. Okay, I know it's exciting.
Tu parles français?
A little bit. Okay, pull up. I don't know why I'm doing this bit. It's already played out. Okay, pull up Candace's Wikipedia article in French.
Have you read yours?
What is it? Wikipedia?
I was looking for Wikipedia, so Lily has one, Ayla has one, and then you had like an Espanol version.
Weird.
But then there's a French version too, so pull it up.
Okay.
What's up?
Do you speak French or?
No, not at all.
I just love you
There's
there.
three.
I guess.
3 Wikipedias. Is it scuffed? Really? You don't have 3? There should be 3. Wikipedia, it's literally the 3rd one. Hello? Yeah.
Can't get the stuff around it.
Okay. Don't scroll down because she's wearing something. A bit. Eva Lovia, née le... I don't do numbers in French. Est une actrice américaine de films pornographiques aux origines espagnoles et japonais. Let's see, what else? Son premier travail a tourné sa première scène lesbienne pour la Société de production de films pornographiques avec Molly Cavalli pour Reality Kings. Le début de sa carrière d'actrice pornographique, okay. Anyways, that's it. Okay, so congrats on your French.
Thanks.
One day you'll get the English.
Yeah.
One day. We don't even have one.
Are you
for
really
whatever
popular in
podcast.
France?
I don't know. I guess someone made it.
Yeah. Do you want
Speaking of French,
tell us?
I know a song in French. C'est ça l'amour.
Get wrecked. Just okay. Keep going. Keep going. Oh my God.
L'amour, l'amour qui a fait chanter la vie. Yeah.
Beautiful.
En français.
That's great. That was really good. Thank you for that. It's really good. Do you know any Spanish songs or? You're any like?
I'm trilingual, so.
What languages do you speak?
English.
Yeah.
Yo hablo español y coreano. And Korean.
Korean.
한국말.
Okay. Why don't you do Psy, Gangnam Style? Go ahead.
오빠 Gangnam Style.
Okay, that's cool. All right. Anyways, I'm going to move on to the rest of the notes here. Oh, we have a chat here from O.J. Simpson. Yes, the O.J. Simpson from Beyond the... He's dead, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's fine.
O.J. Simpson donated $200. Wow, incredible panel, Brixan. I'm sorry, Brian and Mr. Andrew, but I've been in love with Candice for over a decade.
Go.
Candice, leave your husband and children for me immediately.
Oh, no.
You want for nothing.
Would you, if O.J. Simpson was still alive, would you abandon your children and your husband of 10 years for OJ?
No, absolutely
The juice.
No.
Didn't he murder someone?
No, yeah.
Would you, wait. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
But I mean, he treated his ex-wife pretty good.
I mean, allegedly, yeah. The evidence is pretty convincing. No, I have no interest in my head being.
You know, this
Total racism.
Lillian. You know how Johnny Cash went to like prisons? Johnny the.
singer.
Really?
Country singer. Oh, she's
Who the
not
fuck
American.
is that guy?
No. Johnny. Brits don't know Johnny Cash. He was like what country blues? What do you like categorize him? Like rockabilly? I don't. Very popular singer. You know that song? Can it? Here, sing it. Go ahead. Sing some Johnny Cash. Go ahead.
I don't know any. I don't know any Johnny Cash.
You know that song? Like I fell into a burning ring of fire. Went down.
The worst song in the world. Then
I know some old ones, but I don't know Johnny Cash.
You should consider doing a prison tour.
A prison fuck.
Yes.
I thought about doing a homeless one.
Wow, that's
that'd be not nice. A prison one though, because I don't know how I'd get into a prison and fuck them all, unless I was admitting myself.
What do they call it? The crown.
The crown jewels.
Crown. No,
I don't know.
Like the prisons in the UK is in like the crown.
Crown prosecution
services. I don't know, whatever.
Something like that.
You get them the day they get out.
Do you know that song by the Kinks? It's
the Kinks. No.
Wait, is it the Kinks? Living on the Thin Line.
Nah.
It's kind of sad. What's happening?
Sing it.
Oh, I mean, here I'll pull up the lyrics. I don't know it by heart, but you should do a what is it? Is it the Kinks? Living on a Thin Line. It goes, all the stories have been told of kings and days of old, but there's no England now. All the wars that were won and lost somehow don't seem to matter very much. Their castles have burned. Anyways, whatever.
I feel like you're talking riddles.
It's basically saying like England was this
great place and now it's not.
Great country now. And this was back in the 80s. They were like, damn.
They ruined it back in the 80s.
The decline.
What, you think it's got even worse since then?
Probably, yeah.
Hell no.
I don't know. I haven't been. Anyways, okay, whatever.
We've been doing a lot of acts of service, so we're probably helping the England population.
Wait, what do you mean? What?
Like with us doing all these gangbangs, we're helping the population.
You are doing charity. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
We're bringing up the morality.
The morality? Oh boy, Andrew's gonna love that one. Okay, here we got some more chats. Chair one, don't worry, you are part of the 304 club. Since you're not very smart, type 304 into an older calculator and hold on, Jason. Jason, you've been a little mean here. Ayla, I think, is very smart.
Jason.
Well, I'm not being sarcastic.
In Jason's defense, can I give a defense of Jason?
Okay, fine.
Okay, in defense of Jason, I have noticed that he's often right about almost everything he says. So I'm just pointing that out. In defense of Jason.
In defense of Jason. Okay.
You're very smart.
I don't know. I saw her interview with Lex. It was really good. Mm-hmm. I thought it was good. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think I just don't. I'm not familiar with traditional debate tactics that people use when they're trying to win wars. You know, like metaphorical wars. It's pretty hard.
I think earlier on, Andrew thought you were trying to do some debate judo on me, and he's like, "Hold on." Andrew? What's the title I gave you?
I still think that.
Andrew, what's the title I gave you? Kumquat Defensor? What was it?
Yeah, that was it was a bad title, Brian. We don't talk about the title, Brian.
Andrew is he is the defensor, like King Henry. He defended the Catholic faith when he was king, and the Pope gave him a title. Oh my God, I can't. It's Fide Defensor, I think. Defender of the faith. Andrew is defender of the whatever podcast, and I gave him a Latin title. Quodcumque Defensor. That's how you say whatever in Latin. So he is he's like my champion, who I send into combat to fucking Aikido my enemies or detractors.
Wait, shouldn't I like the thought of like not being defensive and then like getting hurt if you should be hurt. Oh wait, you were making a joke. Were you joking?
Huh?
No.
Were you? Wait, what's going on?
You can explicitly state what's happening, and then I would be more comfortable. I think I was just trying to say something like, I like social norms where you sort of admit if you're wrong pretty fast, and then the conversation, and it's not like losing to be wrong. And I think a lot of the time, like, you're trying to get one over on your opponent, such that if you like score a point, it's like very embarrassing if you prove that they're wrong. But it's like pretty cool to admit if you're wrong. That means you update. That means that we get closer to finding out what's happening, and I think that's like pretty dope.
I'd rather just gaslight somebody and just make them think. I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Thank you for stating that.
I'm just
I don't think
joking.
Andrew's kidding though. Look how he's shaking.
Listen. You know, it's just in my Taurus
Well, I mean, but that's
nature.
where the nodding of the head made the joke funnier, and then he pointed it out, and then that made it less funny. So it's like
Not to me.
I'm just pointing that out. Yeah, I know, but women don't have a great sense of humor, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Are you trying to trigger me
Andrew,
with that?
stop with this. Andrew,
Little sly comments
I have
there.
an amazing sense of humor.
Getting
No,
heated.
it's not sly.
was very
I'm not
direct.
making an implication. I'm making a declaration of fact. Men are objectively far more hilarious than all women who exist on planet Earth.
I think probably you're right.
Maybe not all.
On average.
Maybe not all. Right? I'm not going to put it in a monolith because otherwise, our friend over here is going to get all fucking crazy on me. But I'm just saying that ultimately, I do think that men generally are much funnier than women.
I think you're correct. I think like data generally supports this. I also suspect they might be more intelligent on average too, but this is unclear about how IQ tests are constructed.
Are you talking about like the greater male variability hypothesis?
Even with that included, like I was horrified to find that they normalize IQ tests based on gender.
But is
really
it,
horrified.
Doesn't it indicate that like if you average it, the IQ is actually the same? The IQ is the same.
They construct it such that that is the outcome.
It's not the same.
It's unclear if it is or isn't.
Right?
I mean,
but the greater male variability, like, so you have like more really, really stupid men, and then you have more like really, really, really smart men, or is
That's
that
not really what the data is saying ultimately?
Well,
you're just saying men are?
It's not actually clear that that is the case. It just is clear that the greatest chess champion, who's a woman, is going to lose to a man. That's what's clear. It's not actually clear whether or not there are more dumb women or men than there are dumb women when you get to the other level. That's less clear.
I mean, you can check IQ test scores, right? I mean,
anyway.
Yeah, but IQ is a variability. I mean, it has significant variance. Like there's a lot of social variance between crystallized IQ, non-crystallized IQ. Like it's not that easy to determine, even when you're digging into the data. It's still to this day unclear. You'll hear racial supremacists use data a certain way. You'll hear liberals use it a certain way. You'll hear conservatives use it a certain way. It's not actually clear.
Okay. I do got to move things on, but we have Michael Jones here.
Michael Jones donated $200. Seat 1 is out here trying to resume with autism.
Oh.
In 2025, rock, paper, scissors is now gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss.
Oh. Okay.
Hail to King Andrew and Viscount Brian.
Thank you. Is it Viscount or Viscount? I don't know. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, Michael Jones. Really appreciate the TTS, guys. W's in the chat from Michael Jones. Do you have autism? I think I'm a bit autistic, to be honest.
I've done a survey and people generally think that I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you been diagnosed by a professional, Will?
I
Wait,
was.
me? You're autistic?
Yeah. Have you been? Hang on. Chair 1. Have you actually been diagnosed?
No.
By a? Okay. I didn't think so. All right.
Show of hands. Who here is autistic?
Isn't not everyone on the scale though?
By a psychiatrist.
I mean, what's that?
By a psychiatrist, yeah.
You were diagnosed as. Okay.
But I had a comment on that. I think.
Yeah. Do you want to sing a song too, or?
Well,
sorry. My bad.
I did a survey.
Oh, sorry. What?
I was just saying, I did a survey with my community. They all thought I was autistic too, so I guess.
Oh yeah.
Autistic.
But were you diagnosed by a psychiatrist?
It doesn't matter. The metric is.
Now it doesn't matter.
If the community says so, if the community says so, then it must be true.
If they say.
I mean, I didn't say that.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. That was a joke.
Oh.
That totally went over my head. I didn't find that funny at all.
I know. But again, it's because women aren't very funny. Just pointing it out.
Well, I think funniness, is an opinion.
Subjective.
It is subjective, yeah.
I know. I agree.
Okay,
it's just that
so you do know.
subjectively, more men seem to be found to be funny subjectively by more people than women. I'm just pointing that out.
Your
just
joke
pointing it out.
was subjectively unfunny.
All right, I got to move it on. So, going to Lily, your notes.
My notes?
Yeah, your notes.
Oh, notes.
You did the 101 men in a day. When's the 1,000 scheduled for?
It was meant to do it here, but I actually got stopped at the border, and so I've decided against, because they were very much like, if you do that here, you will be banned, and I would like to.
Wait, they said that?
Genuinely,
when
they
you
got
say the border, like when you flew in, or
yeah. So when I flew into Las Vegas, they stopped me at customs. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
And they kind of sat me down and they started like asking me questions, what do I do and stuff like that. And they're
like, what's the nature, like why are you coming into the country, business or pleasure? And you're like, both.
Yeah. And then, and then they started bringing up like my Pornhub, and they started finding articles, because my name is my real name as well. So it's like quite easy to see on my passport in comparison.
And they're like, we know why you're here.
Yeah.
We won't allow it.
Yeah.
That's what they said.
Yeah, basically. They said if you do
Did
that,
you say, what if you're one of the 1,000?
They were so stern-faced. I was trying to make jokes like that and they weren't having any of it. Yeah.
Wait, so how willing are you when it comes to deportation?
I don't want to be deported, because I would love to like move here and live here.
Okay.
Yeah, for work. It's great.
I see.
So how'd you get in?
How did I get in? Well, they let me in. They said as long as you don't do it and stuff like that. And I think they were just more caught up on as well making sure I'm not a prostitute. I don't think they care so much about making content, more just like actual prostitution.
Sure. So I guess like what other hoodwinks and shenanigans have you been up to, Lily? What else?
Well, I did that 50-man anal gangbang.
Yep.
That was recent.
Anything else?
I'm doing a skydive where I suck a cock. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that.
I want to do like the largest bukkake ever, because I do love spunk.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
The what?
The largest bukkake.
Excuse me?
So it's like where you just like a cum bucket for a day. I've got lots of ideas, but I don't love to share them, because I feel like you just never know. People might nick my idea.
She was the mouth that got away.
That's cool.
But yeah, I've got a lot of ambitious content. I really love to like push the limits of creating content and create content that people really haven't seen before.
What does like dad and mom think? Are they cool with it or no?
My dad and my parents,
are they supportive?
It's interesting, really, because when I started OnlyFans, they were very supportive and stuff like that. And then when I told them I was getting into porn, it wasn't necessarily their first, like, they weren't like, yes, go on, suck that cock. They weren't cheering me on, telling me to do porn. It wasn't their first pick of jobs for me. And then when I started doing kind of like the more extreme stuff, this is how I describe it. They're not supportive of their job, but they're supportive of me, and they always love me and have my back in,
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Sure.
So I hope that makes sense.
Nice.
Did you have to get used to liking spunk? Like, was it an acquired taste, or did you
I've always
like
liked it.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially when I did my first bukkake, that was when I was like, whoa.
What's spunk?
Cum. Jizz.
Well, I mean, there's a limit here, right? So
there's a limit of spunk you can take? Well, this is what I'm also trying to...
No, hang on. Let me ask the question.
Go for it.
Second.
Okay.
There has to be a limit to the amount of crazier and crazy. So this happens in every industry, right? But especially in entertainment. You're trying to push the number for attention, right? And this is how you can stand out. So OnlyFans would be no different. Any industry would be this way. If you push the limit with the extremes, more attention is going to get focused on you. So sure, for marketing purposes, this is great, this type of thing. But there's only going to be so much of that, right? Because other people, they get involved in this type of stuff too. They start moving the goal for what the limit is. And there is definitely a limit. Like, there is physically only so many men you can sleep with in a day, only so many men who can hump you up the butt, or whatever the fuck it is that the next thing is that you're wanting to do. You're gonna hit that threshold, right? And it'll be sooner rather than later, because there's only so much content you can push out. So what do you do post that exactly?
Well, when I mentioned that like I want to do extreme stuff, it didn't always mean numbers. Like with the skydive, that's not a numbers thing and things like that. So there isn't really a limit now.
No, I think there is. Like, you could do scuba dive blowjobs, right? But I'm sure
there's definitely not a limit now. I've got a very imaginative brain.
There literally
She's creative.
Because there actually has to be a limit. So it's just.
I mean, I'm not going to give you all my ideas, but I could list off some stuff that you haven't seen before.
Like, she doesn't want her competitors to steal her shit, Andrew. Like, you gotta understand.
Yeah, but even
Andrew's trying to steal all my ideas.
Let's say you had 100 great ideas for content nobody's ever seen before, that kind of thing. You will hit a limit threshold.
When I'm 55 and ready to retire?
Yeah, but when you make more and more extreme content, you hit the threshold sooner rather than later. Like, let me give you some examples of this in other forms of media. So somebody comes out, recently Kanye West, he came out and he was like, he did the, like I love Hitler thing, right? That drives a ton of attention to Kanye West. There's no doubt about it. But the problem is that he'd already done that. So it brought less attention this time. Where does he go from I heart Hitler? Where does he go next? Do you know what I mean? What's the next extremity you can actually go to from that? That's the same problem that you'll find in the same industry, right?
I feel like you're getting me wrong as well. Like, I'm not necessarily doing it, for attention. I want to create this unique content for my subscribers. I like to do really, relative content as well.
Well, then you would do it for free. But you don't.
Well, I do it for free. I do gangbangs in my personal life and things like that. I've always had a lot of sex, but I just put 2 and 2 together, something I love and something I can also monetize and mix them together, and it has honestly made the perfect job for me.
Right. So we had a gal on here once who said the exact same thing. Ended up becoming, at least by her metric, a Reformed Christian, and said that everything that she was saying earlier on the podcast was a complete lie, right? And that she was actually just doing that for...
Well, that's one of many,
The purpose of marketing. Hang on. I'll let you respond, I promise. But the thing is like, it does draw a large amount of media attention to you. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And you can say, well, I would just do it anyway because I just really, really, really like it. Okay, I can just kind of grant that. But even if it is the case that you just really, really like it and you're going to do it in your personal life anyway, you're going to go bang 1,000 men because you just love that shit, it wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that there's a threshold limit put on the extremes, right?
But I just debunked that earlier, that there's a ton of other ideas that I have that aren't necessarily with high numbers.
Yeah, no, I
see the lag. Yeah.
I get it, but that would still make my point. Like, there's still going to be a threshold.
Isn't this testable? Like, you could write down all those things?
I'm just wondering if there's a post-threshold, if you have, plans post-threshold for that.
I don't think you realize, how huge, the sex industry is and how many different routes you can take with content. Like, there's tons of things you can always do.
I'm not disputing that the sex industry is huge and that there's tons of different types of content you can do. I'm not disputing that. But when you're talking about the draw, so most women in OnlyFans don't make it. Almost the vast majority of women, again, corn don't make it. The vast majority. Well, it's because they don't have anything that makes them stand out, right? You have something here that makes you stand out, but that has limits too. And so the question that I'm asking is like, I can just base this on the general average. Almost nobody makes it in your industry, almost nobody. So
almost nobody. Don't think so.
Well, if that would be corn, OnlyFans, things like that, almost no woman makes it in those industries.
Makes it? As in makes it big, sorry. I thought you meant
Well, it makes it big or even makes enough money to support themselves. Most of them don't even make enough money to support themselves. The average OnlyFans, $200.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that.
Yeah, they're hardly making anything. So it is definitely the multimedia attention and this type of thing which assists in the elevation of the amount of people who watch somebody's content. So you do have to think about what the threshold breakers are. Like, what happens when I reach whatever this zenith is? That could come very quickly. And so I'm just wondering if there's post plans to it.
I don't understand what question you're asking. Have I got enough content to last me my lifetime? And have I got enough ideas? I'm confused.
I'm saying that assuming that there's less media attention for your skydive blowjob than there was for a 1,000-man gangbang.
But for me, it's not always about media attention.
It's possible that there could be a massive decrease. In fact, it's likely as you get older and as you do more extreme content, there's going to be a massive decrease. So I'm just asking if there's post plans past what happens when that happens. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I definitely have post plans. I mean, I want to be in this industry for as long as I enjoy it. And for me right now, that's looking at 10, 20 years, honestly. But But for me, it's also just not all about the media attention. Like, I just genuinely do it for the love of it.
So you would do a skydive blowjob for free?
Yeah, I think that would be hilarious. Like, I can't wait to do it. I'm super gassed to do it.
So then all the money that you make from that, are you going to give it to charity?
What has that got to do with it? What has me being charitable got to do with this?
Are you going to give it to charity, or are you going to keep it?
I couldn't care less if I gave money to charity. Like, the money for me...
Can you give me some?
Can I be your charity? The money for me is a plus. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to hear saying, you know, but everyone does stuff for money. Like, that's why we fucking have jobs.
Mm-hmm. I'm not disputing that either. I'm just saying that if you say that the motivation is there and it has nothing to do with the money, I would do it anyway.
No, I'm not saying it's nothing.
Final thought.
There's just like, it's different aspects. I love it. It's also pays me. Like, those are just two great recipes together. Why would I not want to do it?
Yeah, right, exactly. So then if there's monetary gain here, right, and I assume that there is, and there is, this is directly proportional to the amount of publicity that you get for the various things that you do. However, women often, especially in your industry, hit walls with that very quickly. Just like B-list actors will have a breakout movie and then it goes right down. It's very hard to keep yourself on top for an elongated period of time. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, I'll keep you updated in 10 years.
All right, we have to leave it there. Moving on. So you said you did the bow and then your boyfriend reacted.
Oh, yeah. That was because I saw an episode on your podcast. Oops, sorry. It was because I saw an episode on your podcast where a wife did that for her husband. My boyfriend did not really react. I just greeted him at the door when he came home from work and did the bow, and I was like, you know, I have dinner ready, and we just continued our conversation normally. He didn't really react.
He didn't like it.
It's not that he didn't like it. Also, since we have Andrew here, Korean women do not bow to their husbands.
Let's not, that's just bogged.
Yes, they do.
No, they
Let's
don't.
not get into it.
Yeah, they do.
I literally lived in Korea, and my mom is Korean, and my grandma's Korean. They do not bow.
Yeah, well, I mean, whether you live there or not, they definitely do bow in Korea.
They bow in Korea, that is very true, but not to their husbands.
Well, they don't now because of the 4B movement, but that used to be very commonplace.
No, they greet them at the door. They greet them at the door with a kiss on the cheek.
If it used to be very commonplace for a wife to bow to her husband.
I already asked her.
Back 30 or 40, even 40 years ago, it was common.
I asked. It's not a thing.
Yeah, it is a thing.
They bow to their bosses, maybe to their acquaintances that they don't know very well to show respect. But your husband is someone that
or to their boss, or
that
to
you're comfortable with.
Other people, or for ritualistic purposes, or sometimes to the husband. Especially considering how many Christians are in South Korea. That's why they have a full porn ban in South Korea, right? It is actually commonplace even among that community to bow to each other. Just so you know.
They do bow to each other, but not to their husbands.
To their husband, yes, to their husband.
Maybe at a formal event like a wedding, but not every day at the door.
Well, this is, I mean, obviously I can't say that every woman in South Korea bows to her husband, but I would never make that claim anyway. I'm just saying that it is commonplace, or at least it used to be commonplace enough. Still commonplace in Japan, still commonplace in a lot of Asian nations, including South Korea and North Korea even.
No, in Korea they do bow, but not to their spouse.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, I don't know how I could falsify. I mean, I can give you demonstrations that this is the case. I mean, you can, in fact, you can literally Google it right this second if you wanted to, and it would come up and tell you that, yes, that bowing is a form of respect between husband and wife, even in South Korea, and still is even to this day with more traditional families.
Where are you getting your answer from?
I mean, you can look at the various cultural studies which have been done, including in South Korean culture.
Yeah, in Korea they do bow to each other. They do bow to each other. Koreans do bow to each other, but not to their family, which is their husband.
Yes, sometimes to their family. Like, why wouldn't they? So let me ask you this: why wouldn't they bow to their family? What is the cultural
I do not
for
bow
bowing
to my
family?
older brother. I do not bow to my parents. I might bow to my grandparents.
Yeah, I'm not asking if you bow to your parents or you bow to your older brother, though there could be certain circumstances where that was the case in South Korea too, especially for your parents. I'm saying that, yes, there are traditional Koreans whose the wife bows to the husband. That is factually the case. I don't know what else to tell you.
No,
But
that is not
factually
factually the
true.
case. That's not factually the case.
Okay, so
And I know
why
that
is
because
it that they don't vow for their
How?
husband?
Because my grandma was born in 1951 in South Korea,
Oh,
and I
I'm
lived
glad
with
you have
her
anecdotes.
through my
That's
entire
wonderful.
childhood.
Yeah, and my brother married a South Korean and brought her home when he was stationed in South Korea. And yeah, there was definitely bowing which was going on. So I
Yeah,
mean, my
there's
anecdote,
bowing
I
to
guess,
the other
trumps. I
person's
guess my
family.
anecdote trumps your anecdote, right?
No, there is bowing to the other family, but not to the husband. And if it is
Yes,
to the
there's
husband,
bowing to
it's
the husband,
because she
too.
hasn't seen him in a long time.
So they do bow to their husband if they haven't seen him in a long time?
If they haven't seen them in a long time, but not on the daily.
Oh, I see. So they do bow to their husbands. Got you. Thank you.
Not on the daily like you proclaimed.
Yeah, I didn't say that they did it on the daily. You just made that up.
Well, you said on special events and in weddings they do bow.
I said it's common that in Asian cultures, including South Korea, that wives will bow to husbands. That is common. You just asserted
No, it's not
that
common.
it was not common.
It's not
and then
common
you gave a
because they see their
demonstration of
husband
how it
every
is
day.
common. So I
No,
don't
it's
know-
not
I
common.
don't know what to tell
It's
you.
not common, but okay, you tell yourself that.
Okay, do wives bow to husbands who they haven't seen in a while?
Usually with the
Now
kiss.
you're not sure?
But they can.
Okay, got it.
They
So
can.
because there's probably lots and lots and lots of couples who haven't seen each other in a long time.
No, that's not the
especially
case
considering how many
because
people in
they
South Korea
usually
commute
live
for
close to their work.
Especially how many people
No,
commute
usually
for
people
work.
live closer
Hang on,
to their
stop,
work,
stop.
and then they go to their house.
If
They
it-
go to
if
their
it is the
house
case that
with
even
their wife at the
5%,
end,
if it
and
is
then
the case
they're
that
able to
even
greet them
5%
after
do
they
it,
come home from
that's
work.
common. Yeah, okay.
After they
I
come
mean,
home from work,
what
then the
does common mean,
husband.
then? What does common mean? Does that just mean everybody has to do it? Is that common?
No, it means the majority of people and the majority of Korean wives do not bow to their
No.
husbands when they come home from work every day.
I mean, you guys are just going back and forth.
So real quick,
Who cares?
Real quick,
Who
I
cares?
just want to ask you a question, right? Do the majority of people buy expensive dresses?
No.
No, okay. But isn't it common that people buy expensive dresses?
No.
No, it's not common.
It's not common.
something-
It's not common
something
that people
happens
buy-
so much on the regular that you never dispute it happening because it's commonplace, right?
A lot of people will not pay more than $50 for a dress.
Totally agree. But it's still common that people will buy expensive dresses.
Common means
Guys,
the majority of
stop.
the
Both
dress
of you just stop.
purchasers.
Both of you stop. We have so much to get through. I'm sorry. I don't care about the bow.
Oh, he doesn't care about the
debate.
bow.
No, because you put it in your notes, and honestly, I excluded it. Like, everybody submits different things. I don't find it particularly an interesting conversation to have if you guys are debating about the bowing meta in South Korea. I do not care, honestly. If I'd wanted to discuss it, I would have included it in the notes. I don't. You think one thing, Andrew thinks another thing. Like, you guys are just going in circles. What else?
Well, I know
You're not going
now
to change your mind.
it's a
He's not going
fact.
to change his mind. Like, what else do you guys want to talk about?
No, I'll change my mind. If it was demonstrated to me that South Koreans do not actually, in fact, ever bow to their husbands, I would retract my statement. But in fact, she asserted that it is in fact true that they do. It's just circumstantial in the way that they do.
Circumstantial, yes.
What percent of women do you think bow?
It's never been my claim that South Korean women, the second their husband hits the door, they get on their knees and bow to him. I don't know where you ever came up with that.
That's what you said in a prior podcast.
No, it's not what I said in a prior podcast. It says very common in Asian nations for women to bow, including to their husband, which is true, including South Korea, which is also true, which you just demonstrated.
Not every day.
I didn't say every day. If you could show me them saying that, me ever saying the word every day, then you would have a case, but it's never happened.
They don't greet their husband
I'm always careful with my language
with
for a
a
reason.
bow every day. They don't.
Okay, yeah, but nobody ever claimed they did. So
But they
I don't
don't
know what
greet
you're
their
arguing. I don't
husbands
know
with
what
a
you're
bow.
arguing against. So it's not a claim I made, that's for sure.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you brought up the bow thing. Your boyfriend had no reaction to it. Okay. You said best advice about relationships you want to elaborate on the show. Please be concise if you can.
Yeah, my best relationship for advice is the law of attraction. If you create the best version of yourself, if you educate yourself, strengthen yourself every single day, then you will attract a very good person for you in your life. So it's not chasing. You have to better yourself before you can be anyone's partner.
So law of attraction?
Mm-hmm.
That's the relationship advice?
Yep.
What does that mean? What does that look like, law of attraction?
So going to the gym, you see things in yourself that you want to fix. You shouldn't go out trying to get a date. Instead, you should be improving the flaws that you want to fix. So like going to the gym or going to your classes every day, making that bank at your job or whatever it is.
So you're saying you shouldn't actively be trying to chase somebody?
Yeah.
You should just sit back and wait for them to come?
Yep.
Because, I mean, this is kind of a very convenient position for women to take, although men cannot. I have to categorically just reject your position as it pertains to men's mating strategy. Men cannot just sit around and wait for a woman to magically manifest out of the ether. Men have to actually take initiative when it comes to dating. So I just
They're not
reject
sitting
your position.
around. They are improving themselves.
Doesn't matter. Men still have to take initiative. Men have to make the first move, even if they're like they do. I agree with you that men should.
They can make the first move, but I'm saying not to make that your whole life, like looking for a partner. Don't make that your whole life. Make your life you. Make it about improving yourself.
Yeah, I agree with you that men should improve themselves, but this idea that just kind of like go about your life as a man, live your life as best as you can, and women will magically manifest. This is a position women can take. You just have to exist, and by virtue of existing, you will have men in your DMs. You will have men who come and approach you. Women almost never make the first move. Women don't approach. Women don't typically slide into DMs. So I don't understand how your advice, perhaps this is to some degree good advice for women. I'm not even sure if that's the case, but I cannot advise this to men.
Well, I think it is good advice for women. I can understand where you're coming from in the position that it's harder for men to find a partner if they're the only ones really making the first move. I'm just saying that if you're really desperate for a partner and you make that your entire life, it will be harder for you to spend time improving yourself. So you have to focus on improving yourself rather than pursuing women.
So what should men do then?
Improve themselves.
Okay, but I mean, I don't think so you're just saying, oh, all these men, they're only focusing on women, like they're just like spending all day like cold approaching women in the street?
Dating
and they're like
apps
neglecting
are a large time consumption, I would say, in people's schedules. Like the one day I decided to download dating app, I was on there, I think I looked at my screen time for 3 hours. That's as much time as I spent on like Instagram. And I didn't even realize it because it's so fast paced.
Into the mic, please. Go ahead.
It's so fast paced.
Mm-hmm.
So
sure.
It just is very time consuming.
I just don't think it's good prescriptive advice to tell men to just manifest a woman like, oh, she'll just come. Well, depends on what we're talking about. But yeah, a guy can't just like sit around, even if he like levels up, gets his money up, gets in the gym.
I'm not saying sit around. You can make the first move, but just don't, pursue it. Like
don't pursue it.
Don't pursue it to the point where.
I mean, for the third time, can you speak into your mic, please?
Don't pursue it to the point where you feel like it's taking up 3 hours of your day. You could be spending that at the gym, at school, at work.
Sure. I mean,
if
actually,
you see a pretty girl at the gym and you go up to her and say, "Hey, what's up?" Don't let that take over the time that you're going to be working out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I don't think all your time should be dedicated towards chasing women.
Exactly.
But like, if we're talking about the law of attraction, like my understanding, like The Secret, this seems to be some sort of prescriptive advice that things will come to you if you like have a vision board or some bullshit. Like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna like manifest these things into the universe. They'll come to me. In fact, they'll even say, I saw the Secret. They're like, oh, if you get bills in the mail and you just start thinking like how abundant your life is, the bills will stop coming, or you manifest a parking spot simply by thinking about, I'm going to find a parking spot. It's like, what? No. Like, as a guy, you have to actually take like actual steps when it comes to dating to like get a woman. You can't just like sit there, I'm in the club, I'll just sit here, let all the women come up to me and offer me sex. Never happens. Except for Andrew. Happens to him all the time. Right, Andrew? When he used to go to the club. When he was a Chad.
Sure.
Still is a Chad. Sorry, still Chad.
Sure.
Still Chad. Okay, I don't know, whatever. Anyways, you said comment on natural body supremacy. You like to elaborate. You watched a video. Everyone will reverse what they did. Do you want to clarify?
Yeah, so I saw this TikTok about how there's going to be a new beauty trend, and it's going to be about reversing all of the plastic surgery that people have done. So like dissolving their Botox, getting the fat removed out of their BBL, etc. And that's just because beauty standards are forever unreachable. And now that people have kind of permanently altered their body, they're going to, or semi-permanently, they're going to make them reverse it. So now the natural body is going to be trending. The natural body is going to be trending. And yeah.
What do you mean trending?
As in beauty standards, they're constantly changing.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure, yeah. Any fake titties at the panel?
Yourself included?
No, I got those naturally. Gotta lose a bit of weight, you know? Okay. Yeah. So you're just commenting on how natural bodies are like coming more back into favor?
Yes, because you said that you're a natural body supremacist, right?
Yeah, I am.
So I thought that was somewhat relevant.
Okay. Sure, yeah. You disagreeing with something you said last time, apparently contradictory, that you're an egalitarian for other women but a complementarian in your own personal life?
Yeah, I addressed that before.
Oh, okay. And then you wanted to react to like a bear video, or not the bear video, but you sent me a clip. You want to react to that? You wanted to like have the panel react to that?
Yeah, because you always ask the question, if you were stuck in a forest, would you rather it be a bear or a man? And so that came up on my For You, where a woman was actually battered for not acknowledging a man across the street who was catcalling her. So that's why in the caption she said, "This is why women choose the bear."
Okay, sure, that's totally fine. We'll go into that really quick. We'll pull up the video in a moment. But first, let's go around the table. So you're in the woods. Would you rather come across a random man or a random bear? Starting with you.
I think I have to think for a second, yeah. I'm not saying her position was mine. I don't know now. Yeah.
How did you not know I was going to ask this question? Okay.
I thought you were going to start there.
Well, sometimes we go this way. This is like knee-jerk gut reaction, man or a bear?
Probably a bear.
Okay. What about you?
A man.
Okay.
A man.
Okay.
Probably bear.
Bear, all right.
A man.
Man?
It says I'd rather have a man. Yeah.
Not for sex. You can't have no bear gangbangs, okay? They're hung, by the way. Just be careful. What?
I'm not into bestiality.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that more somebody else's? No, okay, never mind. Bear or man? Which do you pick?
Man.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Which did you pick?
I picked I'd rather have the guy.
The man? Okay.
Hell yeah.
Candace, man. Ayla, what do you pick?
Man, definitely.
Man. Okay, so we got only 2 bears here. So bear, and then you picked the bear. Just really quick, why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
I think the last time I was on, I asked if we could have bear spray on us, and you said yes. So yeah, I would choose the bear.
What's bear spray?
It's like pepper spray, except
yeah, you can also use the bear
It also
spray.
works on a man. Yeah.
That works on a man pretty effectively. What's your fear there? What's the fear of the man? Because you pick a wild animal over the man, so why do you pick bear?
I feel like in any case of trouble, they're just as agile as I am. You know, bears are kind of limited to their...
Bears are faster than humans, and they can climb trees.
Yeah, but they're a little bit more clumsy and big, so they can't quite get into the...
Bears are not clumsy.
Yes, they're quite clumsy.
No,
Maybe
they climb mountains.
What do you think of
they
panda
climb
bear?
Mountains with ease. They literally climb up sheer rock faces with ease. And same thing with trees. They climb up trees very easily. They're not actually very clumsy at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they have their claws, but I mean, like, in general, their movements, like their arms waving in the air.
Sure. But what's the fear of the man? What's the fear of the man?
Their arms waving in the air?
Is this like what?
Bear arm.
What kind of anime are you watching?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they do have to, like, attack you.
Do the bears run at you?
They don't need to stand up.
Do they run?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Why don't you pick man, though? Forget about the bear. Why don't you pick man?
I would be scared they try to violate me in some way.
Okay, that's the concern. What about you?
Oh, I mean, I kind of just said it, like, off the top of my head. Like, in my head, it was like, if a bear is trying to attack me versus if a man is trying to attack me, like, I feel like with the bear, it would just be over faster.
Oh, no, they eat you alive and slowly, and they start at the groin.
Candace is...
See, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Candace is right. They'll, like,
it will be the worst death imaginable.
Well, then, you know, I changed my answer.
Like, some animals will kill you first, then eat you, but bears will just start eating you.
I don't know a lot about bears, so that's what I thought. But if not, then...
But was the concern for you similar to her? Like, oh, well, like, a bear could kill me, a man could kill me, but the man could, like, torture me, he could essay me, this sort of thing.
I mean, I guess that's, like, a small part of it. For me, it was more so, like, you know, in my head, once again, the, like, bear would kill me faster. So...
No.
Okay.
Which apparently is not true, but that's more so.
You know what, though? I don't think we can actually pull up the clip because it's kind of graphic and she's got, like, facial injuries. So
it would fall under gore probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that like terrible. Like, she's got, like, pretty bad like black eyes. But how do you categorize, like, this incident or whatever? So the prompt over she's in, like, the hospital. She is pretty bruised up. I'll just have to describe it. There's a text that reads, "This is why women pick the bear. I was quite literally walking down the street and me not acknowledging a man got me this." And then she did some other posts. I didn't really investigate it that much, but I mean, she was attacked violently. Obviously that's a terrible thing. I'm a little confused though, like, she's claiming it's happened because she didn't acknowledge the man. Obviously we're not there, we don't know. I do think sometimes women, like, like a homeless man will, like, say some, like, outlandish shit, like a homeless mentally challenged like mentally ill homeless person who's, like, on drugs will, like, say something to a woman, and then women will, like, map that onto all men. Not saying that there's not normal, quote unquote, normal men who are, like, despicable. I'm not saying that, but, like, women will encounter, like, homeless people, homeless men, or, like, mentally ill men, and then be like, oh, okay, like, let me map this on to, like, all men. And I just think some guy, like, randomly beating up a woman in the street, like, unprovoked, I have to wonder, like, was he on drugs? Was he, like, homeless or something? I don't know. We don't know the full story.
Okay.
Oh, okay. But I do have a question for you when it comes to this whole, like, it reads, "This is why women pick the bear." If we replace women with white people, this is why white people pick the bear, and the implication here would be over a black person. I was quite literally walking down the street and me not acknowledging a black person got me this. Would this be a racist statement?
If they're generalizing white people to choose a black person over being on the street with a bear?
No, but, like, so she's saying this is why women pick the bear over men. So, like, let's say you're victimized by a black person, and then you make an Instagram story and you say, oh, okay, well, this is why white people pick the bear over black people because I was victimized by this demographic. Is it racist?
Yeah.
Okay, so then the position when it comes to man is sexist, just to be logically consistent?
Yeah, I would say that.
Oh, okay. So are women just women who pick bear, are they sexist?
They're not sexist. It might come from a point of view of personal experience. I think when you make those general statements like this is why women choose the bear over the man, those statements are pretty sexist, but from an individual, that statement might be coming from personal experience.
So you're saying on the individual level, it's okay
if someone prefers the bear over the man.
But would they individually on the micro level be sexist?
They might be sexist. They might be sexist, yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you're granting my position that it's sexist, I don't really have anything to debate with you on. Do you think sexism is good or bad?
I don't think sexism in any case is good.
Okay. So, like, why do we sort of paint men with this sort of broad brush? Like, why do we just view them as predators or to the point where, like, vast amounts of women are saying, I'd rather be in the forest alone with like a dangerous wild animal over a man. Like imagine if people, like white people, just start saying, I'd rather be in the forest alone with a dangerous wild animal than a black person. That would like have to be racist. So I'm wondering like, why is it so okay in, I guess, modern discourse to just be like openly sexist towards men? That's what I find kind of confusing.
I'm not sure why, but a lot of women have had bad personal experiences with men.
Sure. I don't disagree, but I would just go back to like doing a parallel to race. Okay, let's say a white person has had 1, 2, or 3 bad experiences with a black person. They see news stories and belong to online groups, and their TikTok algorithm is feeding them stories about black on white crime, and they have safety concerns. And then they're like, all of a sudden they're scared of black people. They believe all black people have the capacity for violence or assault of some kind. This has to be a racist position to hold. Ergo, it also must be a sexist position to hold if, as a woman, you've had individual negative experiences with men, and then you think all men are like predators or dangerous or whatever.
Those women who've had those negative experiences, they might not think that all men are predators or dangerous. They might just be a little bit more cautious based on their experience.
Yeah, sure.
And that's okay for people to be more cautious based on their experience. It doesn't mean that they think that all men are dangerous or predators. It's just that they have a wall up or a guard up.
Okay, sure. Anyways, we kind of talked... we always talk about the bear, so we won't linger too long on that. I'll get back to the show notes here. Let's go to Becca. Becca, ex-pastor, you walked away from ministry, religion, and unsupportive beliefs in order to find, fall in love with, and live as your true self. True self, okay. You said you, help women drop the good girl persona, and you create a full turn on of their voice, visibility, and impact. You also occasionally get a little naked on OnlyFans. You said something about pussy-based confidence. What is pussy-based confidence?
Pussy-based confidence is kind of a term that I coined. But what it really has to do with is our sexuality is like the creative life force of us. So when I talk about pussy-based confidence, it's really the energy of a full turn-on, like that statement says, a full turn-on, not just sexually speaking, but a turn-on of our life force, a turn-on of ourselves in every way, a turn-on of actually like appreciating who we are, validating who we are, and living in a way that's aligned to our soul.
Pussy-based confidence. Is there...
What is the soul in this context?
For me, the soul is like, people use different versions of this word. I would say it's like your deeper intuition, your deeper knowing. I believe personally that our soul existed before. This is just a body. So this is where my spirituality gets into it a little bit. It's not an agenda I push, but I would say like, when you have like a gut knowing, like this is like something's off or this is the right decision. That's what I'm referencing. Yeah.
Do you think then that people who don't have good intuition don't have souls, or they have bad souls? Or?
No, not at all. Everyone has great intuition. People are just disconnected from it.
Okay.
And as women, we are taught from a young age, many of us, not all of us, to be disconnected from our bodies. We're taught that our body is bad. Like I grew up in a home where it's like your body, it wasn't called bad. It was very much like you need to cover it. You need to keep it protected. It's for your husband only. Like masturbation is wrong.
Keep
like
the pussy.
No, I'm talking about like the body and the disconnection from it.
Okay.
Because I was referencing how your intuition is within your body.
Sure.
Like you feel it in your body. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So this, well, just real quick, before Brian continues the line of inquiry, I just want to make sure I understand a couple things. So when you say spiritualism, I'm not sure, are you saying there's a creator, it's not the Christian God, but it's some other God, or what does that mean exactly, spiritualism? Is that for some religious archetype or witchcraft or something like that? Like what is it, what are we alluding to for spiritualism here?
Well, I didn't say spiritualism. I just said I'm spiritual. But when I'm talking about spirituality, for me...
that's spiritualism, right? I mean,
sure.
Yeah.
I'm just...
Go ahead.
I'm just referencing, for me, some form of a higher power. For me, it feels more like energy. That's how I would reference it. Yeah. I think for everybody, it's different, right? For me, for years, I had the lens of Christianity on. What I mean by that is I had supernatural experiences for many years. And I look back and now and it's like, oh, because I'm not a Christian anymore, they weren't real. No, they were real. They were very real. They were real through the lens of my Christian worldview. And you take that lens.
Ghosts and stuff like that?
I never called them ghosts, but yeah, I mean, I feel like we're getting off.
Well, we're not. I'm just clarifying, right?
Yeah.
I just want to understand exactly what it is that you're saying when you use these terms, right? So for me, I think you understand what I mean when I say Christianity anyway. For sure. But if you ever want to clarify, I can clarify it for you. But when you say spiritual, right, it is important for me to understand what you mean by that. So if you're saying, well, there's some kind of grand archetype, I'm not sure what it is, or some type of deity, perhaps, I'm not sure what it is, or the supernatural does exist, I'm just not sure what it is, that all forms into that worldview that you have. And so that's what I'm interested in, is kind of seeing what that is, you know what I mean? So I can understand.
Sure. That's not something that I push. Yeah, that's not something like I push as any type of agenda. For me, it goes back to like the intuition. So as a coach, one of my main goals, if I have any really, is to bring the person back home to themselves. So I'm not going to tell them what to do. I think that people can come back to a deeper knowing. It's just that you have to actually start getting the layers of programming and conditioning off you first. We're all brought up in some type of programming.
Isn't what you're doing programming and conditioning?
In what way?
Well, you're programming people that they need to come back to a deeper sense of self, and that there's a deep sense of intuition, which is spiritual.
Yeah, you can call it that.
So it's absolutely. So, I mean, it's programming too, right?
Sure, except there are no staples of beliefs that I'm telling them to go to. I'm bringing them back to themselves. Yeah.
Well,
but sure, you can call it that.
If there's no staple of belief, what are you bringing them back to?
Their own intuition, their own knowing. That's like one of the I'm sorry?
Wouldn't that require belief?
It does require belief.
Yeah, so then it sounds like it's dogma.
Sure. Whatever makes you feel good about calling it that.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Are you just teaching people to love themselves, or
you're asking like with the coaching?
Yeah.
So I do a lot of confidence coaching for entrepreneurs. So it's actually like, this is not even a lot of what I do with coaching. So that's why I felt like we're kind of off track.
You describe yourself.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was trying to understand what exactly it was that you do. Like if you're just teaching, because what did you call it? Pussy power?
Pussy-based.
Yeah,
pussy-based confidence.
Are you like teaching people to go out there and use their pussy to like love themselves in a sense?
I wouldn't word it that way. No, I'm getting them back in touch with who they are, and part of that is their sexual creative power. But really, we're doing a lot of work with mindset, with somatic elements, because your nervous system, if it's not on board, you're not going to change your mind. So there's a lot of.
But like, is it per one partner, or you're saying people?
Oh no, this isn't like about. This has no agenda like separate with like people having sex with people or anything like that. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
You describe yourself as a baddie?
A baddie?
Yeah, I think I saw somewhere you describe yourself as a baddie.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
Oh no, I have some thoughts on this because I've seen other women like self-describe, like baddie, boss babe, bad bitch, whatever it is. I feel like women who self-refer to themselves, and it's kind of like guys who call themselves alpha male.
Oh, I don't think of it as an alpha energy. Well, how about we ask me what the definition would be of how I describe me?
I'm not saying that you're referring to yourself as an alpha.
Yeah.
But it's like the men who refer to themselves as alpha or alpha male, it's kind of lame.
That's fine. Yeah.
So like, what's that quote from Game of Thrones? Tywin Lannister, Joffrey, like a king.
Yeah, anyone that has to tell someone that they're a king is king.
No king, something like that. I don't know. It's just.
Yeah, it was more out of fun and playfulness because I have a lot of fun and playfulness to myself that I can understand how that comes across.
Are you saying you perceive her as insecure? Are you saying you perceive her as insecure?
Yeah,
I don't think that would be enough like data to make like a total, like a determination in totality. But I do think like women who tend to like self-refer, like, oh, I'm a baddie. Like, if you're a baddie, you don't need to say you're a baddie. And it's not so much like, it's more so I draw a parallel to like the guys who call themselves alpha males. Like, it's just kind of like, do you guys think that's like attractive? Or like, if a guy calls himself an alpha male, like it's just kind of, do you know?
It doesn't really
right? You don't feel a type of way about that.
I do. Yeah, I hate it.
I wonder if there's
and
like.
Are they actually alpha males?
They're usually never.
Right.
Usually never.
I don't know. Oh, did you have more, Ayla? Or
That's just a bit of a. I feel like there's like. I think it's like fine if you view her as insecure. And for what it's worth, I don't know if you are or not.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I mean, I wasn't even making a claim like that.
Okay.
But.
I just was wondering, I wasn't sure if like when you were responding to me, you were like kind of feeling like maybe like you're not supposed to like say that directly or something. So I just want to say that I wasn't feeling like I was trying to trap you or anything. I was just generally curious if that was how you felt. But that's fine. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I can't make a determination on that specific thing just on the basis that she referred to herself as a baddie. But I mean, I was just making the parallel to like the whole thing where guys call themselves alpha or alpha male. You have a daughter, right?
I have 2 daughters and a son.
2 daughters and a son. And how old is she?
19, 18, and 13.
Okay. And like, would you want her to do OF?
If she felt it was aligned for her, but I don't push it.
Okay. All right. And all right. Getting into some crazy dating stories, you said there was a time you were a swinger for a bit, but lots of stories there. In general, what will be fun to talk about with me is that you're a pastor. We talked about that. And then like you said, you're a top 1 OF creator. Like, so what does that actually mean? Like top 1%?
Top 1 percentages have to do with income typically.
But I don't know exactly how it works on OnlyFans, but isn't it the case like when you're factoring in top 1%, like aren't you factoring in the accounts that are like the consumers? So they don't post anything, but they're just like buying the OnlyFans content?
I have no idea.
Haven't you done stuff on this?
Yeah.
Or is it just creator based when people are talking about percentages?
Yeah, you would know better than me.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that it does not take into account people who are creators, but it does take into account inactive creator accounts. So it's a I think like most active accounts are typically in the top like 3 to 8%.
Okay, sure. And then let's see here. You You wanted to talk about vetting dates, communication, sex plus respect, and dismantling what is appropriate, especially for women when it comes to what they do with their bodies. And then overall belief that what you desire exists. This is a big one. What do you mean by when it comes to dismantling what is appropriate when it comes to what they do with their bodies, women?
I think it's just the narrative that exists and has existed for so long that women who are expressing themselves sexually in whatever way that looks like, maybe it's just they dress super sexy, whatever, that they can't be that and also respected, that they can't be that and also a person of influence, that they can't be that and also a leader. And that's not to say everyone feels that way, but I think that is definitely a narrative in our society.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, would you take quarrel then? Like, let's say a man's standard is he'd prefer to date a woman who dressed modestly. Do you take objection or quarrel?
No, I think that's preference, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. All right.
But aren't these narratives built around preference? Like, isn't that the very idea behind the narrative that you're talking about? So if you're saying a woman's dressing promiscuously, let's say she's all tatted up, she's dressed promiscuously, this type of thing. And you say, but that doesn't actually detract from the fact that you could be a powerful leader, or you could be this, you could be that. But isn't the reason the narrative exists in the first place because the preference of X group doesn't like that to begin with? So isn't that in a way kind of setting people up for failure?
I guess, but you're also talking about a standard of social norms versus just a preference, right? Those to me are two different things, right?
Well, social norms come from preferences, right?
Sure, a whole lot of people having a certain preference based on certain beliefs that can be really damning toward one gender or one race or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, whether they are or they're not, right, they're still coming from preferences. So if it is the case that these are coming from preferences, if you tell women, like, let's say most men have a preference against women who dress promiscuously and have tons of tattoos and things like this, right? At least, like, let's say, I don't know, high-powered executives or people like this who want a long-term relationship, right? The chances are they don't want their woman to show up with sleeve tattoos and dress promiscuously when they're around, you know, X group. Mm-hmm. Isn't it kind of setting them up for failure to tell them that it's actually, no, you can reclaim this in some power position, which ultimately isn't even up to them. It's up to other people's preference, right?
In certain ways, but it's not so black and white as you're declaring it to be, right?
Well, I'm not saying it's black and white. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I think in certain ways, yes. If you're talking about like a top CEO executive position they're going in for, they can't just dress however they want. But it's more about embracing their sexuality in general and expressing it in whatever way feels good to them. And the idea that, and again, this is like the whole taboo energy that we have in the society, the idea that like, oh, well, the respect goes out the window, right? Like people aren't going to respect you. And that's very true for the most part.
I agree. I just think that, isn't it counterintuitive? So if you're saying, well, this is socially taboo, which means the taboo came from preference. I mean, otherwise it wouldn't be a taboo. Like, what would make it a taboo other than tons and tons of people prefer that it's not, happening, right? That's what a taboo would be. So that's the case. If you're telling women to embrace this thing, which is taboo, then you're also essentially telling them that they're going to be at the mercy of all of these preferences against that taboo. How does that not set them up for failure?
Yeah, it just depends on how they're choosing to, because like for me, right, I'm on OnlyFans. Okay, that's not every woman, not even close to every woman or even a large percent of it is going to want to express themselves that way. So I have the privilege of running my own business, so I'm not going to have anybody coming down my throat and telling me I can't dress a certain way or do certain things. But it doesn't mean that a woman who's in corporate can't decide she's going to express herself in the way that she wants in a way that feels good to her. Because I have women come to me, they're like, oh, I want to do OnlyFans. And because they know I do it, they're asking me for my advice. And I'm like, I can't do it in the way that you do it. Can I do it anonymously? Whatever, and this is just an OnlyFans example. But it's just figuring out what feels good to them and feels aligned that they can push the edges on. And yes, at the same time, this is more of a movement of dismantling the things that are telling us as women we have to look a certain way, we have to cover ourselves in a certain way to be respected or to be respectable, and it has to fit in this box of other people's expectations. That's literally the number one regret of the dying. So this is much broader, is that people aren't regretting what they didn't accomplish and if they didn't freaking make a bunch of money. They're regretting that they lived a life for everyone else's expectations instead of being true to themselves.
Most people aren't on their deathbed wishing they got gangbanged. So the thing is like ultimately, if the idea here is preference based, right, and you're like, it's a movement against these social taboos, which is what you're after, right? Why wouldn't that instead create whiplash where the movement against those social taboos becomes even stronger? It's like, in some ways, right, I get what you're trying to do. You're saying going against the grain. Feminists have been doing this for, decades and decades and decades, but the whiplash against it now is like nothing I've ever seen. Gen Z is becoming more conservative and less liberal, and they want more conservative women, not less liberal. More women are saying they want more conservative men and less liberal men, things like this. It seems like the movement towards tradition is backlash against exactly what you're trying to attempt, which is basically what feminists have been trying to attempt, sexual liberation, for about 70 years.
Well, and I agree, and also, it's not a movement for everyone. I'm not out here saying every fucking woman needs to be following this. Every woman should be coming on. But it is for the women who are in a place where they feel that angst. They feel this fragmentation of their body, of their life, because they're living this way and feeling this way, right? And so I'm not for everyone as a coach. I'm not for everyone as a speaker. And the movement isn't for every woman. But it is for the women who want to take back control in that way and actually be more self-expressed in a way that feels good, that lights them up, that they felt like they couldn't do before.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm asking is, like, is it really control? So when you think about it, I'm just trying to think about it from your perspective, right? The idea of we're giving control back to these women who feel like they're maybe sexually oppressed, or that they can't express themselves properly sexually without being judged by it, right?
Sure.
But is that really control? Like, is that really control, or is it setting you up for failure? Ultimately,
well, I don't consider it control.
Like, for instance, what are you controlling at that point?
For me, it's personal sovereignty. It's personal autonomy. It's personal agency, right? So it's not about like control and having control over even other people's opinions per se. I mean, the things that I've done, stepping down from church, from ministry, walking away from church, deconstructing my faith and being like, I'm no longer a Christian after that's what everyone knew me for. That was not easy. I had to get to a point where I actually was so grounded in who I was and loving myself and knowing judgment is coming from every angle. I had no one for a whole year. No one in my corner.
But judgment comes a lot less when you convince people over to your side, right?
But that's the beauty of it. That's what I'm trying to say is I don't have any agenda to like prove my side to anyone. And I think that's where we all go wrong. You can prove a point or you can influence a heart, but you cannot do both. So it has to come back.
No, I'm pretty confident you can not only win a point, but influence a heart at the same time. I'm 100% confident.
It's very uncommon when proving the point comes from an agenda of I'm right and you're wrong. That's what I mean by that statement.
Oh, you may not win over that person's heart, right? But this is why we have social taboos to begin with. People have been having these debates for thousands of years, right? This isn't the first time people with two different worldviews have ever clashed and not agreed with each other, right? But what are they clashing for? Well, they're usually clashing not to convince the opposite person, but to convince the people who are viewing the clash, right?
Yeah.
This is the same reason people show up to sporting events and everything else, right? They're showing up for the clash itself. They want to see which thing wins out, which thing it makes the most sense. It seems to me that if it is the case that there's a massive social taboo against the idea of this sexual liberation, that you would actually, instead of empowering women, be setting them up for failure by telling them that they should do everything in their power to go against what the preferences of most men are. Like, that seems so counterintuitive to me.
Yeah, that's not the goal. The goal isn't go against everything men have preference for. The goal is figure out who you are and what's aligned for you and where you're hiding parts of you and where you're shaming parts of you. That's what the goal is.
Well, then what is pussy power? What is pussy power except saying that you have power in your sexuality and its expression? But the preference of most men is that when women express overt sexuality, right, they don't like it. They're like, wait, that makes you easy, or that makes you this, or that makes you that. They definitely don't have a preference for easy women, not most men. There's some men, I'll grant you, that do, but most men don't. So that's the case. Like, it just seems like it's setting people up for failure by that metric in a way.
Yeah, and that's a whole side topic because pussy-based confidence is not just about the idea of just getting them back to their sexuality and having it sexually expressed.
Well, I mean, if I said I teach a course on dick-based confidence, right? Wouldn't you, I mean, what would your assumption there be? Your assumption there would be men are in charge, men are liberated, men do what they want, and we're gonna go bang a bunch of chicks. Like, those would be the pre-assumptions which are built into that. And those would be reasonable assumptions, wouldn't they?
Yes, I'm sorry I got distracted by the comment, and also there seems to be a protest outside. So I have to tell you that I did not hear the last sentence you said.
I think they're calling for Lily.
Stop.
Oh. Yeah, there's like a lot.
Hold on. I don't know. So okay, where were we? What were we talking about?
We were just finishing, I think, unless you have more you wanted to hit on. I honestly can't say because I didn't hear the last sentence you said, so sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get into some of the other show notes, so let me do that. So, okay, let's see here.
Wait. What are they calling for there?
No, oh my God.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, hold on. Moving on. Wait, hold on. All right. Okay, let's get back into some of the pre-show notes then. We're just going to have to move it on. Let's see here. We do have anything else here from Becca. Let's see. Asked you to... No, okay. We're just going to move it on to Katerina. Katerina, your pre-show notes here. You said, pick me to be on your stupid show.
That was the beginning of it.
I thought that was all the notes. I'm like, wow, that's it? She got picked?
Yeah. That was last year. And I bantered back before with everybody, and they all told me it was a bad idea. So I decided not to, but then my sister came to LA, so I thought, hey, I'll swing by.
Oh, okay, cool. Why is the show stupid?
Well, I just think that you guys don't give us, like, I think that, I don't think your show is stupid. I said that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know. I said that, like, when there was some, I think you guys do a great job of, getting your likes and getting your comments and going viral. And I thought that coming on would be fun and something fun to do with my sister because we don't really get to hang out much. And I always wanted to come to LA, and that's why I end up here. Apologize for calling your show stupid. It is a little bit like, sorry, I've never been like on a mic before, so just give me a minute to. I've just been sitting here trying to figure out what the right words to say are. I think that, people that use and take advantage of people for money in all sense are not, like, I live my life not using and taking advantage of people for money. And it's really hard to do that. And I think that, like, I'm not trying to say anything bad about sex work. My mom was in sex work, so I have a big heart for it. I just think that there's more to each individual story, and I don't think you guys really give much tenderness to, like, the women that are on here.
Okay, well, is there anything else, or because I want to go point by point. What else? Is there anything else, or is that it?
That's about it.
Okay, so you mentioned using and taking advantage of
people for money, and I don't
people
say that,
for money.
I'm not
So
saying
how
that,
am I doing that?
I'm not saying that you guys do that. I'm just saying.
Why did you bring it up then?
I brought it up because
Okay, I asked you for how the show is stupid, and then you invoked. You said using and taking advantage of people.
Yeah,
how are we using or taking advantage of people?
I didn't mean it that you guys are using. I
so
mean
why
it
would
like,
you bring it up
I mean
when I
it
asked you the basis of your claim that the show is stupid?
I meant like I just wanted to come on the show and prove a different side of, being a woman and not using and taking advantage of people for money, and being like, trying to be noble in this world, without, putting other people down. At the same point of growing up with all like porn and how it desensitizes people, and I think that I've never actually watched porn in my life, so like I don't see the hype. I think that it's really hard to be a good person in this world, and it takes a lot of work and effort. And I just want to do the right thing, and I don't mean to put anybody down. I was like, probably in my feelings about something that you said when I wrote that message. And
okay, so your position is not that we're using and taking advantage of people.
No.
You're saying
yes.
You don't use and take advantage of people.
Yeah, because it's so easy to use and take advantage of people. I've been used and taken advantage of for many things.
Okay.
So I think that the whole message that I'm trying to convey being on this show is not to do that, and just to,
Okay, so just to be charitable here, you're saying that it's our position that we make the claim that, for example, women who do OnlyFans, they're using and taking advantage of men, and you don't use and take advantage of men. Is that your position?
Basically.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't even really like the porn bad conversation. I find it kind of boring, but
I'm not saying porn is bad. I'm just saying I don't watch it.
I didn't say you said that, but I mean, and actually I do want to give a little bit of credit to Candace here, because I saw I looked at some of your links on your OnlyFans. It appears that you and I wrote this down. I've never seen this on an OnlyFans profile, but you wrote something along the lines of, you write, the engagement on this platform by is it Eva or Eva?
Eva, but
Eva Lovia is strictly for entertainment purposes only. All interactions represent a curated digital persona and should not be interpreted as personal, professional, or real-world relationships. Eva Lovia does not break character, and all interaction, trademark by the way, and all interactions are intended to remain within the boundaries of this digital platform. Is that like a disclaimer because are you using AI, or you have chat, the chatters?
No, I don't use AI at all.
But you have chatters or management that chats for you?
I have management that helps with content, but no, I try to get to as many people as I can, which is...
But you don't have a typer or a chatter?
No.
Oh, because I thought this was the disclosure you were essentially
the disclosure is to make it clear, because sometimes there can be delusional men, and it's not always their fault, because I have seen really bad practices. Let me get this out. Sorry. I have seen bad practices from creators as well, where I've heard them literally say, I'm going to suck this guy dry, right? I'm just going to drain his bank account. I think that's awful. I don't know one should be doing that. So
okay.
I want it to be abundantly clear, this is entertainment. If we are engaging in chat, that it's not a relationship. Consume this responsibly.
So you don't have anybody sending messages on your behalf?
No.
Okay, I perhaps misunderstood this portion of it. I thought this was actually a disclosure, hey, by the way, you might not actually be talking to me, because that kind of goes into my point here of how I think there is some degree of fraud that's going on.
That's really sweet though that you've put a little disclaimer.
But Candace, now that I've brought it here though, this actually was not my intention, so I don't want you to feel like you're being blindsided or whatever. But I was under the impression that this disclaimer was indicating that you did use typers and chatters, or you had AI, for example. I see that you're active now, but you're sitting here at the table.
No, it's active because it's just whether or not you have an app. But if you go to chat, there's not gonna.
Isn't it based on how recently you sent a message?
No, you can have it open. I've had it open on a laptop, then it was open for days, and that was mortifying. Yeah.
All right. So I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
But it is the case that a lot of these women who are on OnlyFans are employing a typer or a chatter, and
or
having
AI,
somebody communicate through proxy or on their behalf. And I think my trouble with this is, if you're upfront with this, I suppose that's fine. But if you're making representations, and many women will actually write, "You're talking to me. You're not talking to a manager. You're not you're talking to me. I'm sending the message." This would be a form of fraud that I think. I don't know if it's criminal fraud, but
no, it's definitely not criminal. But you're also
could be.
We'll see.
I don't know.
You'd have to find a lot, but they're engaging with the persona as well. You know what I mean? So
Wait, are you defending the use of like typers where you've otherwise
No. I'm saying
where you've like represented that you haven't?
No. I'm saying like if you're going there because you're trying to establish like a real relationship, you're in the wrong place. So that's kind of that disclaimer, because that can get physically dangerous too.
Sure.
I mean,
yeah. Stalkers. That
yeah,
sort of
exactly,
thing, yeah.
and that happens really often. So I think it's important to know like this is all pretend. We're engaging in pretend together.
Yeah. No, I just bring it up because that's one of my. I mean, the nude photos and stuff, like people have like moral objections to like pornography, nude photos. I mean, that's not really a super strong position I tend to argue. My biggest position when it comes to like OnlyFans is these women are just straight up misrepresenting and like engaging in fraudulent conduct.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. And I've seen a lot of people that will pretend to fall in love or just send me this, right? And that's a really dangerous game to play, and that's not fair to the guy either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you feel about fake orgasms?
Fake orgasms?
Yeah.
I don't think people should do it in relationships. I think you should communicate openly with your partner if there's things that they can improve on so you can climax. But
So I meant like, I guess in porn or OnlyFans.
Oh, in porn and OnlyFans?
Yeah, like if somebody like fakes an orgasm.
Isn't that just the industry? Like the women just fake their orgasms? Sure.
Yeah, I guess,
really
I don't
have a
know. Maybe
position.
there's a spectrum. Maybe you could design a spectrum of like the kinds of things where fraud is bad or not. I also don't mean this as a gotcha. I'm just like genuinely.
Well, I mean, but like, what about actresses in films where there's a sex scene and they
so
climax?
I guess maybe it's like implied knowledge, like implied, like if somebody's signing up for OnlyFans, they expect
I think
it
like
to be real.
if a woman fakes an orgasm in like a pornographic film, I don't think. I mean, you know, like the pizza guy knocks on the door. I mean, that's also not. He's not actually a pizza guy, and she's not actually in her house, and it's. I mean, it's cinema. Right, so I don't really have objections if a woman fakes an orgasm for porn, like in porn. I was thinking of it from the lens of like a relationship, but that's not what you're talking about. But what I'm speaking about is like, let's say a woman makes an affirmative claim, like you're talking to me, and like in so doing, she's like inducing these men. Oh, I'm actually talking to her, not some like Filipino man in the Philippines being paid $10 a day to like type, you know, whatever. And so if like she's charging people for the conversations or whatever, charging for the chats, and you're like, if a company says, hey, you can talk to X celebrity, and somebody pays knowing that they're like, actually, oh, I'm actually talking to, I don't know if this is actually a service, like, I don't know, what if, like, you guys know Cameo, that app, where people, like, celebrity, that's on video, so they obviously can't fake that, but let's say there's, like, a voice thing or whatever, and, like, you can buy a voice recording from your favorite celebrity, but then you find out that they hired a impersonator who does, like, a really good impersonation of the celebrity. I think that would be, like, that would meet the definition of civil fraud. Yeah. And I mean, you might think, oh, well, buyer beware, like you should know better, blah, blah, blah. But I do think, like, if you're making a representation, whether you're in, you have a company and you're selling like nutritional products to people, or you're a sex worker, I think like you should try to make like truthful statements that are not like misrepresenting and are not fraudulent, as in an effort to induce somebody to like purchasing your product.
Yeah, I definitely strongly sympathize with this. I generally like think lying is pretty bad. It's unclear to me to the degree to which men know that what they're doing when they're signing up for OnlyFans. Like as an example, like I run my main OnlyFans, and then for a while I decided to experiment with hiring a chatter on my free OnlyFans. And the chatter was terrible. They weren't like me at all. They typed like all caps XOXO BB my P, you know, whatever, so horny for you B. It was like really atrocious, had nothing to do with me, and my income just skyrocketed based off of that. And I was like, oh, these guys like have actually no understanding of who I am as a person, and like no desire to actually engage with me as a person. And that sort of like made me pretty sad about the whole thing, because I kind of thought that men cared more than they do. But it's possible that maybe I'm just actually filtering for the wrong kind of man when I'm doing that. So I don't know.
Yeah. Anyways, getting back to your notes, Katerina, you said that.
I'm sorry, it's Katrina. I told you that. Katrina.
Katrina.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry. Yeah. You said, long story short, you have two moms.
Yeah.
You said you ran girls and drugs.
Yeah. Ran them.
What do you mean ran girls? You're a pimp?
For a little while, I was helping out a friend and did her makeup, got her calls, and you know, like it was really hard to watch. I wanted to help her, and she just lied, said that she could do it without being using all the time, and she couldn't, and so it kind of was a backfire on me. When I say that, like. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you to read my stuff out loud, but like,
just the pre-show notes.
That's all good. But yeah, you asked me like some other questions afterwards that I thought would be more, but like that was kind of personal things. I just wanted to like let you know a little bit of who I was. I didn't expect to be put on blast for that, but that's okay. I mean, it's okay.
You wrote it. I'm not putting you on blast. I'm just. When you say you ran
I know.
girls,
I thought you were going to use the questions that you asked me.
Oh, I have those too, but you included this.
I included that when
messages.
I was like, just like letting you know personally, like why, like who I was, and why I thought that I would
curious.
have. Yeah, and you know, I wouldn't say it was a PIMP or anything like that.
What does ran girls? What does that mean?
Like, got them, like got them calls and took them to their spot, did their makeup, made them.
Were the women that you were running?
It was just one girl. So
well, you said girls plural.
I said
girls. There was only one girl.
Yeah.
Okay, you said girls, but
I just like saw.
Was she a prostitute?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say you ran a prostitute, you were the pimp.
I just did her favors and she paid me for it,
But would you stay there while she was meeting with her
wait in the car.
Client? And did the client ever not pay?
No.
Okay. What would happen if a client didn't pay? Would you like go in and have a conversation with him?
I mean, like, I'm saying that like I had an experience where I was involved with trying to help a girl get out of a bad situation, and she said she would partner with me to get, onto a better place, and it didn't work out. And
she was trying to get out of a bad situation by prostituting herself?
Well, I mean, like, I'm pretty, like, what do you call it? I'm pretty accustomed to the game, so, like, I see.
What do you mean accustomed to the game?
Like, I grew up, like,
Were you yourself a prostitute?
No, never.
So what do you mean when you were accustomed to the game?
And
what is the game? I'm very white, so I don't know what the game is.
The game is just like the
pimp game?
Just the underworld of like.
Okay. Well, you did say drugs too, right?
Right.
When you say running drugs, what does that mean? Like dealing drugs, like selling?
No,
pot?
Not like that. Like knowing the dudes that do and being involved with them and stuff like that. Like, and I've like, seen just the bad side of that type of world. Mm-hmm. And like having pity for these women that are, and like women that are, think that that's the only way. And I know some girls who can do it like sober and like they're vivacious and they can do that, but like most of the girls that I know are all messed up on drugs, and it's and they do it for survival, and it's not like in Amsterdam or other countries, like it's regulated, like here it's just like.
So what drugs were you running?
What do you mean?
Marijuana? Was it harder drugs?
Marijuana.
You wrote it. I'm just asking about your own disclosure here. Okay. You said okay, I'm not going to go into that. A little dark, but okay. You said you don't do OF, you never got paid for sex, 100% no cosmetic surgery. Mm-hmm. You say you don't hate everything that we say, but some things are really hot.
Yeah, it's hot topics for sure.
Anything like in particular, or?
Probably just like the way that you try to make like. Sorry, I just don't think you guys have the tenderness when it comes to what women go through and how they got to where they are most of the time.
That's true. I mean, I actually have to kind of concede this point to you. I am not, in fact, tender enough to drive women to meet with Johns who are then going to fuck them. I'm going to leave that kind of sort of tenderness up to women like you?
Like I said, I was just trying to help, and I learned a lesson.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just would never be tender enough to be that helpful.
I think that my disclosures had good intentions, and my intentions are pure, whether you want to believe so or not.
Yeah, well, then I could just say that too, right? My intentions are pure. What makes them impure other than you don't think they are? But I can tell you this, I have never driven a woman to try to get her out of trouble to go have a penis put inside of her for money. I've never done that. So I feel like that's the least tender thing I could ever do with a woman. What I do instead is I'll argue their worldview, and I'll argue their belief, and I'll treat them as though they should be heard and their belief should be contended with. Now that seems to be horrible in modernity because men, for some reason, well, not men, but women for some reason think that if they're in any way ever questioned and that their view is not completely conceded to and their ass is kissed, that you're an evil doer of nefarious character for some reason. But I gotta tell you, I think that the most respectful thing I could do is take what they're actually saying seriously and then contend with what they're actually saying. Now, if I end up destroying their arguments because they're fucking stupid, that's on them. But that has nothing to do with us treating women poorly or without tenderness. It's us treating them like people. I think that it's the most untender thing I've ever heard to be like, hey,
oh really?
You're in a bad situation. Let's show up at a guy whose appointment I booked for you. He'll fuck you and give you some money. That doesn't sound very fucking tender to me, I gotta tell you.
That's fair. Like I said, it was an experience that taught me a lot, and I grew from it. And I've wished that there could be some other kinds of ways to be able to protect these girls. And I'm not going to say it's me because I'm just a woman, right? But at least in Canada.
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with you being a woman, but acting in the social role of the pimp probably isn't the best way to protect women. It's probably, in fact, I would argue it's perhaps one of the worst ways possible to protect women for all the programs which exist.
That's the whole reason why they pay them pay pimps in the first place, though, right? Is because for protection, because of what can happen.
Yeah, but what kind of parasite would allow that? How you be so parasitical that you would actually allow strangers to fuck a woman while you took a percentage of it and then say it's on her behalf? I mean,
yeah, well, it didn't go as well as I wanted it to.
To me, a pimp is so parasitical, a literal parasite on society, almost as bad as a prostitute herself. And so it's well, from my view, I think what you're talking about is unadulterated evil from my view.
I think you don't really understand what's really going on in the world here, because we're just there's nothing. If there's a market, then who's paying? It's the men that are paying.
Do you think it's really funny to me when we talk about supply and demand, right? We could make a market out of anything, couldn't we? We could make a market out of murder. We could make a market out of theft. We could. I mean, there could be all sorts of demand for theft, right? And all sorts of suppliers then for theft. But that wouldn't make it right. It wouldn't make it just. It wouldn't make it moral, right? So the thing is you could have thieving gangs, and there's an endless amount of people who want to engage in this activity, right? And tons of supply for the people who want the stolen goods, things like this. It doesn't mean that it's right or it's righteous or it's in any way good. So the thing is when I hear this idea of, well, there's a supply and a demand issue. Yeah, that's true. But what do you think is easier to control? The few thousand suppliers or the millions of consumers? I would say it's far easier to control the suppliers than it is the consumers, right?
Sure. What I don't think that you're understanding from what I'm saying is that we're all just trying to survive out here, and when you learn lessons along the way, you can either choose to continue with the bad, or you can try to be more righteous. I don't think that what I did was right. I just was in the moment. I thought that I was doing the right thing.
Yeah, I understand.
Final thought, Andrew. Final thought.
You have an intention to do what is good, but that doesn't mean it is. No, I'm not even beating you up about these decisions. What I'm saying is that making a later justification that I did these bad things based on hardship, right? Because things were hard. It's like, you should read S.E. Hinton's Outsiders. There's a great line in it. It was written by a woman, in fact, when she was 16. Things are rough all over, Pony Boy, right? And what she's saying in this novel is, it doesn't matter if you're the Southside Soch. It doesn't matter if you're a greaser. Things are rough all over. You don't get to make immoral actions because things are really hard. Everybody has hardships. So that's all I'm saying.
All right, we need to get through a couple chats. This one came in a while ago. Alex, I do want to apologize for the delay here for getting this pulled up. It came in like 2 hours ago. I apologize, man. These have been batching up for a while. Looking for 5 more. Molten core full run. Hold on, dude. Let me do you a favor, bro. Lower the volume a bit. Need 1 tank, 3 heals, preferably priest. Can you lower the volume? There, I'll pull it back up. And then just once it's done, you can pull. Need 1 tank, 3 heals, prefer priest, no melee hunters, link Hydraxian rep PSD. Yo, Alex, thank you for the big $100 donation, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And then we have Jason here. Oh boy, great, Jason. The fact that none of the women on the panel found Andrew's joke about being autistic funny is irrefutable proof that women are not funny. I know this because I just did a survey. All right, thank you, Jason. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. We have Chair 3. Jason says, it sounds like you have horrible parents. Oh, wait, it hasn't even come up yet, and I'm already starting to read. Okay, well, sounds like you have horrible parents. Maybe that is why you are the way you are. Damn, what the fuck, Jason? Do you want to respond to that?
My parents are the best.
Oh, they're lovely people. I met
100%.
them. Just kidding, I didn't meet them.
No, they're the best parents ever, and they give me the best childhood ever.
Yeah. All right, we have Michael Jones here. New rule, don't respect the opinion of someone whose body count is higher than their IQ. Chair 3 is speedrunning her way to an unfulfilled life. Based Andrew, based Brian, Jesus is Lord. You're speedrunning. Okay. Do you want to respond? Anybody want to respond to Michael Jones? Going once.
I love when people tell me how I should feel.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Chair 4, if your daughter told you she wanted to do OF, you as her mother should stop her at all cost. The fact that you would support her makes you a horrible mother. You shouldn't be a mother. Do you want to respond to that? Damn, Jason.
You're entitled to your shitty opinion.
Yeah, do you want to answer just his question, though?
What's the question?
Well, I forgot. Did I already ask this?
You did ask this.
Like, if your daughter wanted to do OF?
She doesn't want to, though.
When you supported that, would that make you a horrible mother, is his question, essentially.
It doesn't make you a horrible mother.
I don't know. No, I am an excellent mother,
would you be fine
actually.
with her starring in OF?
Absolutely. She's an adult.
Okay. All right. That's a take. Jason Cassell, correction. The fact that none of the women on the panel found Andrew's joke about being autistic funny is irrefutable.
You just read that one.
No, he sent in a correction. Proof that women are not fun. Yeah. It just took me so long to get it. He sent, Jason, sorry for the delay, man. Sorry for the delay. Proof that women are not funny. I know this because I just did a survey. I think women are funny. They crack me up all the time on the show. All right, never mind. Good talk. Tough crowd.
Quick, Brian, make a vagina joke. They'll laugh. Do it.
What?
I'm actually thinking if I have a vagina joke.
See?
Probably not.
See? Mentioned vagina joke, already laughing. Right?
Already hilarious. All right, let's see here. I got to do a couple shout outs here really quick. Let's do, I'm trying to move this quick, guys. Guys, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, if you want 100% of your contribution to go to the podcast. We do have Colin, thank you for the 50. Joshua Burden, thank you for the 10. Thank you so much. You sent that via Cash App. And then we have Eric, I think your husband. Can I say his last name?
Yeah, it's the same last name.
Eric
It's Horbach, technically.
Horbach.
Yeah.
Horbach. Okay. $20. Imagine debating the gossip column and celebrating your win. Scared cat face. That's basically the show. Hold on, Eric. You know what? Listen, I know it's been a little contentious tonight. I was trying to be nice, okay?
It started off great.
I was
nice. Yeah, you were. No, you were.
What's wrong?
That was nice.
What's wrong with debating the gossip column if the gossip's about you?
Yeah, fair. We should have, I don't know if you're down. Do you want to have you and your husband come on the show? Chill, Lily, get your mind out of the gutter.
Taking things.
You want to have your husband, and then we'll just.
I
Yo,
can
Eric,
answer for him. Yeah.
I'm gonna DM you back on Cash App or whatever you sent that to. We'll get him on.
But wait, Ryan, then that would destroy the narrative that you only have women on the show.
No, I think it would be really interesting though, because I think some of the narrative when it comes to women who are involved in sex work is it it's gonna have really negative impacts on your relationships, but here you are, granted you met him before you started, but here you are, you've been married, you have kids. From the sound of it, you guys have been together a really long time. Maybe there's a little bit of issues early on, but you guys are together. Handsome guy, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was. Now the chat's gonna call me gay.
Not helping your case.
No, he seems like a good guy. He seems like a good guy. I think it'd be an interesting conversation to have if you want to run it by him. That could be cool. Because like I said, here you are, I guess, defying. I don't know if you would consider defying the odds, but I think it's the case that maybe not a lot, but a lot of women in the industry sometimes struggle when it comes to dating, especially maybe while they're in it, but even afterwards they can struggle a little bit. But I
think that's a fair point.
So that could be an interesting conversation. Also, Andrew wants to have a 1v1 with Ayla and Candace. Well,
for what?
Not a shoot. Not a shoot. He wants to have a debate. If you're down.
I do not like his debate norms because I don't trust him to be truth finding. Seems more like horror. But I'm down for a truth finding.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. No. Just give me a descriptor for what truth is. Then. No. Is truth subjective or objective?
That's a great example.
Yeah, that great example of what?
Of your debate norms.
Yeah, of us clarifying debate norms?
Yeah. I think I'm mostly interested in finding out what's going on instead of trying to do public battle. I think you relate to debate as public battle, which makes sense to do.
Sometimes. It
but
depends.
I don't think I really have that.
If you're looking for just pure fact finding or fact versus fact, I'm happy to do those too. You can do what's called formal or time debate, where you can match facts against facts. I just think your facts are wrong, and I can demonstrate that via debate. If you prefer a less adversarial form of debate, then we would do a formal debate, which would be
like to know if I'm wrong.
You could put your facts up, and then I could debunk them all.
I would like to know if I'm wrong. I would hope that you'd like to know if you're wrong, and then maybe we can help each other figure out.
I'm never wrong. I'm a man. What's wrong with you?
Oh yeah, I apologize.
Never wrong. Never.
Sorry,
wrong.
sir.
No, wrong. I'm wrong all the time. But in this case, your empirical data is really not good, and I would enjoy actually doing a debate on the empirical data that you put out as though it's actually good data. It's not good data.
Well, we can have further conversations and see if that can be arranged. But a couple things. Did you ever hear back from Special Forces?
I'm working on it. I got a couple of responses that I had.
Oh my goodness! How many people are slandering me? God,
a lot. Don't you go on the internet? Do your due diligence.
No. Any responses though? Special Forces guy? Any receipts?
Now it's going around in circles. So
what do you mean going around in circles?
I'm not getting a solid answer. So
what do you mean not a solid answer?
Not a solid answer. So can you tell me the name of the person that made this claim, right? And then he said a name, and I was like, well, is that the person that showed up, or you got the information? Is this now 3 degrees away?
Sister of a sister of a sister.
Instead of what you said, which was 1 degree away. And then that's what I was.
When we do our due diligence, look at what happens. Suddenly with due diligence, the whole thing makes no sense.
Andrew, don't punish behavior that you want repeated. I'm openly trying to see if I'm wrong and willing to admit that and concede and apologize. So I don't need to be it rubbed in.
I mean, we've been high on the concession but short on the apology.
Because I'm trying to get answers. You're the one that's that's harping on due diligence. I'm trying to get details.
How much more verification do you need then? Brian says
it's looking.
Hang on. Brian says not only is this factually untrue, but on top of it being factually untrue, you actually don't have a leg to stand on to even make the claims. It's secondhand information. You say I'll verify the claim, and then you go, well, they kind of giving me the runaround. It's it just seems like it's a concession without the portion that matters, which is the accountability of policy.
I was asking clarifying questions. Because he said a name, and I'm not going to throw the wrong name under the bus. So that's what I was saying is I got one name, and I said, did this person, is he the one making the claim that he got rejected, or are you saying you got the story from him? Because I'm not going to say, oh, Bob is the one that came here, and you're like,
it's the
fuck
guy who
Bob.
killed Osama, right? Is it that guy?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. No.
I'll have him on the pod.
I don't want to throw the wrong person.
Like,
under
ladies,
the bus.
would you date the guy who killed Osama bin Laden?
No, it wasn't him.
Because he got a big cock.
It wasn't him. No, it was not him.
Lily.
Sorry, that was a joke.
Get your mind out of the gutter. Damn, Lily.
I'll tell you what. How about maybe we can make a bargain so we can just move past this, right?
That'd be great.
If you are willing to apologize to Brian, right? Hang on. Apologize to him for the obvious slander, which was here without you doing your due diligence. But it turns out you were actually right. Okay, you're actually correct. Then I will apologize to you, and you won't even have to ask. I'll literally just put out a public apology.
Also,
how's that for fair?
I want to add, Andrew has never apologized to a woman ever in the history of.
That's how absolutely sure I am.
You will get his first. You will take his apology to a woman virginity.
Yeah.
It's not something that I want. That's not something that
You
I want.
Trust me.
Do I do
you
want?
want?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
you could put this shit on your resume.
So even then, with this consent, you still won't apologize. Actually.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, should we get the? Do you want to do the bow? Or are you going to do the bow? Or
I'll do the
can
bow.
we play the bow video really quick? I feel like it's important at this point.
Yeah, but the apologies actually, I feel like tenfold more painful, right? Because she just clearly does not want to apologize.
No,
like,
that's not at all.
She just doesn't want to.
No, that's not at all. You're absolutely putting words in my mouth. I didn't want to throw the wrong name under and say, oh, that was the person that came. Brian, I am so sorry that I didn't do my due diligence, and I just took the gossip train and then made a video that got a lot of views and misrepresented
Wait,
you.
it got a lot of views? It got a lot of views? What the fuck?
That misrepresented you and your show.
Oh my God.
And I should have contacted you before making such a claim because that is my responsibility.
How many views did you
Too
get?
many.
He forgives you if he's tagged.
Okay.
Before
I didn't know it got a lot of
hit
views.
upload. And I'm so sorry, Andrew, that my Indian editor put your name in there in the title.
Let's not bring Indians into this.
And because I didn't know that was going to happen.
Is he Native American or like?
No, like Indian from India.
I got a guy in Mexico.
You mean the guy who put my name in the title for the
for the clip?
Christian.
Yes.
Yeah.
My editor is a Mexican, so I'll get you.
I have my name. I have my name in lots of
I'll get you a Mexican
I'm fine
editor.
with that.
They're the best. What's up, Christian?
But next time I will reach out to the other
gotta reach
person
out to me.
to get the other side.
You gotta verify.
And I actually am sorry.
Trust but
Yes.
verify.
Yeah.
I accept your apology on condition that you hit a bow. Pull up the clip. Damien, pull that up. This is a little background. This is a video I took of my ex-girlfriend. I came home, it was late, 1 a.m. After a podcast. And this is my ex-girlfriend. We'll just play the clip. Boom! Huge. Do you see the bow? Deep bow. That was a 45-degree angle. Okay. And then
Did you just kick her your socks?
Shoes. My shoes. And then she's doing my laundry. I'm hungry after the show. Voracious appetite. So she made me some. She gets my beer too. She opened it up. The dinner's ready. I had to scold her about those tomatoes that are just tomatoes, but stirring the noodles. And yeah, play the bow one more time. Play the bow one more time. Let's just see the bow. Boom, huge bow. Yeah.
She did all that, and you still broke up with her?
I dumped her. Because one time she didn't bow.
Oh my God.
She got
That's
dumped.
a high bar.
It's a really high bar.
Don't slip up.
I have high standards, okay? I'm high maintenance.
Yeah.
Very high maintenance. So I think it would be appropriate for a little bow if you want to just do a little stand up.
Yeah.
In fact, every woman if you also want to hit a bow, I will accept a bow. Okay.
Are you taking it in? You have to look at
You want me to look you in the eyes, look you deep in the eyes while you bow to me.
This is an intimate
Are you going to
moment.
hold the eye contact?
This is a really vulnerable moment.
Is this
not
like
when
the?
I go down, right?
Is this?
then that's gonna be...
Hold on. You're married, okay? Calm down. Is this like the Karate Kid? Like eyes, always look eyes.
Well,
So,
getting music?
the Karate Kid from the 80s though.
Okay.
Not the reboot. Okay, I'm ready. I'm.
Okay.
That was.
Good. Thank you.
It was okay.
Okay.
I give it a B-.
Okay, I'll take a B-. It passed.
It was
It's still a pass.
All right. What's up, Eric? You should bow. You know what? You go home, hit a bow to Eric.
Mm-hmm.
I think you'll do.
Just apologize to all men, honestly.
Every day.
Yeah, every day.
You didn't even do anything wrong. Like,
on behalf of women.
Eric, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I know I did something, or I'm going to do something, so I'll just, as a prophylactic, really.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Also, props. Admitting error is super cool and often hard to do. So,
thanks. Yeah.
I think that's neat.
Okay, so we have Eamon Yaman. Old chick in the red dress is the unfortunate example of... Damn, bro, you guys are mean. Come on, man. Example of Protestantism's tendency towards generating delusional weirdos. Do you want to respond?
Oh, it doesn't deserve a response.
I mean, there's a couple different women in red.
It was me. Also, I'm 43. I'm the old chick.
Okay, yeah. Do you want...
Plus, no, I don't
too.
I don't care.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Eamon, thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate it. Guys, if you want, you can get a read-in at 100, TTS 200, and then you can also drop they don't take a cut, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. Let's just go to Stifler here. Stifler asks everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You cannot pick 7. Rate your own looks, scale of 1 to 10, starting with Ayla.
4.6.
4.6. Is there anything past the 6, like a 333, like repeating, of course?
No, they're probably, but I don't know the number.
You don't? Okay. What, Candace, what about you?
Oh my gosh, I want to participate in this game. There's no winning.
It's not a game.
There's no winning this answer.
There is definitely winning. You can win. You can win, Candace. You got to give us something.
I'm not participating.
Throw out a number.
Mm-mm.
So would that infer then?
Because if it's too low,
I say I'm a 3.
Mm-hmm.
That means I lost the game.
Wait, what was the question?
Correct.
I say I'm a 3. That means I lost the game.
Yeah, I guess.
Is that what that would mean? Who did I lose to?
I guess you're breaking the rule.
She's losing to the Whatever podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah. This I think does require a little bit of clarification. So I think that a lot of the people who beat up on the Whatever podcast about this question, I think it's kind of silly. So the idea is we're just trying to judge delusion, right? Mm-hmm. So you would probably say beauty subjective, this type of thing.
Wait,
sure.
I have to do this. I'll let you get right back to it.
Okay, yeah. No,
I need to get the other answers before we get into it. What about you?
Can't pick 7. I'll go 6.
Okay. What about you?
I'm giving myself an 8, especially considering I'm 43.
Go ahead.
Girl. Okay, and you can't pick 7?
Yeah.
I'll go 6.
Okay.
With or without makeup?
Just how about with and without?
It's going to bring out the baby wipes soon.
Yeah.
I do have
I'll
them.
take it off. I don't know. Tonight I'm feeling myself, so I'll give myself an 8.
That's with makeup?
Yeah.
And then without makeup?
Like a 4.
Okay. What about you?
I'll say 6.
My sister's a 10.
Okay. What about you?
We can't pick 7, so I guess 8.
Okay, I give myself a 5. Andrew, what about you?
Well, I mean, there's actually some pretty good honesty on this panel, I think. So I'll actually give you the actual rating. I would give myself about a 4, maybe a 5.
Yeah. Andrew, didn't mean to cut you off there. Andrew, didn't mean to cut you off there. I just wanted to get the answers from the rest of the panel before we...
Yeah, well, this is something you see from feminists often. They want to be very hypercritical of the idea of the rating, right? And they're like, well, it's nebulous. It's like, not really. I think people understand it pretty well. What you're asking is the self-obsessed, or how do I phrase this right? The self-assessment. Mm-hmm. Is the self-assessment mapping onto reality, or isn't it? Right? So when you say...
did a survey on this specifically to see how delusional people are.
Calm down with your surveys. I know, but calm down.
But I know how delusional people are.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's true, right?
Yeah, about like 2.5 points.
The thing is like, they often actually will lie and know that they're lying if there's a social group around them which reinforces that lie, right? So if there's no judgment going towards them from the people around them, they'll actually lie, often on purpose, because it's reinforced. Now, this is notoriously true of women in a room, but not notoriously true of men. They tend to not really do that because the man next to them will be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're fat. Or the man next to him will be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You got half your face is missing. Or what are you talking about? Your teeth are jacked up, right? They'll instantly look at each other and just beat the holy hell out of each other. They'll be like, dude, you're full of shit. And it's obvious you're full of shit. But for women, they don't actually do that. They'll actually reinforce things they don't believe themselves. So, for instance, let me ask a question to the entire panel just to kind of demonstrate this. Have any of you women, do you agree that when women are around each other, they judge each other all the time, nonstop, that this happens constantly, that women will judge each other on looks, on outfits, on all sorts of different things, on which eyelashes are better, which makeup is better? They don't say it out loud, but you're just judging it in your head. Do you agree that women do this?
Do you not do that with everybody?
Yeah.
I think both men and women do that.
I'm not saying that men and women don't do it.
I try really hard to practice.
Back to the question, do you agree that women do this?
In a form of comparison?
Just like anyone else.
Yeah, okay, great. So can we agree then, by a show of hands, that women do this? Do women judge each other constantly?
Constantly?
Well, I don't know about constantly.
I try to practice not being judgmental. It's really hard to do, but it's a
okay, well, let me ask you a different way. Raise your hand if you've ever sat at a table with women and judged them.
Definitely.
Raise your hand. Okay, so that's everybody here, right? Now raise your hand if you sat down at this table and judged any other women.
And judge the women here.
One person.
Yeah. It depends on what you mean by judge.
I know the judgment sounds.
You're judging their looks. Their looks is what I mean. You judge their looks.
Sounds negative.
I think it's like a concept in your head that
anyway. So real quick, I'll ask again. Now that you know what judgment means in this context.
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay. So
no, I just want to clarify. Legitimately, I think
judging whether or not their makeup looks good or doesn't look good, or if they should have worn a different outfit or should have worn a different outfit.
Oh, see,
et cetera,
no.
I haven't had those
You're
thoughts.
making a judgment of beauty standards.
No, for me, it would not be judgment. It would be more comparison. It would not be, oh, they should have worn
That's
this.
judgment.
No,
Yeah,
there's, yes, it is. You're correct. Comparison is a form of judgment. But what you're talking about is much more harsh of like, ew, like, versus like, oh, did they look nicer than I do?
I
or
like that
something
top.
Oh, like, so there's.
Sure, yeah.
That's all I'm saying. There is some nuance to what you're saying.
Say that you think, okay, well, then let me ask it that way. Raise your hand if you sat down at the table and thought that there was a woman at the table who looked better than you. Okay, great. Raise your hand if you sat down at the table and thought there was another woman there who looked worse than you. So wait a second. So then how come it was when I asked if you sat down and judged the other women at the table, none of you showed your fucking hands?
But you have like a trillion thoughts a day. It's not.
I mean, it's that simple every single time, right?
No, it's not. Like judge means a couple of things. Sometimes there's like a sensation of disdain. No, listen. Sometimes there's a sensation of disdain, and this is what people refer to when they say the word judge. And sometimes it means like sort of evaluation, like you're checking your position in the hierarchy, and definitely the latter, but not the former. And I just didn't know which one you were talking about.
As well, sometimes I have.
You seem a lot less confused now.
Why is it a woman thing though? Anyway, men do this constantly too. So I guess I'm a little confused as to why this is a female thing.
It's not whether or not.
What's your point then?
Who do you think is your looks match?
Hang on, chill out. Let me answer one question at a time. Calm down. So I answer hers first, and I'll move to yours. So I asked this question, right? Raise your hand if you judge women. So well, okay. What do you mean by judgment? I clarified that, and he said, well, not all the time. So then I asked this follow-up question. I asked you, well, raise your hand if you judged a woman at the table. You say, none of you raise your hand. Then I say, well, raise your hand if you sat down at the table and thought that another woman who was there was more attractive than you, and you all raised your hand. Therefore, all of you are admitting you made a judgment, so you all fucking lied. Every one of you.
But I also...
Your logic stream isn't very good.
Also, on the way here, I had a thought to...
I think it's fine. I think it's pretty good.
It's not, though. It really isn't.
It is.
Would you like me to explain how it's not?
I can't wait to hear it.
Okay. Well, basically, you said the word judge, and then it was kind of unclear what you meant, and then I would have raised your hand if you had said the thing that you meant, but you didn't, and then...
That's pure cope. So I did.
It
I
isn't.
did actually reiterate what I meant, and I said I was judging based on beauty standards. If you're making an assessment about beauty standards, which you then later admitted you were.
I am very happy to
admit.
What
you're doing now is an even lower tier form of pedantry, because you can rewind the tape and see that I specifically, with you specifically, clarified exactly what I meant. The rest of the panel heard it, and then that's when I asked the follow-up question.
You didn't.
So
You did not
was
clarify.
Confused.
You said words that were not the things you asked later.
But I was so hyper-specific.
You were not
when I
hyper-specific.
asked the follow-up question, everybody knew what I meant, including you.
Yeah, the follow-up question was a great specificity. I really like the follow-up question.
And that's when we found out the two things, didn't we?
If you would like to say that checking yourself in the hierarchy is judgment, I'm very happy to agree that I judge people. I'm not fighting over the word. I just really wanted to understand what you meant.
Yeah, I don't think you were confused about what I meant.
I was. I am reporting that very honestly.
We were further able to demonstrate that by me clarifying, and then the second that I did,
you did not.
The question the same exact way as every other woman on the panel. It doesn't seem like you.
I think you are being dishonest in the way that you are arguing. I'm very happy to admit your point, but it feels like you sort of want to act like I'm being trapped in some sort of like verbal corner, which I don't think is really what's happening. But I'm happy to say that I judge things according to your definition.
In my world, though, what we call that is cope, and welcome to cope. That's what you're doing. You're coping. It's okay for you to cope. Listen, it's all right for you to cope. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's true. I logically navigated you through this. I know it's difficult for you to admit, right? But it is the case.
Yeah.
What I'm showing is that I'm demonstrating that all of you fucking lied to me, and I don't even blame you, right?
Sure.
I understand the reason.
If we expand our definition of lying, then sure.
There's a reason why all of you did that, and
I did not.
The reason is because it's very easy for women in social circles. If one woman lies and the rest of them reinforce the lie, for them to continue with the lie. Men seem to be more commonly, men seem to call out when men are telling lies, right? They go, no, that's fucking bullshit. Men would be laughing at each other. If let's say a man was sitting in chair 1, which is a panel of men, and the man was like, oh, I'm a 10. The other dudes at the table would be like, what the fuck are you talking? They would start ribbing him immediately. Doesn't work the same way with women. That's why
I agree
the
with you.
answers are so bizarre. From our view, we're like, what the fuck are they talking about?
I agree that women are significantly more responsive to social pressure and much more likely to lie to each other about their appearance. I think this is true. It's kind of weird because your end goal is something that I don't actually think is that off. It's I feel like
we argue with me to argue. I get it.
I don't think I really like arguing for arguing's sake.
Well, I mean, that's arguing for argument's sake.
Do you know what you're saying? Or are you like an argument LLM?
What's an LLM?
A large language model.
What's a large language model?
A large language model is like a predictive text algorithm, trained on specific stuff. I would like to give you props to asking. I think some people would sort of disguise when they don't know things, but I think that was a high integrity move.
I never do. I always want to know exactly what I'm talking about before I talk about it, which just proves your previous.
But I would like to say that I would like to admit when you are good at things and then also say when I think that you are bad, and I think that was a good move, and I'm trying to be consistent according to my principles.
Great. And consistently, I'm really good at what I do. And this has been proven now to you multiple times. You got caught in the trap the same way everybody else did, for the same reason everybody else did.
I did not.
Because you lied. And so because you lied, you got caught in the same trap. That's the way it works.
You have an interesting definition of lying, but if we given your definition of lying, then sure, we can say that we lied.
What do you think my definition of lying is? You haven't even asked.
Okay, could I ask, what is your definition of lying?
Why did you make the claim about whether or not I was lying?
I had an assumption about what you meant.
Not even asking for it before you said that I was.
That was probably an error. Could you tell me what you mean by lying?
Probably was. What's that?
Could you tell me what you mean by lying?
Yeah, sure. Whatever your definition is, we'll go with that.
My definition is knowing, having a belief and then saying something contrary to that belief.
Oh, perfect.
Intentionally.
Yeah, you were lying.
It does not describe my internal state.
Yeah, no, I think it externally did, because what happened was you got clarification on a question. After you got the clarification on the question, you answered the exact same way that everybody else did, because previously you were asked
that's how it works.
Question that everybody understood, including you. You gave a different answer.
I did not understand it.
You were doing something inconsistent with your internal state.
I was not doing anything. I got clarification on a question and then updated my answer. That seems like pretty good norms to me, pretty good communication norms.
I mean, to me and most regular people, they would just call that a lie, but okay, fair enough.
All right, I have 2 chats coming in here. We have Jason Cassell, chair 4. So you would be okay with your daughter selling herself so a bunch of degens can get off? Do you even realize how horrible that is and why that makes you a horrible mother? Be a better mother. You're quick. Do you want to respond?
No, I have no response.
Into the mic if you can, but
no, I have no response. I don't feel the
comment.
need to validate my motherhood to anyone.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jason. We have Lucas here. The talking point that Andrew only beats up on meek women is patently false. He debated St. Ugaron Piers Morgan, infamous atheist, Matt Dillahunty, Dave Smith, Destiny, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, we already established it. I did the bow and everything. And again, I didn't know about your other show until we all did the circle intros. So again, I apologized.
Oh, yeah. It's all good. Thank you, Lucas. Do appreciate the message. All right. Let's, the rating thing really quick. No, I don't think there were like 10s here, right?
No, none of us said 10.
Maybe like 8s, a couple 8s or something, but okay. And then just one last thing on this. Actually, Candace, you kind of like refuse to answer it.
Right, because
like it's stupid or...
I don't like that. You can say attractive or unattractive, right? I'll answer that one. But I think when you do a number...
So binary.
I would prefer that because and I think Andrew is trying to like he keeps hinting that I'm a feminist. I'm really not. Like there's not a bucket I'm gonna go in.
Oh, you know, that's fair. I'm not gonna hint. You are a feminist.
I'm okay. That's fine. I wouldn't.
But I just didn't want you. I didn't want you to think it's being around the bush.
No, that's
or
fine.
Trying to make inferences or implications that weren't there. I'll just flat out say it.
Got it.
You definitely are a feminist.
Okay. Well, that's okay. That's your perspective. Putting a number onto it, you're going to have most women that are going to either, like Ayla said, there's going to be a disproportionate amount of people that are delusional and look at themselves like a really high number. But then you're going to also have the ones that are see it as a trap. So they're going to go, I'm going to be modest and go low so that no one thinks I'm egotistical. Like there's no winning by picking a number, essentially. Like either like, oh, she picked low because she doesn't want us to know that she's a narcissist, or she picked high, look how delusional she is. It's just not a game I'm interested in.
What if she picked a number that was... if you polled 1,000 people, was fairly commensurate with what those people polled and what she actually
thinks. That could be accurate. And if it was
like, what if she thinks she's a 6, and then a bunch of people, some give her a 7, some give her a 5, a bunch of people give her a 6. I don't know if that would be losing. I mean, if she thinks she's a 6 and nobody's like, oh, okay, oh, you're overrating yourself. Like, I don't think we don't like typically like it's when a girl who's clearly not a 10 claims 10. Like otherwise, if like a girl's like ranks herself like 1 point higher, we don't be like, I don't care, whatever.
Well, yeah, and then the feminist nod was like he was like beauty is saying that I was going to think that beauty is subjective, and to a point, if you're talking about art or something, sure, but I think when you're talking about a person, there's the golden ratio. People are usually attractive or not attractive across the board, and then there's both ends of the spectrum that'll be exceptions to that rule. But yes, I think that beauty traditionally is objective. So that was just a false...
Yeah, I mean, I guess the reason we asked the question is because I think in the dating marketplace, you need to have a sense of where you stand in it. Like if you have a house and you think it's worth $5 million, you put it on the market says, this is $1 million, you're not going to sell the house. And I'm not saying that women are houses, it's purely an analogy, but I do think that there is something going on whereby I mean, if you look at a woman's Instagram, for example, all her friends are gassing her up in the comments. Oh my God, you're so beautiful, blah, 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 blah. You're amazing, slay queen, etc. This woman could be fairly, I'm not saying this to be mean to this hypothetical woman, she could be completely unremarkable, not particularly attractive, she could be just average, right? Women tend to gas each other up. And there's another component here that I think is really interesting, is that like if I approach a girl and let's say she's just like obviously more physically attractive than me, I'm getting instantly rejected. Like I don't...
Not with me.
Huh?
Not with me.
Not with... Okay. Lily, chill out, man. But no, if a guy steps to a girl who's just like out of his league, and you can consider league looks, but you can consider it other things too. And I think it is other things too.
Especially with men, yeah.
Just looks. But if a guy steps to a girl that's out of his league, instant, like nothing. He doesn't get a conversation, he doesn't get a date, he doesn't get a kiss, he doesn't get sex. The same isn't really true for women though. If as a woman, you step to a guy who's outside of your league, whether it's on a dating app, you slide into his DMs or at a bar or whatever, and you are in essence, in the same way that men are like enthusiastically wanting to have sex with you, if you as a woman make yourself sexually available to a man, they'll take up that opportunity. Not all men will, but a lot of men will take up an opportunity to have sex with a woman who's enthusiastic and interested. But they'll get rejected on the back end. Men get rejected on the front end. Like I say, if I step to like a 10 out of 10, I ain't getting anything from her. Whereas women, if she's maybe average looking, if she steps to a guy who's 7, 8, 9, she's not going to get every single good guy who's a 7, 8, or 9. She might end up sleeping with 1 or 2 or 3, maybe multiple times. She'll get 1, 2, 3 hookups. Maybe he'll even keep her around in a situationship for 3 to 6 months. She'll never get commitment. Women get rejected on the back end. And so what ends up happening, though, is, if you have these women who are getting sexual access and they feel like they're so close to getting that relationship with that really attractive guy, oh man, and they keep chasing after him, a couple things happen. One, they are getting that sexual satisfaction with somebody who's out of their league. How are they gonna feel when the guy who's actually willing to give them commitment, they're gonna be less attracted to him? The sex is not gonna be as exciting, or she's not gonna be as immersed in the sexual experience. She's gonna be thinking about like this other really hot dude, or like the 10, 20 other really hot dudes that she had casual sex with that just were unwilling to give her a relationship. And so what ends up happening, well, a couple things end up happening. She has an overestimated sense of her looks because I can sleep with a guy who's an 8 or a 9, ergo I must be an 8 or 9. No, not how it works. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. The W for the woman is commitment. Mm-hmm. Like, that's your league, the guy who's willing to give you commitment. Mm-hmm. Just because a guy's willing to sleep with you one night, if he's a 9, that doesn't make a woman a 9. But so what ends up happening is you got these women, they go out, it's really easy to get sexual access to men who are more attractive than you. We see this all the time with like famous actors, musicians, athletes. They'll like gladly sleep with like a woman who doesn't match up to them in any regard. Like an average woman can, like, maybe not average, but like they can get with an NFL player. We have like 19-year-old college girl who's like just attractive. We've had them on the show. They've hooked up with NFL players, NBA players. Maybe you guys have your own experiences where you've like been DM'd by like famous musicians or athletes or actors. Some of you live in LA. You know, like these men, like you have access to these men. Are they going to give you commitment? Not necessarily. How are you going to go like date Leonardo DiCaprio and then end up with like a normal dude? Like, your brain is totally fried. Like, I don't think, in the same way that if you lived in a luxury apartment and then you're going to go live in a dorm room with 3 other people and share a bathroom, and it's really hard to like have that certain level of treatment or experience when these women are dating really attractive men, and then be like, oh, okay, here's the guy who's actually here's the cohort of men who are actually willing to commit to me, but they don't like, they're not as attractive as the men who are willing to sleep with me. They don't have as much status as these men who are willing to sleep with me. So I do think having a reasonable assessment of your own physical attractiveness would like indicate, is it really a good idea that I go fuck like this rock star and then I'm going to be like completely sexually dissatisfied with like Joe Schmo average guy? Because like most average women are not attracted to average men. That's my position. Maybe you disagree. I don't know.
So you've heard women talk about having this experience? You've heard women talk about having this experience, like when they're trying to date,
I've
and then
had thousands of women who've come on the show and they're like completely average, and they're like, oh yeah, this famous guy's like in my DMs, and like I dated XYZ, I dated an NFL player, I did an NBA player. Yeah, they have that experience. And I was
just curious about the difficulty finding commitment part.
Well, what I'm saying is like when it comes to female hypergamy, is they can find commitment, but the men, it's like, how often do you hear women say something like, oh, the guy that I like, he doesn't like me, and the guys that like me, I don't like them. Like, those are the guys who are willing to give them commitment. So they can find commitment, they just don't want it with those guys. They're continuously chasing after these men, and from like 18 to 30, they'll be chasing after these men, and like situationship, one night stand, friends with benefits, boom, boom, boom. I'm not saying this is the case for all women. Plenty of women throughout their 20s will be in long-term relationships. but like this is the experience of a lot of women. And then ultimately when they're 30, they're like, oh, okay, I'm going to get married now. And then they're just totally dissatisfied with the men who are actually willing to commit to them because they spent like their 20s fucking these like NFL, NBA players and so forth. And I'm using that as an extreme example, but it could just be like the like really attractive guy in your college that all the girls want.
Yeah. I think I was just checking if this was like a specific anecdote that you had, or more like theory, general observation you'd noticed over like extrapolating.
I mean, this is something that I think is observed in the dating marketplace. I mean, the statistics from the dating app seem to indicate this, that women are overwhelmingly swiping on like the top 10% of men on dating apps.
Yeah, I know. I think this is definitely true. I think I was just curious. I'm trying to figure out how much of a bubble I'm in, basically. So I was just curious, like, if the thing was a general thing, like you have access to the same information I have, or if you're like, yeah, I've been talking to this woman and they're like, wow, I was trying to find a relationship when I'm 30, but I fucked all these really incredible guys, and like, why can't I find a man as good as I was fucking?
Well, I mean, do you think that this could be a phenomenon where like once you've experienced a certain level of treatment or like dated a certain like caliber of guy, it's kind of like hard to be like, and maybe you do end up settling with that other guy, but like in the dark recesses of your mind, you're like still like, oh man, this guy was better in like this dimension. Maybe it's the guy he was really generous, or he's really good in bed, big dick, whatever it is. Like, he's really tall, really good looking, status, he took me on all these trips. And then you start creating an amalgamation of like all the like most amazing characteristics that like 10 different guys who you dated all have. And you're like, okay, I need that in one dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a plausible theory. I think there might be some other theories that explain what's going on, but I genuinely really don't know which one's the right one.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to approach like the dating marketplace and everything that's going on.
Yeah,
but
or like, for example, alternative hypothesis might be like, there's a lot of men that I dated, but I sort of like in hindsight feel like I really should not be dating them anymore, in a way that's possibly, you could argue that I've like downplayed all their good qualities. So maybe we have a psychological phenomenon where we like sort of don't remember how good people were because we're like, fuck those guys or something. I don't know if that's actually what's going on. I'm just giving like something that another theory we could test.
Yeah. Well, can I ask you a question? Like, have you had like, is there one partner in particular you've had who was like the most amazing in bed?
Definitely my current one.
What's that?
My current one, definitely.
Your current one. Okay. Yeah. How about like prior to him? Was there a gap where like you had a really amazing sexual experience with a certain guy, and then like guys after him like did not sexually satisfy you, and because they didn't like meet to that standard or that caliber of the previous men, you were like sexually dissatisfied?
To a minor degree, yes.
Okay.
I mean, mostly I'm kinky, so like I've like had sex with a kinky guy, and then I've had sex with vanilla guys.
Like vanilla guys, right?
I was like, man, I wish I had sex with a kinky guy.
It's not as fulfilling, right? But I mean, you did have that experience.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
I think it's plausible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like, question, were you, while you were dating these men, maybe not necessarily during sex, were you thinking about like, oh man, this other guy was way better? You're doing comparison.
Not really.
Okay,
just because I'm abnormal, like I don't know if I'm representative. Possibly.
Like I'll give you a personal anecdote.
Yeah.
Like I think this can happen to men too. So, oh my God, I can't believe I'm Andrew, earmuffs. I feel, or I don't know. Never mind. You don't have to do earmuffs. So it's like, okay, in the same way that like women, once you fall on like you're playing Russian roulette, you're like rolling the dice, and then you land on like the dick. You know, it doesn't, like, he's just that good in bed.
Yeah.
You know, this shit. Okay. We got some bi.
Yeah, I feel like. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm bi. Yeah.
Yeah. You what?
Look, all pussy is good, but some pussy is better than other. Like, I don't know, like a woman who's like multi-orgasmic, who can come in like 5 seconds, and then she can have like multiples and like come like 20 times in a row, and it's super easy. And then you're gonna like deal with a girl who like you need to fucking jackhammer to like make her come like a quarter of the way to a climax. It's like, okay, that's kind of like you've been accustomed to a woman who can come, and then like that also feels really good, both like physically and psychologically, in terms of the psychological stimulation. So it's kind of like, once you know, it's like, how do you go back to like the woman who's like obviously people are more than just like the sexual experience. There's other components to a relationship. Like, do you get along with them? Are they a good person? Are they pleasant? So it's not just the sex, but I'm just like, within that realm of like sex, it's hard to go from like multi-orgasmic fucking crazy, and then you're gonna date the girl who's like, she doesn't really get that wet, and it's like impossible. It's like super hard to make her come. It's like, fuck.
Are you having this problem right now?
Okay, look, I've encountered a woman who's like incredibly insanely orgasmic, and then I've also like subsequent to that dated a girl who like she can even make herself come, right? Like some women are just, it's hard, really hard for them. So,
but I feel like where a lot of women have this problem.
Just kidding.
No, where a lot of women have this problem where they go from someone that they're, you know, having great sex with and really into and have this great connection with, to like then going maybe downgrading and, you know, having a bit of shit sex. It's because usually they go from, you know, being in a relationship, seeing someone long term, because I feel like as women we enjoy sex more with a partner the more we have sex with them. Like it does get a lot better.
Yeah, like
and
they
so
learn.
yeah and so when you go from like seeing someone and being with someone for quite a long-term thing, and then like maybe, you know, you're sleeping around a lot and it's like, oh my god, these fucking guys are fucking shit in bed. It's not because they're shit in bed or you've got a bad connection with them. It's because you've spent so much more like time and effort with the person before.
Yeah, I agree with you that there's more to like a relationship than strictly just the sex, and absolutely sex can improve and you can work on it and it can be better. But I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel like a lot of the times with just like one-off things, like they don't care about like you, they just care about themselves.
Yeah,
and, like,
and that's why we want the guys that are committed, because they actually don't treat us nice.
They'll learn and they'll take the time to like
100%.
Yeah.
Word. All right, I got a couple chats I got to read. Shooters Sheets. Candace is honestly so hot that it makes it worth the ear damage. Do you want to respond to this, Candace? No? Okay. We have Lucas. Shooter, thank you for the message. Shooter, really appreciate it, man. Lucas, Ayla, you're a bright girl, but you're engaging in bad faith pedantry. The quintessential Bill Clinton depends on what the meaning of the word is. Do you want to respond super quick to this?
I mean, I just want to know what people mean. It's really genuine.
Sure. Jason,
I think that's fair to always get clarification on what a person means. The portion where it becomes pedantic is if the person gives you what they mean and then you refuse to accept what they mean.
Yeah.
That's when it becomes pedantry.
If that did happen, that does sound
We have Jason Cassell, Chair 4. We should care what kind of mother you are to your daughter. You are on a live podcast and you told the world that you are okay with your daughter being a prostitute. I would say that is evil. Do you want to respond?
That is not what I said. You completely twisted my words.
Would you be cool if she was like getting like driven around by her though?
No.
Sorry, did I just say that?
That was a completely different scenario that she described, with addiction problems and things. So
I would also love to respond to this because as well, like I feel like it affects me because it's also my mum supports me when I started OnlyFans. Sure.
Yeah,
and
go ahead, Lily.
My mum always describes it as like, I can sit there and be totally against it, never speak to you again, you know, never have a relationship with you anymore. But it's like, that would be way more heartbreak than, you know, if she actually supported me in something I enjoy doing and are happy with. Like, she would way rather have that than...
I have a question for you. Would you, if you knew before you had started doing OF, knew definitively, like maybe you had a conversation with your parents and your parents said, Lily, if you do this, our relationship is over. We are done. You're out of our lives. We're never going to talk to you again. Would you have not done OnlyFans?
If this was all before,
and they're like, you went to them and you're like, I'm thinking about doing this.
I think it's hard because I would not have then experienced what joy this has brought me. So I wouldn't have then like known, you know, is this going to actually be the career for me? Mm-hmm. So maybe it would have. But then again, I also think that if your parents gave you an ultimatum, it would just make you want to choose the thing that like fucks them off the most. Yeah, 100%. If your parents are going like, I will never speak to you again if you do this, as a teenage girl at 18, of course I would have took it.
Why?
But so it wouldn't. So you would have taken the choice to just start your OnlyFans, knowing the entailment being the relationship with your parents is irreparably damaged. It's over, like for life. Would you still do it?
It depends, because right now I know the joy this job brings me, and so I can't put myself in that headspace that I was when I was 18.
How about this? What if
wait a second. That makes no sense. So if it is the case they don't want you to do OnlyFans, and then you're going to do OnlyFans, but then they say they're going to disown you, and you're still going to do OnlyFans, why would it be a problem? Because it's the same result either way, right?
Say that again. Sorry, you were laughing a bit too much.
If it is the case that if they give you an ultimatum, you would do OnlyFans, but you're going to do OnlyFans without the ultimatum, then what do they lose by giving you the ultimatum?
I just meant in the sense of like, will my parents then lose me if they give me this ultimatum? They lose contact with me.
So the idea here is, if they give you an ultimatum for behavior, that you're not going to talk to them again, so they have to concede to your behavioral standards.
I feel like I think I'm confused with what's going on.
If I have a behavioral standard for a person, if you do X, I don't want to be a part of your life, right? This is bad from my view, like, I don't know, murder, let's say, something like this. If it were the case that I gave them the ultimatum, and then they went and did the activity anyway, versus I did not give them the ultimatum, and then they still went and did the activity, what the hell do I lose by giving them the ultimatum? It sounds like giving them the ultimatum at least shows them where it is that you stand. You know what I mean?
No, because then if you gave me the ultimatum, then we say, like, you and my dad, we never talked again, so then you'd never get contact with me.
Would be you saying the behavioral standards of me you need to accept, versus them saying the behavioral standards I have you need to accept. So basically, you're just usurping behavioral standards from your parents, right? You're saying you need to either concede to my behavior or else. So it's actually you giving the ultimatum.
No, but at the end of the day, it's my career, it's my life, it's my job. This is a choice I get to make. It's, it's not down to my parents. It's
a choice you get to make, but you're saying if you don't agree with the choice, get the fuck out of here.
That's definitely...
You can't choose who your children are, right? They turn out like... You can pick and choose who your babies are. Like, your job as a parent is to protect them and to love them. And if you could eat, meeny, miny, mo, and pick your perfect child every time...
No, that's not the job of a parent.
I'm sorry. I think unconditional love is very important when raising children.
No, I dispute that this is the job of a parent. I think one aspect of parenting would be to protect your child and to love your child. But love has many facilitations as to what that means. I think that holding standards for behavior is part of love, and I think boundaries is part of love. I think that that holding standards for behavior is part of loving somebody. The idea that if you love me, I can do whatever the fuck I want, regardless of your beliefs, to me is insane. That's the opposite of love to me.
But I think because my parents love me so much, they would way rather see me in a job I enjoy than, something I would hate and it'd make my life miserable and, it'd make me depressed. They would way rather...
love, though?
Pardon?
Right. Here's what I mean. I'm thinking in my head, if you were going to do something which was against my standards as my kid, right, for behavior.
But my parents never laid down that law. That wasn't my standards.
I understand in your situation this may be different. You did kind of make it sound like they did. But anyway, that aside, if it is the case that I'm like, this behavioral standard is unacceptable to me, and they're like, well, I'm going to do it anyway, and you can either fucking deal with it or not, right? Then it's like, well, yeah, there's an ultimatum, I guess, on my side, but there's also an ultimatum on theirs, right? So the thing is from my view, though, shouldn't a parent kind of hold the line? Shouldn't the parent be like, no, this behavior, nonsense, needs to stop, fuck that, it's damaging to you, it's damaging to society, and I'm not going to indulge in any of it. Like, how's that not love?
But
how's it love to just be like, do whatever the fuck you want? That doesn't sound like love.
The thing is, though, parents are there to guide them, not just absolutely abandon them, and things like that.
Well, that should be the kid abandoning the parents.
No, because if the parents are giving them an ultimatum
standard, and the kid is saying, but I'm not going to adhere to it, and unless you do, I'm not going to deal with you anymore. Isn't that the kid abandoning the parent?
I don't believe so.
Well, no, because no one really asked to be born. You know, like, we're all just...
That's like, I can just say, I didn't ask to be a parent.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But whether you ask for it or not, it is the case you were born. It just seems to me like the responsibility, putting all the responsibility, especially if you're an adult, on your parents, right?
Yeah, it's
you're
always
like,
the
if you want a
parents' fault.
relationship with me, I'm not going to adhere to your behavioral standards, or else. How do you not have culpability for this supposed abandonment, right?
But the thing is, you're an 18-year-old, you're an adult. Like, your parents can't give you an ultimatum and tell you exactly what to do at that age.
Yeah, they can. They can give you an ultimatum for the restrictions of the relationship they're willing to have with you based on behavior, of course. Like if a parent said, as long as you're out being a serial killer, I'm not going to have anything to do with you.
This is not murder.
I'm not saying it's murder.
Well, don't compare it to.
Hey, stop. I'm not saying it's murder. What I am saying is that they have the right to say, if you're engaged in this X behavior I find abhorrent, I'm using murder because it's easy to understand, right? I'm not going to have anything to do with you. Nobody would blame them.
But I think that would make them a bad parent if they just abandoned them like that.
I think it makes you a bad kid to give an ultimatum for abandonment.
The kid isn't the one giving the ultimatum, though.
The kid is, actually. The kid is saying, I'm not going to conform to the behavioral standards.
Or I'm not going to conform to your views.
If you want me in your life, you will concede to my behavioral standards. That is actually an ultimatum.
But it's just like a agree to disagree with their views. Like the kid thinks that's totally fine to do, and the parent doesn't. Right. So the thing is here is if the parent says this is not right, the problem I have here is that the counterclaim is, well, then you don't really love them. It's like, that seems stupid to me. It seems like, yes, you can definitely really love a person and not agree at all with the behavior. So you'd never talk to your kid again if they did sex work.
Anything to do with them until the behavior changes. Why is that even bad?
So if you had a child and
I have.
Sorry, I don't know your background or family situation.
No, go ahead. So you can ask the question. Go ahead.
And she turned 18 and decided that she was going to take this route in life and do OnlyFans. Are you then giving them an ultimatum and saying, I'm not talking to you again if you're going to do this?
I think that me saying you're not conforming to behavioral standards that I find acceptable, and you can either do that and have a relationship with me or not, is the same exact thing they're saying to me. So I think they would be saying the same thing to me that I'm saying to them. So this seems mutual to me, or like both parties are giving this ultimatum. It's not just you, it's not just them. So if that's the case, yeah, I don't see a problem with that. If one of my kids said to me, I'm going to go off and be a prostitute, I'd say, well, here's the thing. I will always love you. There's nothing I can even do about that. If I wanted to, right? I'll still always love my children. But that doesn't mean that I'm ever going to support any of these behaviors. And until these behaviors stop, I'm not going to enable them.
So you wouldn't ever talk to your kid or anything like that?
Will they be at Christmas dinner?
What's that?
So will your gay or prostitute kid be at Christmas dinner?
Mm-mm.
But I personally deem that as like a bad parent if you're just going to abandon your kid.
As like a bad kid, because the kid.
Not really, because they're not doing anything wrong. Doing sex work isn't inherently wrong.
What is the parent doing wrong then by this metric? What are they doing that's wrong?
Abandoning their child.
That's not abandonment of a child.
Yes, it is. If you're not talking to them anymore, you won't see them. It's abandonment.
If you're 18 years old...
Okay, well, cutting off a relationship, whatever you want to call it.
If you're 18 years old, how the fuck are you abandoning a child?
Okay, well, you're cutting off all relationships then.
Yeah, so what? Why is that wrong? Don't you put off relationships with people based on behavioral standards?
Not when they're my family and my parents.
Why not?
Because they're family. What do you mean? I would never not talk to my parents. It doesn't matter what they do.
What would make it wrong for you?
My parents could kill someone, I'd still talk to them.
Based on behavior. Why would that even be wrong? Why would that even be a problem?
Because family, it's not all about like right and wrong. You love each other
unconditionally.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean unconditionally?
Yeah. Have you ever had unconditional love? Do you know what that feels like?
Yeah, let's say you love them unconditionally. You haven't demonstrated this person doesn't love you. You've only demonstrated
by cutting them off means that
hang on. You haven't demonstrated they don't love you. You've only demonstrated they won't give in to your behavioral standard. That's it. They still love you.
I think we're just going
just
circles
don't
in this, if
agree
I'm
with the
honest,
behavior.
because agree to disagree. I think it would be unloving if my parents cut me off.
I think it's unloving that you won't conform to their behavioral standards.
Well, because I won't stop porn. Like, what?
Oh, because you demand that they accept porn.
my parents, my personal parents don't demand I stop porn. So that's
So
that.
let me ask you a question, Lily. If you go off and you do corn, you still love your parents?
Yes.
Okay, so why would it be the case that if your parents stopped talking to you because you went off and did corn, that meant they stopped loving
Well,
you?
wait, take that back. So if I did corn, I still love my parents. Is that the question? I do porn and I love my parents,
So why
yes.
would your parents stop loving you just because you did corn, even if they stopped having a relationship with you? Why
No,
would that
what
mean they
I'm not
love
talking
you
about.
anymore?
My personal parents aren't like this.
It
But
doesn't matter if your
you're
personal
saying
parents did.
basically you would abandon your child, and I think
That's
I
not an
personally deem
abandonment of a
that you
child.
don't love your child if you will never speak to them or see
If they're
them again because
35
they do
fucking years
porn.
old, are they still a child?
Pardon?
If they're 35 years old, are they still a child?
Oh, your child, your kid, whatever you want to call them.
Final
like,
point
yeah.
on this.
So here's the thing: you keep on saying you're abandoning your child as though this is a 3-year-old.
Oh, sorry,
Right?
sorry, I'm using the wrong terminology.
First
My
of all,
parents
no-
still call me a child because
Yeah,
I'm
there's
a
no
little girl.
abandonment, Lily. You're not abandoning.
Well,
you're saying until you conform.
What
to the
terminology?
standards,
What terminology would you like me to use for
Boundaries?
someone
You
your
set up
child?
boundaries?
As
You're
your
setting up
child.
boundaries.
Then, if you
You're
don't want me
setting
to
up
use the word
boundaries.
child.
Yeah, but the reason that you're saying child is because you're infantilizing it. Like,
What
oh my
you?
God,
What
you're
word would
abandoning
you
your
like me
4-year-old on
to
the steps.
say?
How about this then? How about this? Use the terminology your adult child.
Okay.
See how that sounds?
So
you're abandoning you by having a behavioral standard for your adult child are abandoning your adult child. Say that out loud.
So you're
Say it out
abandoning
loud.
your adult child because they do porn, so you don't love them anymore.
That means you don't love them anymore.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that the kid stops loving them because they won't conform to their behavior.
We're gonna go around in circles because
That's because
we're
the
gonna
argument's
agree to
circular. It
disagree.
makes no sense.
I
literally makes
believe
no
that if
sense.
you were to abandon your child because they did porn, that you don't love them anymore.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Just one last question before Brian wraps this up. Is it, at least from your view, possible that a parent can absolutely love their child and still cut off contact with them based on behavior?
I personally don't think
You
that
don't
would be
think so?
loving. No, I think
Does that
if
mean-
you choose
what
to
if
be
they
a
were-
parent,
what if they were a PDF file?
I
Could they
think
do it then?
if you choose to be a parent, you love that kid till it dies.
I didn't say
depending
anything about
on
love.
depending on what it
I
does.
didn't say. Listen, I literally conceded the love thing. I'm asking you this question.
Well, I think you stand
Is it
by your
possible,
child.
even if they're PDF files.
I don't know what PDF files means.
Oh yeah.
Kid.
You go after kids.
A nonce.
Yeah, my parents have always said even if I kill someone, they would still stand by me.
So you would stand by? You think that a good parent stands by their kid even if they're PDF file?
They still love them and talk to them.
I didn't say anything about love.
Well, they'd still
right?
talk to them. They won't
I
cut
think that they
off
still love
contact.
them.
No.
You can still love your kid, but that doesn't mean you have to accept the
Well, they
social
would
behavior.
still keep contact with them. That's what I'm trying
Why?
to say.
Why do they need to keep contact with them?
What? Because they're their child and they have chosen to be a
what?
parent. At the end of the day, as well. Like we can go around in circles about this.
All right, last question. All right, I lied. Okay, so last question.
This has to be the last. It has to be the last.
Last one. Could you conceive of having a boyfriend or an ex-husband who
What does conceive mean?
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
Who still is in love with you, but stops talking to you?
What does conceive mean? Like rephrase
Think.
that maybe.
Can you think that it's possible that there could be an ex-husband or boyfriend who is still in love with a woman but stops talking to her?
Yes, but that is so different. That's so different.
then
The
it's
relationship is
possible
so
to love
different.
people even if you cut
Yes,
contact
but
off with
that
them.
type of relationship is so different.
I see, but it is possible to cut off contact with people instantly.
Oh my God! But yes, but
Yeah,
that
but
type
just
of
not with a
relationship
parent.
is very different.
So what about
Listen
the fact
to me.
that my sperm made you makes it so that it's suddenly not
thanks.
love? But if my sperm didn't make you, I still could love you. What part of that actually makes sense?
Do you want to keep talking and going around in circles?
Yes.
It's
Until
so.
we get
I
it
bet it's so
right. Yes,
boring to
I
listen
do.
to
Well, I
as
hope
well.
all your kids turn out just
All
how
right.
you want
Lucas
them to turn
says,
out.
Lucas says,
For the sake of
Candace, if
them.
you have a public platform and you make public assertions about someone, you have a duty of due diligence. Otherwise, you're CNN. Fake news network. Do you want to respond or?
I mean, I don't know how many times we have to beat a dead horse. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
We have Jason, chair 3, doesn't sound like your parents love you. God damn, Jason, chill out, bro. Sounds like they don't really care about you. Are you chair 4's daughter? This is not the roast session yet. Chill out, guys. Holy shit. We'll get to the roast session in a moment. Then Jason, save it for the roast session, okay? All right. Here, I do have a request of Ayla. Ayla, have you seen the movie American Pie?
No.
You haven't seen American Pie?
That's homeschooled.
You can.
Yeah.
There's this line. Can you say, this one time at band camp?
This one time at band camp.
It was okay. All right, never mind. Just sometimes the flow of your, like, kind of the, what's the word for it? Cadence. Thank you. It reminds me of
her.
The
I should watch
Allison Hannigan, I think, from American Pie. So the band camp girl. Okay. I need to get through all the. Oh, actually, wait. We did do the rating thing. Yeah, I think I pretty much wrapped up on that. The only question I have follow up on that is, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? You're 32. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 42?
No, definitely not.
Okay, and you're 32. Were you better looking at 22 than you are now at 32?
Better looking at 22.
Okay. Candace, you're 35. Better looking in 10 years' time at 45?
No.
And then you're 35. Were you better looking at 25 than you are now?
No.
Better looking now.
Yeah.
Okay. You're 23. Better looking in 10 years' time at 33?
I think I will be, yeah.
Better looking in 20 years' time, 43?
Pardon? Wait.
Would you be better looking?
Probably not, no.
Okay.
Maybe.
But yes at 33.
I might have a lot more work done, so
Okay.
it depends.
You have work currently, or?
Yeah.
Lips?
Lips?
Lips? Is it the lip
No, I
filler?
haven't had my lips done. Why? Do they look nice?
I don't know.
They do. Thank you.
You're 43, better looking in 10 years' time at 53.
No.
Okay, you're 43. Were you better looking at 33 than you are now at 43?
No.
Better looking now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about 20 years' time? Better looking at 23 versus 43?
No.
So better looking now at 43 versus 23?
Yeah, I think so. When you take the whole, I'm thinking of all the things, not just like. Sorry.
No, I'm talking just looks. Just looks. So you can't factor in like personality, being ethically
non-monogamous. Yeah, then probably no. Then probably better at 23.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're 21. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time at 31?
Possibly, but probably not.
Okay. You're 35. Better looking in 10 years' time at 45?
No.
No? Sorry. No. Was that a no?
Yeah, it would not be better.
And then you're 35. Were you better looking 10 years ago at 25?
I didn't have the confidence I do now, so.
Just looks, though. Don't worry about the confidence.
Oh, honestly, I use an anti-aging face cream, so I'm pretty
anti-aging.
I look the same.
Look,
yeah, I did
no aging. The anti.
No, seriously.
Okay, no aging in 10 years time. Okay. All right. You're 30. Better looking in 10 years time at 40.
No.
And then you're 30. Were you better looking at 20?
I say yes only because I lost a lot of weight.
Okay. You're 22. Better looking in 10 years time at 32.
Yes.
20 years time at 42.
Better than now. No.
Okay. Wow. Normally we get sometimes they're troll answers to this, but I don't think anybody said anything too crazy.
The last time I was on, I didn't quite understand the question, but now I do.
Okay. We have some age, just in case. We'll just go through it quick. We age advanced you. Did we also get gender too? Did we swap gender? Yeah. Okay, fuck it. We'll do that too. We used the art of AI to age all of you, and we're gonna test this out. All right, pull it up.
Oh no.
Mate.
All right, guys, like the video. You got it? Okay.
How much older did you? Like, what was the?
Took some MILF.
That's
okay,
not
next.
10 years older. That's
that's like 70.
That's like 75.
You know what's interesting, Candace, is like when you were younger, you looked more white. This is gonna. Don't clip this.
Definitely clip
And then now you look more Asian, but then here you look white again. I don't know what happened.
I don't know either.
It's like this weird kind of
yeah.
Next.
That's 10 years old.
You're like 95.
They did you dirty.
You're like 95.
I'm like on death's door at that point.
They did you dirty.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Crypt keeper over here. Okay, next.
Oh yeah, I'm looking good.
Okay.
I should do, I think.
There you go. All right.
I think you're winning so far.
Yeah.
Next.
That is
Who did
Cookie
this?
Purr. That is Cookie Purr.
Shit. Okay, next.
Oh my god.
Wait.
I don't look like.
Oh, okay.
It's cute.
It's also very cute. Yeah.
I see the difference. Next.
You look good. Yeah.
All right, there you go. That's like the lunch lady in elementary school right there.
A hot
All right,
lunch
next.
lady.
Next.
I can
What
see
the-
it. I
Okay.
kind of look like my grandma.
You definitely. Next. Of course, obviously next. Of course. All right, and then we have a different batch next. We'll do it quick.
There's another batch that's like pretty much the same photos.
Is it? Let me take a look. We'll take a look and see.
I feel like we were
Same photo. Oh, same guy.
Yeah.
Maybe
Billy was definitely
disproportionate
We'll go
to
quick.
body count.
Next.
old. It was ridiculous.
Oh god.
Whoa. Okay, next.
These look.
Is this when you're like meant to be like a child?
Oh, you're going.
Next.
Oh, that's good. I think it's hot. Yeah.
Next.
I just.
That's more realistic. Next.
Aw.
Next. Next.
Oh.
Whoa, holy. Whoa. Damn, okay. Next. Wait. Oh. No, we'll do gender swap. Wait, okay, so here's the thing. Wait, what the fuck?
Is it like would you date the boy?
Would you date the male version
of
you?
yourself?
Like, would you find them attractive? Like, I guess that's all we can
I
go
could probably
off
brute force it.
Yeah, he's definitely hot.
of. She's doing brute force. Okay. Okay. All right. Next. Candace, do you?
like my brother, so no. Identical, so no.
You kind of look like Stifler.
Oh my god.
Do you know who that is? From
yeah,
American
yeah.
Pie? A little bit like Stifler.
No, it looks just like
A
my
little
brother.
bit.
Another
Okay.
American Pie reference.
Gotta watch
Next.
that.
Hell yeah! He's getting it.
What, you'd smash? You'd
Smash.
Okay.
Smash.
Next.
Raw.
What the fuck?
That's terrible.
They gave you a pompadour.
hot.
I would
What is that called? Is it a pompadour?
Yeah.
Is that what that's called?
He looks really funny.
Yeah.
Would you hit?
No, I don't think so.
Not your type? Not your type? Or is it like
Game of Thrones
Scary
stuff.
looking. That looks scary. That looks scary. I don't know.
I mean, it's like it's your face, but male.
I know. Isn't that weird? Right? You're just like, no.
You wouldn't like.
off.
What about like just a one-time thing?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, she'll
If
smash.
they're as good in bed as I am.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
Oh my god.
Carly. Hey, yo, Carly, do you?
I don't know. I don't
She's
think
like.
almost
Definitely.
She's like, I've never seen a man so handsome.
That's
No,
really
I
boy
was gonna
band
say it's kind
vibes.
of giving like Predator, like.
Oh no.
I don't know.
really
Which
good
do you prefer,
looking.
the guy, the one with the
so boy
beard,
band.
or like shaved?
Beard, I guess.
Closer to the mic if you can.
Oh, sorry, beard. I guess I still have like lip gloss on the other one.
So you wouldn't do it.
Maybe once.
Just one time. Okay, she's
I
a
need a couple drinks.
smash and dash. Okay.
how many shots?
Next. Who is that?
Yeah,
That's
Brad Pitt.
good jawline there. It's good.
He's got a good
Okay.
jawline, for sure.
Who does that look like? Looks like a character, someone from The Walking Dead, not the zombies, like the one of the living people. Okay, next.
Ooh, Danny. Danny was supposed to be a
I
boy.
would say no, just because it looks like my father. I would say no because it looks like my dad.
No, for sure.
Yikes. Okay. All right, let's see. Next. Whoa. Is
I
there?
think that's the
There's
most
just still
ridiculous.
pigtails. Like
Would you-
or like the change the hair. I don't.
Would you hit if you were single?
No.
No, just doesn't do it for you.
No.
You prefer like. Okay. Next.
Wait, let me check this more. Hold on.
Oh. Okay. Oh no, is it me? Oh no. Whoa.
Oh. Okay.
Darkavia, do you hit?
I can't even see that far. I can't really see at all.
Okay, she can't. She's using the old can't see excuse. Okay. Next. Not you didn't do. They didn't do me. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Wow, that was
Funny.
That was good. That was good. All right. Let's get through the rest of the stuff as quickly as possible. We do have. We still need to get Candace's notes. We have Katerina, did I say it right? Did I still fuck it up?
Hurricane.
Katrina.
Yeah, cat.
Katrina.
Or just cat, yeah.
You said, it's so crazy when you get a boyfriend after being single for so long, 4 years, all of the ex-potentials creep into your DMs once you get a new man, at least 6 or 7 pretty hot dudes. Yeah. Give me a break. I can't make this shit up. I'm not a 10, but I identify as one. I'm not ugly. I'm broke. Because I know that they still gonna cheat even if I was Megan Fox. I'm nice to everyone and all the dudes like me, the girls too. That's what you wrote. Yep. Okay. You said these dudes are fucked and only 1 out of 20 I've tried on are still not married and still effing around, so clearly I'm not the problem. You go, girl. Okay. You dated a guy who everyone had a crush on in high school when you were 30? Oh, so
yes,
you knew him in high school,
yes.
but you date when you were both 30 or whatever. Okay. He was the best. So funny, talented, and hot. Parentheses, 5'11". Trev ended up a gangsta. But I'm used to at this point. You're
used to
dating
gangsters, yeah.
Gangsters.
At that point.
Do you have a
Not anymore. My boyfriend now is not. But I had a bad boy.
Do you date like white guys, black guys, Latinos?
Well, all white boys.
Only white boys.
Yeah, and like up until 2020, they were all over 6 foot.
What gangs
I had just
are
I was
white
kind of
guys
shallow.
in? What gangs are white guys in?
I mean, gangster, like they. I don't mean like literally in a gang. I just mean like
thug.
Yeah, that's
thug.
the right word. Like
thug. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Spent most of his 20s locked up in jail. You were with him for about 6 weeks in 2019. You stayed friends. Back in. Okay, I'm not gonna like say that stuff, but.
What was wrong with what I said?
I don't know. He's whatever. Okay, he's in jail for drugs and guns.
Now he got locked up. Right now.
You told him you were going to take a nap before you had to drive home when you were trying to sleep. You heard him and his best bro. Wait.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
So the thug.
Yeah.
Who every girl had a crush on in high school, when you were trying to like fall asleep, you guys were in like the same house or whatever. You heard him and his best bro hooking up.
Yep.
Was he on top or bottom?
I heard them hooking up, and I have had sex with that guy enough to know what it sounds like. And, I wanted to I wanted to get up out of, like, when I tried to leave, I wanted there to be a chick there, like, that they were having, like, a threesome. And there wasn't. And, it was pretty traumatizing. Since then, I've kind of just had a thing if like that guy's gay, then like probably most are. I mean, like if that like
if he's gay, then you wrote you're worried that they all are.
Because if he like the whatever top dog, fucking whatever. But that guy the guy who he's sleeping with is just one of his little bitches that like just like all his other little bitches too, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he having a good time in prison? Or?
That's what I mean. Is that he's so damaged by it. Obviously, it turned up into that. So.
You said all the men you've fallen in love with picked ratchet hoes over you.
Yeah. I'm talking like the worst kind of women, like that I use and like that they. When I say ratchet women, I say women who
trauma.
Are
strumpets, harlots.
Yeah, like just like I'm trying to sum it up in so many words. Have babies used as pawns.
You said ratchet hoes.
Yeah.
Just say that.
Ratchet
hoes. Okay, it's easy.
Who like, and it's just. Yeah, it became so like I became tainted, and I just started treating them the same way they treated me. So if they were busy, I got busy too. I had other things going on. I didn't keep it. I kept them on like ice or whatever you want to call it. Like I'd answer their calls and text them back and show up when they needed a friend. But I didn't put all my eggs in their baskets, and it took like a good guy to come around to make me drop all of them.
And that's what you dropped them.
I did.
You dropped the.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll tell you right now, and I know you're not going to believe me, but it wasn't all just sex. Like, I'm not like a super frisky kind of girl. Like, it wasn't like that for me. Like, it was just about being there for a friend. And it wasn't, it didn't have to do with I wanted to fuck or I was horny or anything like that. It was
the pity fuck. We talked about that. Right?
Yeah, at the beginning.
That's what it was though. Like, my friend.
Yeah, he's going through a hard time.
Damn, I guess I'll suck his dick. Like, what? Is that what it was?
Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah, those are my show notes. That's what I thought you were going to read. Like, now it's, holy fuck.
Have any of you been pity fucked? Like the guy's
Probably.
Like, oh, God. I guess I'll fuck her. You know?
Yeah. When I was pregnant,
you got a pity fuck?
Well, it was because that sounds really bad.
Damn.
When I was pregnant with my third, I wanted sex every day. It was insane.
While you're pregnant?
Yeah, it didn't happen with my first two. I was like wildly insatiable. I already feel that way now, but it was insane with my third. And
that's actually common, Brian.
Yeah, and I literally wanted him. I wanted to have sex.
Horny.
And he didn't say it was ever a pity fuck, but it was definitely. He told me like.
Well, it releases tons of hormones.
Yeah.
That's why they have bizarre cravings and shit like that. You know, and they put Jif peanut butter on Doritos and all kinds of crazy shit.
Interesting.
So those hormones, it's sometimes that's the way it leans.
It was less pity and more of I can't keep up with you, but I'm gonna give it to you anyway.
I see. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Have I ever done a pity funk? Probably. Okay. Good talk. Let's see. Final notes here for Katrina, finally. You asked, when you guys ask what our number is, referring to body count, what do you mean? Do you mean the number of D's we effed or effed us? Do blowies count? Do you mean the number of men who have gotten me off? Do you mean the number of guys that... non-consensual. Me personally, I don't think that counts if it was non.
I didn't say that though. I said.
Oh, well, you said pressured you into it or took advantage of you.
Yeah.
So it's still consensual.
I wouldn't say consensual. It was I felt like I had to do it. So, or like to get it. Like I've been in positions, with guys to be like, give me a BJ or have sex with me, or I'm going to tell your boyfriend you did anyways. So
that's not consent. I mean, that's.
So I'm just saying.
There's a word for that, and
like
that's probably.
Yeah. So like my number is higher than I would like it to be, because I've learned from all of those mistakes that I'm not a victim. I just put myself in shitty situations and survived, as Miss Pamela Anderson would say. And I learned from them, and like I said earlier, I don't enjoy or like I felt like next guy that I was to be with would have to be pretty dope for me to put my number up for them.
Okay. Wait, I actually sort of tangential to this, but like, do you think, let's say you're dating somebody and like there's maybe a differential in sex drive, and like the boyfriend, there's never been, like it's always been consensual, but like the girlfriend is starting to like slowly withdraw, and the boyfriend says she really likes him though and she wants to stay with him, but like there's a mismatch when it comes to the sex, and the boyfriend's like, I really like you, but we're not having as much sex as I would like. Would you consider that like pressuring a girl to have, like, if he's like, look, I'm dissatisfied with our sex life, like, if, like, I'm gonna have to leave you if it doesn't improve, like, would that be like pressuring? I guess it would be, but is it like,
no, because you're being honest. I think that you just have to admit that not everyone's compatible, and specifically sexually compatible. So like, I think that's more admirable than lying about it.
But what if she stays with him and she like ups the amount? That's consensual. Like she ups the amount.
I don't think it's pressure.
But she's like, that's not as much sex as she would otherwise want to have. So is that like a compromise, or is that like kind of
I think they should be getting into the bottom of like why the woman doesn't feel the need to like want sex.
I mean, like maybe has a really low sex drive, or she's like partly asexual.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in it where it's like the other way around, and I've wanted sex a lot more than the guy, and it can be hurtful. It sounds bad, but it can be hurtful when, like, I feel hurt when a guy doesn't want to have sex with me. Because it's like, why would you want to have sex with me? And it's like, you know, sometimes you just have to realize that you do have different sex drives, and masturbation is key. That's personally my thought.
Okay. I'll just move this on. Hot take from you. Last thing. You said if you give sex away for free, you might as well get paid for it. Ain't nothing worse than a broke ass hoe, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Your words, not mine.
Yep.
So have you ever...
No, I'm fucking
paid?
broke. I'm broke. So I don't get paid. If I was gonna give it away for free, I would get paid for it. Like.
But you said ain't nothing worse than a broke ass hoe.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I'm broke.
You're broke.
Make me a hoe.
But you're not a hoe.
Right.
Broke ass.
Yeah.
Not a hoe.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Just clarify.
Seriously.
All right. But if you're gonna be a hoe, you can't be broke ass.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. Okay, just clarify. Understood. Okay.
Yeah, that's where like.
Okay.
Love that analogy.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, Danielle, you said one of your exes was a hardcore masturbator, and he always wanted to masturbate, especially to Asian porn, huh? Mm-hmm. When I am a thicker woman, we were together for 4 or 5 years. You found out a year later he still has his addiction and has a kid. They're separated. The new girl, they got separated because of his hardcore masturbation.
Still, yeah, to this day.
So would he like try to watch that shit with you?
No, honestly, I kind of found out about it because I came home and there was a laptop on his chest and his dick was out and he was asleep.
And like, was it, but like, how did you know it was Asian porn?
Because it was on his laptop.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
I thought you heard something.
No.
Like it was Japanese porn or something.
No, it wasn't. It was just Asian porn. I didn't see it all, knows what I'm talking about. But I noticed. And then I was kind of like, oh, like maybe it's a one-off type of thing. And then I kind of noticed it was all the time. And like, if I came home and I wanted to know, like I'm horny, whatever, and then he's already done it, and I was like, oh, okay. And he's just like one of those type of guys that like come once a day, you know, like can't, you know.
Wait, was that the only time you caught him with his watching
multiple
that shit?
Times.
And it was always Asian. It was always Asian. Okay.
And like skinny Asians, like
skinny
not
Asian.
like super.
Damn.
And I was thicker, and this is one of the reasons he actually broke up with me, is because he wanted to get fit, and I wasn't in a position at the time to get fit because I was going to school full time, and I was working 2 jobs, and it was just like a lot. And
oh, me so horny, me love you long time.
Pretty much. And I happen to be friends with one of his friends that unfortunately I still hear about him, and I have seen him over the years because we do have mutual friends, and I'm very civil with all my exes.
Sure.
But it's to this day, it's like to the point where
he lost custody of his.
Would it, I'm just curious, like, would it have been better if, like, what if they were still skinny but it was like a white chick? Would you feel better or worse? And what if it was a Latina or a Native American?
I just think go through all the races.
Fact, yeah, like
I'm just kidding.
Because I am a thicker girl, like I just find, because he was watching always like smaller girls, and the fact that he wanted to get fit and all that stuff, like it's like, oh, like, you know, we're a couple, we can better each other type of thing, or maybe. And just overall, like the fact that it was always skinny people in the porn kind of like threw me for a loop, because I'm not skinny, and if that's what he likes, then like why is he with me? And so originally he broke up with me because, you know, he said, you know, I want to get fit and all this stuff, and I was like, okay, no problem. And then like he did this huge thing where he won me back, in a sense, where he, you know, bought me flowers. He did this huge like gesture of like, oh, I'm so sorry, like I fucked up, da 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 da. And then I was 20 at the time, so like I was young, and this was my high school sweetheart, and I was like, okay, sure. But I don't want to be one of those couples that break up and get back together 1,000 times. That's like not what I want. And so overall, we got back together.
You know what you should have done? Was he a white guy? He was a white guy.
Yeah, the white guy.
You should have thrown it back in his face and just started watching like big black cock porn.
Yeah.
And just pass out and leave that shit on your laptop. And he comes home, he's like, fuck. Just shit.
Yeah.
Just throw that in his face, you know.
Yeah, no, but overall
Missed
we
an
just
opportunity.
didn't work out, and then
Such a
we
good
mutually
idea.
left each other. And then I
Now-
found out the partner he had, same thing,
Sure.
and it never stopped.
You said that you went on a first date and the guy started talking about how his ex puts peanut butter on her
Yeah, so
her
I've
vag
been
and
on dating
lets
sites
him
for
lick it off.
pretty much. I've only really
then you
dated
ghosted them.
3 people. Like,
Why would you
since
not
I was
love that?
20.
Damn, why you
No,
gotta...
Like, that sounds like a party.
No, because it's like not first date material. I think when you go on a first date, you know, you talk about yourselves, whatever. It's like, oh, you're bringing up the
No, I want
ex-girlfriend
peanut butter on my
already.
pussy.
Literally, and then the fact that he like thought I would still kind of like, he's like sends me like a dick pic later that night, and
so
I
he
just like
disrespected
ghost
you,
him, and I'm
yeah.
like, it's not hot. Like you talking about your ex and how she used to get off from her dog is like not what I
What,
want.
dog? When did the dog get rolled?
No, you missed the part.
I thought when the video about her,
No,
Wait, what about the dog?
that in there?
Wait, what happened?
I think it's
It wasn't the boyfriend.
No, she put peanut butter on.
Sorry, I got mixed up. I thought it was the boyfriend next to it, and I was like, that sounds great. Not the dog.
Wait.
Maybe I missed that.
Oh,
Let's find out.
wait. His ex. So his girl, like his ex-girl.
His ex-girlfriend.
She put the peanut butter
on her vagina
lets
and
a
let her
dog-
dog lick
Oh
it off.
my
God, I'd be calling the police.
I thought you were talking about the dude.
No, that's like first date material. Where that's why I'm not fucking talking to this man ever again.
All right, that's crazy.
It's like you think I would, like, who thinks that's okay? It's like I don't want to be with your ex.
Yeah.
She's fucking into bestiality or whatever.
Yeah. We have Carly here. Carly, you said you were with a guy for 5 years and he cheated on you with an 18. Yeah, we talked about that. Cheated on you with, you said a lot of guys in Los Angeles only date models so they can say they're dating a model. We call them Modelizers, like from Sex and the City. Isn't like
they're fetishizing you.
Yeah.
But like an actual model or just a girl who like did like 1 or 2 shoots and she's like claiming model?
Me?
No, not you. I'm not talking about
Other
you.
people? Yeah, I mean, just literally anybody that like claims that they are. It's like the weirdest thing. Because the second that I like, you know, broke up with my ex and whatever and started like dating around again, that was like the first thing that anybody ever mentioned, anybody ever talked about. Like that was like it for a conversation about me. And like, and then I'd be like, oh, like, have you been with like other people that are models before? And they would always be like, yeah, my ex was a model and my ex before that. And then like people will always be like, or I've heard guys be like, I only date models, blah blah blah. But they don't have to actually be like a real model. They just have
So
to
wait, you've had multiple encounters with men who say they only date models.
Oh yeah, like at least
Only?
like
Huh,
5 at least.
That's interesting. I've never heard that one. Only date
Yeah,
models.
I think it's like mainly, I don't know, maybe just in LA. I don't know, but
I mean, you were in.
I thought that was fake. I saw it in Sex and the City when
Yeah.
that came out. I didn't know that was a real thing.
yeah, I thought it was fake
Yeah.
too. Like I did not think that was a thing, but apparently.
You said you maybe like maybe like long-term relationships and knowing when a relationship has become more of a friendship than a romantic thing, and dating again after a long-term relationship. Oh, so we're like dead bedroom? Is that what you're talking about? Like you're dating a guy and you stop having sex, or?
Well, it was more like.
Sounds like it.
I mean.
A little bit.
Maybe.
Oh yeah. Wait, is it like you didn't want to or he didn't want to?
Yeah, like, because after so long, and if you're with someone who's just like does not treat you well and whatever, I don't know why I still stuck with him, whatever, but after a while it was definitely just like a friendship. But then he's like, come on, like.
Oh, he was still trying to, but.
Oh yeah.
You were not. Yeah, you were over it. Sounds like it.
Yeah.
You said you have a take that a lot of younger guys, especially in fraternities, are emotionally gay. Like they're only interested in what other men think and if they like them or not.
Yeah, low-key, low-key. Sometimes they, well, just in the terms of like they only seem to care about what other guys think and how other guys feel and how their friends are feeling and how these guys that they're like really, really close with feel. but they'll like date a girl, show it off to all their friends, so they'll think they're cool, but they won't actually like give a shit about their girlfriend.
The girl?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I think this is perhaps the case for both men and women. Like men, like if you're dating an attractive woman, that gives you a certain level of status among other men. I don't think that should be that's like super low. At least for me, that'd be like kind of irrelevant or super low on the totem pole. But I'm not really public like that with my, like if I'm dating somebody. But I almost think though, isn't it? I feel like women are way more concerned about the judgment of other women when it comes to their partner than the reverse. Like, I feel like you guys need the cosign.
No, we date the Okie boys.
You need,
Yeah.
No, but you, maybe not even looks, but you need the cosign from your female friends.
Well, but
like,
you do it anyway. You still date whoever you want, even if your girlfriend kind of hates them.
Yeah.
You still
Okay.
do it anyway. It's more just to like get some context.
you said porn and social media has made men objectify women to the point of no longer being able to actually have feelings for women, even if they're straight sexually.
Yeah, like that just kind of ties back into like the emotionally gay thing. I just feel like a lot of times guys just like literally cannot see women as like human beings that are equal to them. Not necessarily all the time, and it's not necessarily like super common, but I've seen it a lot, and I feel like it definitely does happen, and it's just like not talked about, and that's why a lot of relationships might be kind of shit. I mean, that's how it was with my sister. Like, God, her exes just consistently were like that, like would only talk to his friends, but then would come to her like when it was time to like hook up.
Oh, so they're okay. I mean that's more like hookup culture, I think. But I guess when it comes to objectification, I mean when it comes to like porn and social media, I think there are men who are objectifying women, but a lot of these women are just objectifying themselves, sexualizing themselves. And it's like the modeling beauty sex industry. It's like so dominated by women. These women are just.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Yeah.
I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
No, I mean, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying like the whole thing is like, you know, it's not great for.
Well, I mean, I think like there are a lot of men have like porn brain, and they've just been. Like, and they follow all these like IG chicks on Instagram, and they're like liking their photo. This is a really common complaint I hear from women. Like, oh, I don't want to date a guy who's like following all these IG girls and liking their photos. Like, I feel uncomfortable or insecure in the relationship. And I mean, but my prescriptive advice is like, as men, you shouldn't be following girls on Instagram. I mean, you shouldn't be watching. I don't think, like, my personal approach, I don't think men should watch porn, or at least limit it like substantially.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. It's a lot harder to have an emotional connection with a woman when you're just constantly seeing women in that specific area.
You got, I mean, I don't, if I'm in a relationship, I don't watch porn at all. And you got to save your energy for your girl. Like, you can't be jerking off.
Yeah.
You need to, come on, like, I hate when people are like this, though.
What do you mean?
As in, they only bust a nut once, like in a day. I feel like you need to actually like work for it and get to that third nut.
Yeah, like,
because then it's so much.
Have some skills.
It's more meaningful.
The guy or the girl?
the guy.
I don't know. I'm 35. I'm maybe when I was 18, 23. Okay, I'm good. One a day, I'm okay.
I feel like when you get there, though, it's the better orgasm. The third, fourth, fifth one.
I'm like in pain after
the day.
Shit. God damn.
When was the last time you tried?
When's the last time?
You tried to
Honestly, I can't believe I'm going to answer this fucking question. When's the last time I've had 3 orgasms in a day? Hold on, let me think.
Yeah, you're lazy if you just spunk him once.
That got away.
There's this one girl. She just, I don't know, it was fucking the first Trump administration. How about that?
Oh man.
Yeah, it's been look, I'm good once. Sometimes I'll do twice. Okay, sometimes. I don't know. Look, after what once.
Gotta work on that.
Even
men are lazy these days.
Why y'all? No, hold on. Just to be clear. First off, the girl has to come first. If possible, she's gonna come multiple times. But I'm not trying to have like sex 10 times in the night. She has to do my laundry.
Weak.
She has to do. Chill
Beta
out.
male.
She has to do my laundry. There's time for her to do my laundry and bow and cook dinner. Okay, that's the time. Also, it's like sex. It's like, okay, look, you've had sex. Sex is great. Don't get me wrong. Sex is great, right? But it's like, how about the other like 12 hours I'm spending with you? Like, you have to make yourself more appealing than just having a pussy.
Not some of us.
Not
some of us.
I don't know.
I can't imagine you having sex. I'm trying to picture it in my head.
Don't visualize it. I don't consent to you visualizing it. I do not.
I'm undressing you with my eyes.
That's crazy.
Should we draw fan art later?
Yeah.
What was I don't know where I was going with this. Why did I reveal this? Terrible.
Well,
I do appreciate it.
Move on. I did have a quick question as I was thinking about this. So Lily, kind of back to this other thing we were talking about, just briefly, very briefly. I was thinking about how this sounds out loud. If I said, if my daughter came to me and she was like, Dad, I want to fuck 1,000 dudes in a day to set a record.
Hell yeah.
And I was like, well, honey, that's against my moral values, and if you do that, I'm going to have to distance myself from you because that's disgusting and gross. Would your response actually be, why don't you love me, Daddy?
I never... See, we're going back in this circle again.
Yeah,
that
I
believe...
When I say it out loud, it actually sounds even worse. So your daughter comes to you, you're a man, and says, I'm going to fuck 1,000 men in a day. And he's like, listen, this is completely...
There is nothing morally wrong with fucking 1,000 guys in a day.
He says, this is completely against my moral code. If you do this, until this behavior stops, I don't want anything else to do with you.
Stop after a day.
Really? You think that that's him not loving you? Like, really?
For me, personally, if I was a parent and my child wanted to do sex work, and that would then be my thing to be like, okay, I want to guide them through it. I want to, make sure they get all the information. I don't just want to abandon them and unlove them. You know what I mean? Like, I think it makes no sense to
I want to fuck 1,000 men
Hell
in
yeah,
a
I do.
single day. Honey, please don't do this. This is reputationally damaging to you. It's horrible for our family. It's awful what you're doing. Please don't do it. If you do, I got to turn my back until you at least stop this behavior. Daddy, why don't you love me? Like, really? Does that even make sense to you?
Oh my God, we're going to go around in circles. Like, I'm going to agree to disagree. I firmly believe that as a parent, that like you should always love and stick by your child, whatever they go through and whatever they do.
Yeah, no, but I haven't agreed to your disagree. Like, if you agree to disagree, we both agree. But I haven't actually heard your disagreement. Does that actually sound correct to you? That
I don't want to keep arguing with you because I know what I believe in, and the thing is, I don't really care to keep arguing with you because I'm not going to change your opinion, and you're not going to change mine.
There's tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions who will watch the clips of the exchange here, who do want to know the answer, so I do want to know the actual answer here. The answer to, but Dad, you just don't love me because he turned his back. If you fucked 1,000 men in a day, do you actually stand behind that?
Fucking people
that's not
and
him loving you. Hang on. Let me ask the question. Do you actually stand behind the fact that that's him not loving you?
100%. Yes, I think you should stand by your child, whatever they do.
All right.
Thank you.
That's all I had.
Okay. Let's see if there's anything more here with Carly, your notes. Yeah, men should stop watching porn. No offense to you guys that do that thing, but I feel like this is a pretty common standard for women, or maybe even a preference. I think most women would prefer if their boyfriend wasn't watching porn.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that is pretty standard.
Yeah. You said that you have a take that higher body count on a guy-girl actually makes for better long-term relationship material.
I forgot I wrote that. Yeah.
You did write that.
Yeah, low-key, because I don't know.
In the guy or in the woman or both?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Because, I mean, I feel like, well, as long as it's like, they're clean, whatever.
Yeah, but why does it make for a better long-term relationship?
Because they've like had experience, they've been around, they've seen things, they know what they like, they know what they don't like, they know what kind of people they get along with, they know what kind of people they don't, blah blah blah. And so then like if they're wanting to get into like an actual relationship with you and like genuinely just stick to you, then like
they're more likely to stick it out in a relationship.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is like the sexual compatibility component, but like when it comes to knowing what you like in terms of a person, I don't know if you necessarily need to have sex or have sex with a lot of different people to be able to make determinations as to like personality assessments.
No, not necessarily. Like, I definitely agree that you don't have to, have like a high body count to be a good partner.
Right.
I just think that, there's a lot of stigma around that, and a lot of people are like, oh.
So do you think gross. Body count like should not matter?
I mean, personally, for me, it doesn't matter. Like, but other people have like their own opinions and their own takes.
And do you think men who do care about body count, do you think that they're insecure for caring about it?
I mean, maybe like a little bit. I think it's mainly like if they keep bringing it up and they like compare themselves and they like just, it's like a little thing, like an issue that you can't get rid of, then that's like.
Going around the table, do you think body count matters? And do you think men who do care about body count, who maybe would disqualify a woman if she had a high body count, whatever that might be for him, do you think that would be him being insecure? Starting with you, Ayla.
Yes, it would be him being insecure, but also I strongly defend the right of people to be insecure. And I think this is fine.
Preferences.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is good.
Candace, what do you think?
I don't think it matters. I don't think the body count matters. I'm more interested in like why a person's having sex or a lot of sex. Because I think you can do the same thing with different intentions. And yeah, I would agree. I think everyone has the right to their preferences. So if someone doesn't like a high body count, that's totally fine. But I do think that there tends to be a link to some insecurity with that.
Sure.
But again, if you link it to like just like bad behavior and decision making in general, and then you see a pattern that's like not just isolated to sexual encounters, and that would be worrisome for sure.
Okay. Lily, what about you? What do you think?
I do kind of think body count matters, but more in the way of it makes you a better partner in bed. Like, you would want boxing lessons off the guy who's had 1,000 fights versus the guy who's had one fight.
Wouldn't you want, though, in a boxing match, to box the guy who has no boxing experience? So you can
lessons off, sorry.
I know, but I was just changing the analogy a little bit. But okay, so body count to you doesn't matter.
As in, I think it does matter because I think it makes you a better partner in bed.
I see. Okay, what about you?
I don't think it matters. I think that patterns matter, which just kind of speaks to what she was saying.
Yeah.
So if someone's like, almost like you see a sex addiction pattern where it's like they're just every other night finding a new person to fuck. That type of pattern matters to me much more than the body count.
Okay. And are men who do care or would disqualify a woman based solely on her body count, do you think are they insecure? Is it wrong?
I think it speaks to some insecurity. I think, again, there's some preference there, though, too. I think it's hard to analyze everybody's brain.
Sure. Carly? Well, I think you gave your take, right?
Yeah.
What about you?
I think it's all circumstantial and individual. I don't think that you can paint everybody with one brush. Everybody's different. So to me, it matters. I don't judge people for their high body counts, though.
Do you think a man would be insecure if he cared about a woman's body count, didn't want to date her because of it?
I mean, if you're going to date a porn star, then I don't think you should care about her body count. If you want to date somebody...
like not a porn star.
Then...
But she has a high body count.
Well, she broke.
She's a broke ass hoe.
Hell yeah.
I mean, like,
fucking broke ass hoes over here. Not you guys. I'm just
right.
Vaguely in general.
I think again, like
California area. Okay, that's fine. What about you?
Yes, 100%.
Insecure for the guy to care about that?
Oh no. He's that's totally.
Body count matters.
Yeah.
Is it insecure?
Body count matters. I don't think it's
insecure.
What
about you?
I think it depends on the person, but I think body count does matter because it conveys what sort of quote-unquote experience you have. I don't necessarily think it's insecure for a person to care about it. I think if they care about it, they might have their own reasons.
Okay. All right. Well, so some of you said body count shouldn't matter, doesn't matter. Curious to know, what's your body count, starting with our good friend Lily?
Fuck off.
Come on. What is it?
You think I know?
Range. Give us a
range.
A range. What was it last time?
I can't remember what I said last time. Because last time, I still didn't count last time. I'm going to go right now, it's probably between 500 to 1,000. That's the range I'd guess.
500 to 1,000.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ayla, and then we'll go around this way, starting with you. Go ahead.
Probably low 500s and 109 free.
Wait, 109 free.
Like unpaid.
Unpaid.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many do you think paid? Or
well, I have a CRM, but I haven't updated it in a bit. So probably around 450, I think, clients I've had.
Do you have an exact number or not?
I can go look. I did look up the exact number at one point, but my guess
it's about 500.
My guess is around 450 paid and around it's 109 specifically. I have a spreadsheet unpaid.
109 unpaid, yeah. 500 paid. Okay.
450-ish, but yeah.
450.
So
okay.
roughly the total
like
should be low 50s, low 500s, maybe 550.
Okay, got it.
I don't want to claim more valor than I have.
All right. What about you?
Personal life is 9,
okay.
And for work, I don't know, because someone pulled up I guess there's an explicit version of IMDB, basically, and it says all of your scenes, but it includes solos, and I don't know if we're counting women.
Right.
So that's all lumped in there.
Yeah, counting the scenes, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So when I first started working, I would work with like 12 guys, and that was it, and just kind of go through that.
I was going to say, there's quite a small
It's pretty low for me.
So 9 civilian life,
yeah.
And you said like 12.
Well, no, I started with 12, and then towards the end of my career, I added a couple because I was working in the UK a lot, and they're different performers, but it's not.
Maybe 15
it's not very
to 20
high.
or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right. What about you?
If I have to estimate, probably between 23 and 28.
23 to 28. Okay.
Mine's actually 8 because I was in a long-term relationship.
Oh, okay. 8 because you were in a long-term relationship. All right. Go ahead.
I don't really want to answer this question.
You don't want to?
No, I don't. I'll tell you the amount of men that I've wanted to have sex with, that I had sex with, and it's probably about 6 or 7. That I was like, this guy is somebody I want to let in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't you say something about body count, or like you're like asking like how do you count it? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Is that an answer? I don't like.
It is because she's sentient it non-consensual.
Well, like I wouldn't say like it was.
Were some of the?
No, she didn't actually say non-consensual.
No, I said she's hinting.
Yeah, it was just like it wasn't like that. It's like that I let or that I felt sorry for. Like I don't want to count those guys because it wasn't something.
But if you did count those people, you did actually consent to.
What was that?
Hold on.
Yeah.
So you were just saying that you don't want to include people where it was like pity sex,
or something just that like.
But if you included everybody you consented to, not
that like I wanted to, that was like this guy.
No. Hang on. Not wanted to, but consented to.
I think that's a fine line on that consent thing because I don't want to claim that like I was S8 or anything like that because I put myself in those positions. But I don't think that they warrant one of my numbers.
Why not? If you consented to the sex.
to me, consent is like I'm horny and do that to me right now.
Yeah, but like
Not
a pity
because
fuck is consent
I
for
was
sure.
like, you know.
Wouldn't you agree? At least like a pity fuck is definitely consent.
What if I like didn't like if I regretted it?
Yeah,
after
regret.
And
yeah.
like
So a lot of
I
times. Yeah. So when it comes to regret, for instance, there's many cases I can cite of women who regretted sleeping with a man the next day and then called it SA, and then when it was
but
investigated,
that's not fair.
it was clearly not the case. What I'm asking is what the count is that you actually consented to that was not SA.
It's I don't think that you're understanding my position when I'm letting you know that, like, I don't want to call it SA because I put myself there, but I didn't go there with the intention that I wanted to do that. Like, it had happened because, you know, out of just, like, not leaving me alone until it happened, or, like, you know, all kinds of different scenarios. And I learned from each one of them, and I felt every time I walked away from those, I felt like shit, and I didn't feel good about myself, and so I didn't put myself in those positions anymore. It kind of took me a while to figure it out.
Yeah, there's this one time where I was in the middle. It was in Helldivers 2. I was in the middle of this bug hunt, and we were just destroying everything, and it was great. My wife came over, and she's like, let's go to the bedroom. And I was like, no, I'm in the middle of Helldivers 2, and I'm just destroying everything. And she was like, no, we got to go to the bedroom. And I was like, damn it. And I went, and I failed the raid. It sucked, right? I couldn't believe it that this had happened, right? But it did. And I totally consented to it. So the thing is like, I'm not asking about your fucking regret, because I don't give a shit about your regret. I'm asking, if it was not SA, what's the actual body count? That's what I'm asking.
Under 35.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
What about you?
21.
A single digit. I've only ever been in long-term relationships, but that's between me and God.
Okay, all right. We have Davon Jackson here. What exactly is the insecurity? I can be confident that I'm the best lay out of 1,000 and still not want to date your nasty bunnies? Thank you, Davon. Thank you, Davon. I do appreciate the message, sir. Much appreciated. We also have some super chats. We have John, guys, W's in the chat for John for the big $200 super chat. Thank you so much, man. No more pronouns. Praise the Lord. Wow, thank you, John. Appreciate it. Why are we interviewing girls rejected from the Bunny Ranch? Hello. Has anybody here been rejected from the Bunny Ranch?
What's the Bunny Ranch?
It's a brothel, I guess, in Vegas. All right, John, thank you for the 2 super chats, man. That was very generous of you. Much appreciated, guys. If you want, get a TTS in $200. We got a few more things, then we're going to try to get this wrapped up here pretty soon. Let me just check the notes. I think we got... Okay, we're just going to do Candace's notes, and that's pretty much it. Then we'll do like a roast session, then wrap.
A roast session.
Roast session. This whole show, I guess that's fair. That's fair.
The meeting hasn't started yet.
From the very beginning, that's fair. So Candace, you have an IMDB bio.
Oh boy.
It starts by describing you as buxom and shapely, 5'3" brunette knockout of mixed Spanish and Japanese descent. How do you feel, Candace, being called buxom? I didn't even know what that was. What is buxom?
I don't know. I would be guessing. I think it's like
kind
of, it's like an energy thing, right? Like feisty. Oh no, buxom.
It's real smart. Of a woman, plump, especially with large breasts. They
very flattering.
Buxom.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's flattering.
No, it's not. None of that has been flattering. No.
Let's see here. You said that you see. We'll save that for later. Hold on. body count, really, we were just talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
I saw you were on this podcast. You claimed that the average is 5.
Mm-hmm.
And was this like based off of like
other people's
Ayla's
research
data? Or
no, I mean, you can probably Google it and like see what studies will pop up, but it's referenced a lot in a lot of like evolutionary psychology or like professional dating psychologists. There's this one guy in Britain, I can't remember his name.
David.
He's got great hair. Right. He does all of the rotations, but it was one of his podcasts that he was going through the research. I think he's in Cambridge, maybe.
Do you know the date of the? Because I've heard the 5
out,
number since the 90s. So
no, I mean they were. I don't know when the research was conducted. No.
Okay. Yeah.
I actually thought it was pretty low, and then I was wondering if people were being honest with self-reporting, and then that's why I asked Ayla earlier today. I was like, do you believe that it's 5? Because that seems exceptionally low, but I think it's also skewed because when you go online, everything that generates the most views and gets the most, it pops up on the most algorithms. The algorithms is the more salacious takes. So we think that being promiscuous is more common than it actually is.
I've seen some other studies that put it a little bit higher, like 7, 8. I still think that that's dubious though, and then I also do wonder, like, what is the age cohort of the people that they're looking at? Because I wonder if you're like pulling from you're surveying, like part of the survey includes like 70 and 80-year-olds. I don't know like how material that would be to like sort of the modern dating landscape.
What age would you be interested in?
What, in dating?
No. Like to have the information.
I think like 18 to 40 is 18
but that's
to
still
18
such a big gap.
It is, and there's a lot of differences between like Gen Z,
that's
millennials. It is, but like 18 to 35 is like the cohort of people that are like more likely to be single, that you're more likely to encounter when you're dating. But
I have the data on this, at least. I mean, it's a relatively liberal population, so it's probably slightly inflated, but it raises at least the median. I mean, depending on if you want the median or average, raises to around 10 when people hit about 40. So
10 at 40.
Yeah. So my guess is it's slightly inflated, but not significantly.
But I'm just wondering if they're like including the 60 and 70-year-olds. They're so far removed from the dating pool.
So my graph goes like this, and it slowly evens out at 40 with a very slight increase at that point. So like 50, 60-year-olds in my data were closer to like maybe I think it was like 15 people or something.
Interesting.
But this is median, not average. So median is like when you split the population half and half, and then average outliers can pull that up really high. The average body count for older people in my data set specifically, which again is liberal, was around like I think low 20s, 20 something.
So, and when you say older people, like 40 to 50?
Like people in their 50s and 60s. My sample size for that was a lot lower, so low confidence.
Interesting. Okay. And do you, like, if we're looking at projections, do you think like people who are 20 now, do you think that that'll be their body counts when they're 50?
I mean, unclear. Like I didn't track across time. It's possible that like different generational pressures will cause different body counts.
Yeah. But to me, it's like, I don't know, going to college, 5? I don't know.
But going to college is in itself a big selection. Like
but a lot of women, like, don't the majority of people go to college?
What is it, like 60% of people?
And well, there's even more women who go to college. But like, I remember when I was in college, and this was before the dating apps. Granted, Santa Barbara's a bit of a party, anyways. Maybe I'm biased a little bit here, but the shit I saw anecdotally, and then just like, if a woman has a 5 body count in her first freshman fall quarter semester, she's a saint. Like, I mean, not really, but like, that's kind of like, it's kind of relatively, it's kind of low.
Like where I grew up is extremely high. I think this is very cultural.
Because I mean, my own experience is like going out, a lot of these girls, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, they're in college, they're drinking, partying, doing drugs. And like, I think actually there's some studies that indicate that like Gen Z, they're actually drinking and partying way less. I think there's probably a bunch of reasons for that. But like when I was in college, like it was super, super common. Like you were an outlier if you weren't like partying in college, drinking in college, right?
Yeah.
Now it seems, anyways, with Gen Z, it's a little bit shifting, a little different. But like these girls would go out and sleep with a new guy maybe once a week. Sometimes they do like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, maybe 1, 2, 3 guys in a weekend.
Yeah.
So for a girl to just like have a, like you say the average is 5, I'm thinking back to my college experiences. I'm like, they do that. Yeah. they do 10 or 20, they're fresh, like their freshman year.
No, I agree. I
Like,
have
is that-
serious doubts too. It's just the person that was bringing up the study, and I don't know if you can find it or not, or like at least that podcast host that was saying the statistic, it didn't seem truthful. No.
Well, a lot of the U.S. is very religious. I mean, were those people going and partying religious? Like, my guess is you like fell into a certain section of people that were likely to party. All the religious people are staying home.
Wait a second. When you say a good portion of the U.S. is very religious, what do we mean by very religious? Do we mean that they self-identify as being religious, or do we mean that they're actually practicing the religion?
Yeah, I think we could check maybe church attendance as a proxy. I agree that there are a lot of lukewarm Christians. I used to be very Christian.
Just the self-ID is not going to cut it.
I understand the argument. But even if you are just self-IDing and not walking the walk quite as hard, still being in a culture that like really has pressures against it, I think it's still going to bring the body count down.
Atheists are in the same culture, so that makes no sense, right? So atheists are in the same culture as the self-ID'd Christians. And if the self-ID'd Christians aren't doing church attendance or any of the Christian things, then how are they not just in the same culture that the atheists are in?
I agree, but I think a good portion of the U.S. does go to church pretty regularly, which I agree is not proof that they are.
No, a good portion of the U.S. doesn't go to the church or go to
I could be wrong.
regularly. They go occasionally. That's the vast majority of the self-ID Christians.
We can just check.
The ones who are more rigorous have completely different stats, right? So the ones who are more rigorous, they're going to have different stats when it comes to how many children they've had. You're going to have different stats when it comes to STDs. You're going to have different stats for all these things. So it does seem that the more rigorous that you're practicing the religion, the more that this would be a determining factor, right? So that's why I want to clarify whether we're just talking about self-ID or actual rigorism, because then the numbers greatly change, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is reflected in my data. You are correct.
So I'm not willing to say then that the vast majority are religious, like you're saying. Then I think that is almost strawmanning your own position.
I don't think I said vast majority, but we can just check the data.
You did. You said the vast majority of are religious.
I don't think I did, but if I did, I misspoke. I think they're a good chunk of we can just check we can Google it. And if it's like, oh, it's 30%, I'll be like, sure, I'm down to say 30%. But I just think that
the best place for this is Pew, right? Not just Google. You'd go to Pew Research.
Yeah,
Pew Research actually dove into this and looked at the rigorism versus the non-rigorism when it came to the studies. And we can see that the more rigorous you are, the more that these things actually apply to you versus just self-ID. The only reason I'm being hyper-specific here, because I know you love that, is also because I want to make sure that when you're giving out this data, when you say to Brian, well, most people are religious, or well, I'm not sure. We got to be careful with that language, right? When you're giving stats, especially your own.
I'm not giving my own stats for most people are religious. I just thought there's a bunch of people in the U.S. who are in religious culture, and we're just generally not seeing them when we go to party colleges. If you're partying in a college and people are going out drinking, you're probably not seeing good, God-fearing Christians who are going to church. They're not included in that sample. So,
well, maybe they used to party, but now they're Christian.
Maybe.
Andrew calls this the Great Ho Reformation. Sorry, I'm trying to do it in Andrew's voice, but...
Well, I think it's so my best, like, Protestant version is, like... So I do miss the Protestant fire and brimstone preachers. You're gonna go straight to hell, you harlot. Like, those guys, I thought that they were kind of based. I'm not gonna lie. But now it's become kind of this much broader, what I would commonly refer to as the sewing circle Christian. And the idea here is, I think that what has occurred is that because Christianity is designed specifically for the reformation of the soul, it's the idea of regeneration, the idea that no matter how badly you've sinned, that Jesus Christ is still there for you. That is true. However, there are a huge amount of women who try to utilize Christianity to buy a new reputation. They think that because they have been saved, now their reputation has also been saved. And that's just simply not the case. Your reputation is still your reputation. So imagine, for instance, if a priest was a PDF, which that happens, right? That happens. We don't salvage their reputation because they're also priests. Instead, they still get burdened with the reputation. In fact, even more so because they're a priest. And yet, for some reason, when it comes to prostitutes with thousands of men in the body count who suddenly are part of women's liberation Christianity, suddenly they say, well, wait a second, You can't judge what I've done and this and that, or nor my authority towards any biblical anything, because I bought a new reputation with my religion. That is a modern phenomenon.
We'll get right back into it. I need to let a couple chats come through. Yo, Spicy Ween, thanks.
Spicy Ween 89 donated $200.
Thank you, man.
It's nice seeing a panel void of trolls.
That was a good show. Good panel.
My German shepherds agree and now have to pee. It's been real.
Yo, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, Spicy. Guys, W's in the chat for Spicy Ween 89.
And German shepherds are the best breed.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
You would have a German shepherd.
He's the goodest boy. Aww.
Yo, OJ, thank you, man.
OJ Simpson donated $200.
Thank you, Juice.
Sketchy Liv Tyler freaking me the F out. Katerina, you're not gangster. Candice, sweet Candice, you're looking as beautiful as ever. Honestly, pretty bright too. You still as tight as I left you.
What the fuck? Chill out.
That's so aggressive.
OJ, holy shit. Oh my goodness.
It's with a C and a Y.
Have you ever like worked with somebody and then they're there's like something like in their eyes that just clicks and you're like, this motherfucker masturbate. Like, has that happened? You're like, this guy watched my stuff, you know?
Like in my personal life?
Like personal
or
life. Or
on a scene?
Like like personal life, or even like in business or something. And then they kind of like do a double take and they're like, wait, oh, you know?
Yeah, every guy I've been with has seen it before.
Every guy you've been, like, you've dated or?
That I've dated or slept with. Well, not dated because my first boyfriend was before I got into the industry. Yeah. And then the second one I ended up marrying. But like guys that were like either part of like the open or like whatever. Yeah. Okay. They've all seen.
I guess you had another thing here on body count. But I mean, you went to college, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know. You saw some
and
shit.
I went to Myrtle Beach, okay? So it was a party university. Yeah. So, I mean, girls would probably get 5 over the weekend. Mm-hmm. You know, so that's when I see that number. I'm like, you aren't being... The sorority girls? Are you kidding me?
Well, the crazy thing is the sorority girls tell the frat guys that they're virgins, but they're not.
No.
Other shit like that.
Yeah. So I think that's probably what's happening with a lot of those polls.
Yeah.
A lot of dishonesty.
I do think people, even I think with anonymous polls, I think people like still don't want to tell the truth even then. So.
Yeah, they don't want to admit it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But body count, you said, what are you trying to gain from that question? You don't think it's a whole lot. I think you can get a good amount of info from the body count.
I think superficially, sure, but I think that there are more important questions to ask if you're trying to date someone or if you're trying to figure out if that's a good match or not. So again, there can be, and coming from the industry, I was in there for plenty of years. I've seen women that go in and they treat it like a business and they're making decisions like in alignment with whatever their values are or goals are. And then I've seen train wrecks go in and they're like very much there because of like a survival reason, right? So I'm more curious as to like why you're doing that action and to like dive deeper into the behavior instead of just looking at the behavior and saying that is that's indicative of like this personality trait across the board. And it might be true, like there might be certain truths that are linked to that. Absolutely, I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying if you're going to investigate someone as a partner or a life partner, there's deeper questions that you have to be asking.
I agree. Like, are they in therapy? What psychoactive medications do they take?
Those are important. Absolutely. I've had people, not romantic relationships, but like employees lie about like mental health stuff or that like they're not on medications. And I mean, I know that HIPAA and all of that, but that's important information to know.
Sure. You did also indicate, I think this is the last thing on body count. You said there was no correlation to faithfulness and fidelity when it came to body count.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I did want to challenge you a little bit on this. There's a bunch of, at least from what I've seen, there's a bunch of studies that seem to indicate that there is a correlation.
The sample size with those is really off. And then I don't know what a delta was. I was giving it to someone who's much smarter than me that can actually read stats. And I sent it to him and I was like, can you like tell me, because this goes against the argument or the conversation that we were having the other day. And he said there's a really high delta. And I don't know what that means in that.
Like a span, like a standard deviation. Well,
yeah, like there was an issue with the delta in those research papers.
Or like
so
the gap.
I don't know. I'm not a statistician or a researcher. or a journalist, as we established earlier in the podcast. So
Any update, by the way?
Wait a second.
yeah.
Hang on here. I'm sorry. I can't let this go. How can you take issue with the stats if you don't know what your issue with the stats is?
No, I'm saying first the sample size was my issue, is that it was like a really small
What's
sample
wrong with
size.
the sample size?
Well, if it's super small, then you can't apply it to the masses, right?
Well, it depends on what we're trying to study and
Anything.
what the controls are for the sample size.
If you take 20 people, you can't say, well, these 20 people did this one thing, so then that's indicative of anyone that commits that behavior.
Depends on what we're trying to study.
I just don't think 20 is accurate.
You could take 20 as a sample size and have it be representative of something. But in this case, are you saying that the sample size, hang on, in this case, are you saying the sample size was 20?
No, I don't know. I remember it being small. I think it might have been.
But what does that mean, though? So this is the problem, right? When you get into the details, like the gal who's next to you, she's actually going to literally agree with everything I just said. She has no choice.
No,
this
sure.
Hang on. This is stats. This is how they work, right?
No,
of course. You can have sample size which are small, but they do have some kind of statistical relevance or significance. In this case, you just saying, well, the sample size from my view was small doesn't actually mean anything.
It means something. It doesn't mean nothing.
You could, well, maybe, but maybe not.
It indicates the level of confidence we can draw from the
Yeah, but what
thing.
is, okay, well then what is small? Tell me what small is.
We have to pull up the study.
Well, you can do a calculation on the level of confidence.
Yeah,
So it
tell
depends
me
on
what small is. She says it's small, but won't
I
give me
would
the
say
number.
for me, anything under 1,000, I would consider a small sample size. Like if I were to pull one person at this table and say,
and are you saying that
Wait,
these
hold on.
studies have less than 1,000?
Let her finish. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to know that.
well, no, because I mean the rules aren't being applied evenly, so it's like I can't interject at all, but then I keep getting interrupted,
You can
and that's
definitely
not.
interject.
No, because you're like, no, let me finish, but then it's different rules for me, and then that's not
Well,
fair.
I did just
I know, I
try.
appreciate
did
that.
just
Thank
try
you.
to.
Thank you.
Yeah, because
No.
it's lightning, the reason that I interject very quickly is just for quick clarification.
But when I do it, it's not allowed for quick clarification.
It is allowed. I'm happy
And that it's
for
one
it.
of my critiques about the show, right? It's just like I'm all for debate and like having ideas proven wrong, but there's a way to do it that's like out of curiosity and in good faith and doing it in respect. And then there's like a way that you can do it with tone and intent that is like it's bad faith.
Okay, well, there's literally 8 people on the panel. I've spoken very little. I'm having a lightning round with you. I'm getting clarifications quickly.
You popped in. I didn't even know this was a debate. I thought we were just like going over topics, and then like you popped in, and then
We are going over topics.
Yes. If you're saying that there's not a too small for a sample size, do you think that I can go ask one person a question?
Didn't say that.
Okay, so what would not be like? What would be an appropriate size for you then? So like
It's
when?
going to depend on what it is that we're studying, why, and what the control factors are. So this is my whole problem.
I'm studying controls, but like I'm not sure that you understand how controls work.
Controls are super important for any study. Yes. Wouldn't you agree?
Like controls are important for certain types of things that you're studying. You can't
No,
just
for all
throw
types
out.
of
No,
No, for all
this
types
is
of-
like
there's no science is not possible.
I understand how to run studies. You don't need controls for all things that you study.
Studies are all bullshit.
You haven't
Every study
read
is
my
only-
studies, dude. Listen,
Yes, I have dove into your studies, which is how I knew that teenagers were oversampled in all of them. And they're all bullshit. That aside, that aside, can you tell me how you can have science absent controls, madame?
You can absolutely have science absent controls. Like for example, science is testing a hypothesis, right? And like let's say I have a hypothesis here that like maybe the people who looked worse when they were made into old people actually have higher body counts. How would you propose we have a control for this hypothesis?
Wait a second. Let's back up. Your hypothesis is what?
That the people who looked worse when they were aged up have higher body counts. This is my hypothesis, hypothetically.
Yeah, great. So you're going to test this hypothesis.
Yeah, so what would you suggest be the control?
Wait. Are we testing the hypothesis? Because that's the next part of the scientific method, right?
Yeah, we could test it by...
Okay, so how can you have a test absent a control?
I'm proposing the hypothesis. I'd like to know how you would propose that we control for this.
It doesn't matter how I would do it. I'm asking how could it even be done absent a control?
The way that I would test this hypothesis is I would ask people to, like, for example, I would figure out how bad we look in the things, maybe assign a rating so we can have a number.
Control.
No, that's not a control.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
do we
it's
just
not.
have like very different meanings of the word? What do you mean when you say
we
control?
don't have very different meanings of the word control. What do you
Assigning
think
a number to a way a face looks
in
is not a
science-
control.
In science, what do you think a control is?
A control is, let's say I give a medication to a group of people because I want to see if it has an effect. I also measure the group of people that have not received that medication as a control to see if there's a difference between the populations.
So in sociology, you're saying there's no controls?
I'm saying there can be controls. I'm saying
Well, what is
I'm
it-
giving
what is
you.
it- what is it- what is
Listen
control
to me.
sociology?
Listen to me talk for a second. What I am saying is that there are some types of hypotheses for which testing does not require controls. And I'm
Show
giving
me
you a
one.
very narrow example. For example, I'm checking to see if there's a correlation in this group between the apparent age of being aged up and a body count. And I would do this by looking at the number assigned to the age, and I would look at the body count, and I would run a correlation.
What you've done is you've created a control ruling other things out.
That's not what a control is. A
Yeah,
control
this
is
is what a control is.
taking another group and then checking to see if your intervention had an effect depending on the group.
That's one type of control. The other thing you talked about is another type of control.
It's we are measuring two variables.
All the scientific. Are
you using the word control?
Stop. All a scientific control is doing is controlling for a variable. The very first thing that you gave me was a variable control, you fucking dummy.
So you were saying you're using the word...
How do you not know this shit? You're a fucking... Yes, the very first thing you gave me was a fucking variable control. The very first thing you said was a variable control.
So what you're saying is that if we are testing the correlation between two... Sorry, everything's happening suddenly.
It's so embarrassing for you. I can't even believe that you just said that, but go ahead.
Well, how are you feeling right now? Do you feel like you're like having a fun time dominating?
Oh my God!
Because I really think that maybe you don't know how science works.
How does my mental state help you explain what a fucking scientific control is when the first thing you said was a scientific control ruling out X thing? That's a control.
No, a control is when you make sure that you're testing a group to make sure that it is not being affected by your intervention. It's a control group.
That's one form of control.
Okay, or you can test two variables to see if there's a correlation. And are you saying that
the very first control that you gave us?
I have never in my life heard the word control used to refer to one of the variables which was true. I could be wrong. I am willing to say I was wrong if it turns out that standard science.
If you're setting parameters for an experiment, everything that you're setting which would rule X variable out would be a control.
Okay, what do you mean everything that I'm saying would rule X variable out? Like, what am I saying would rule X variable out?
Okay, so if we want a control for this, like, okay, my hypothesis is that there's flint, which makes this flame happen, right? So I can add a variance, I can add 100 different variances of controls to this, can't I? I can take the flint out, for instance, or possibly I can add multiple flints, or I could say, well, we're not going to do that at all, we're only going to do X. All of those things would be controls in the experiment for how this flint made this lighter work. You're talking about statistics when it comes to studies. The very first thing you say is the way that I would do this is I would divide X by Y. You're introducing a control which rules other things out. You're trying to narrow the process to affirm the You're trying to narrow the process to affirm the hypothesis. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, I understand attempting to rule things out.
That's a control. You can't even do experiments without controls. That's my whole point.
I think you're coming from an extremely different type of science than I am, or else you don't understand how the science that I'm doing works. I'm not sure which one is the case.
I can't wait to hear this. Tell me how we can have science absent a control for an experiment. All experiment by itself is literally inferring that there's controls, or we couldn't have an experiment.
Okay, let's think of a slightly simpler example. Let's say I want to see if there's a correlation between height and weight in a population. How would you propose that we test this?
Between height and weight? I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I told you my strategy for the last one. Can you tell me your strategy for this one?
Why would it matter what my strategy is?
Just so that I know how you're thinking about this.
I don't know. I mean, I have no idea how
I know that it is like, you like to put me on the defensive by asking a lot of questions, and then you won't answer questions because that would put you on the defensive.
I don't know how I would conduct such a study. Why would that matter?
Well, just think. Do we have a whole bunch of people, and we're trying to see...
Like, literally, what would the relevancy be, regardless of how I answered? right? To whether or not
Well, it's how you do science.
it would have the addition of controls.
I'm just curious how you would test to see if there's a correlation between height and weight. Just how would you do the science? What's your strategy?
I have no idea. I've never thought about it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there are ways to do this. There's statistical things we can run. Like we make a chart, X and Y axis. It's a chart. If you would like to call one of the axes a control, we can put that word on that if that makes you happy.
What else would it be?
The X axis. It's the X and Y axis. It's like you plot the data on a graph. This is just the way that it works.
And why are we doing that though?
Well, I'll explain.
For what? Because we're controlling for what?
We're not controlling for anything. We're testing to see if there's a correlation. Do you know what correlations are?
So we're controlling for a correlate.
We're not. We're running a calculation on the. Do you know what a correlation is?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what, just to make sure that you understand?
What a correlate is?
What a correlation is. Like, how is a correlation calculated?
It would be something that could be loosely or vaguely or non-vaguely associated with some other property.
Very close, yes. It helps tell you how much you can predict one variable by knowledge of the other variable. So, for example, if we want to check the correlation between height and weight.
I don't care about a monologue. I'm asking how it's not a control.
Your question makes no sense. I can explain to you how correlations work. I can explain to you p-values.
I don't care about how correlations work. I'm asking about controls, not correlation.
Controls are relevant for certain types of questions.
Perhaps they are.
I'm trying to say controls are not
controls right now. And if you say,
I think you.
Okay, I have a graph and it divides it in half, and it's putting this half over here, and this half over there. You have now introduced a way to control what your experiment's going to be.
I can continue. So if we have a graph, X and Y axis like this, and then we plot everybody's height and weight along it. So like one axis is height and the other axis is weight, and you have a whole bunch of dots on this graph. What you can do is you can run basically do a calculation that shows you a trend line to see if the dots slowly kind of increase with the Y axis the higher you get on the X axis. And then you do a calculation of the square root of all of the points from the trend line. And then basically from that you get what's called the R value. And this is how far away different points are from being tightly correlated. So for example,
that makes total sense to me.
Yeah, so for example, height.
I just want to read a simple thing for you. An experimental control refers to a group or element within the scientific experiment that remains unchanged or serves as a baseline comparison or divider from the experimental group. Mm-hmm. Everything you just explained was a control.
No, I explained to you a correlation.
No. You explained how you control for correlates.
Yes. So you want something that's unchanged from the group. Yes. So for example, if I'm giving you medication, then this means that I am introducing some sort of influence, and so I have a control to check the difference between those groups. That's what a control is, and I think this is great and fantastic and very important in science. And a lot of science doesn't have controls, and I think you're correct to be going. Why are there not controls?
I am correct. You're right. It's
however, this is a different concept from the.
Science is only as good as its controls, and you haven't actually given me a way in which we can conduct an experiment absent controls.
Well, I'm describing how we can find the correlation between height and weight.
Yeah, I'm not asking about how you can describe correlates.
Guys.
How can we run an experiment which refers to a group or element within a scientific experiment that remains either unchanged, serves as a baseline for comparison, or divides the experimental group? How could you even do it? How?
That's a great question. How would you do it if we're trying to test height and weight?
I'm asking you.
We don't, because
age.
This is not
you
how
could just
science
choose an
works.
age. Can we move on?
All right, we can move on.
Everybody's the same age. There's your.
I mean, you guys can wrap it up, but if this is going to go on another 20 minutes, I have to cut it here. So you guys can, if you can wrap it up quickly, we can continue a little bit because.
Yeah, so I'll just wrap it up quick. What I said was science is only as good as its controls. Right? She ends up agreeing with me. Yes, you're right, actually. This is very important to the scientific process. Experiments are really only as good as their controls. She says, though, you can have experiments absent controls, but actually didn't give us any experiments absent controls, just literally gave us experiments where she starts with baseline of having controls for her experiments. That was my whole point. The thing is, I'm not sure how you can even conduct an experiment absent controls. I think it's even inferred in experiment that you are controlling X, Y, Z based on what this definition is for the thing. That's my whole point. But back to this, back to what we're originally talking about, you just saying sample size X really small doesn't actually mean anything. Small is not a scientific referent. It's a referent to like a mind state of like, is this cell phone small? Is this cigarette small? I have no fucking idea what small means here because it's not a scientific referent. A scientific referent would be anything under X would not be appropriate due to, fucking X, Y, Z, whatever. Small doesn't mean anything.
Is there like a preferred amount of people for a survey though, for research that scientists like? Is there like a golden number that people try to get to, or at least a minimum?
Depends on what we're talking about.
No, in general, I'm sure that something would apply to across the board, like a goal. Maybe they don't hit it every time, but is there typically like a golden number?
I'm not.
I say 300 to 400.
I'm not actually
3
sure.
to 400.
This is what I aim for minimum.
But on what though? 300 to 400 for what?
We're trying to establish what small means. So I'm saying that I'm sure that there probably is a minimum that scientists would like to get in order to be.
It depends on what it is that we're studying and what it is. It depends on what it is specific. Like this. Listen, I know how this sounds, but it actually does matter. Depends on what we're studying for what a sample size would be appropriate to what group. Like for instance. 100 or 200 people may be fine for like transgender people because there's so few of them. There's so few that could be a good representation of a sample size. I'm not saying it is, by the way, Chair 1, I can see you already autistically gurping. I said it could be. I'm just giving you the idea that some groups may have very narrow windows, and so smaller sample sizes could be fine. So it depends on what we're studying and why.
I agree with you, but not for the reasons you stated.
Okay, you're just so here's the thing. I'm gonna go ahead and just say, give me the reasons. They're literally going to be the reasons I just stated, though. Go ahead.
So just to make sure I understood you right, you're claiming that the reasons that a small sample size can be fine is like possibly you're measuring a very small population.
No. No.
Sorry, you said okay. Can you clarify?
An incorrect steel man.
Right.
So the steel man would be small.
Please correct me.
So when you say small, that's a subjective metric. It's not telling me anything. That doesn't tell me any information. Like for the prostitutes, what's a small dick? I don't know. That's going to be completely subjective as to what you think that is. I have no idea what that means. It's not scientifically, small is not scientific. It's some made up shit in your head to give a reference to something which is not as big as another thing, but it doesn't tell me anything. So when I say small, I'm trying to reference or give a reference to her worldview. This is too small of a sample size, this is too large of a sample size, but you're not actually telling me anything.
Well, I'll say how I agree with you, and I agree with you.
Michael Jones donated $200. A scientific control is a part of the scientific method that involves using a standard for comparison to minimize the effect of variables other than the independent variable. Jesus is Lord.
Thank you, Michael.
Totally agree. I don't know how an experiment can be done, which is part of the scientific method. Absent a control, she said she did, never could give us one.
So glad we got to the bottom of that. Fucking hell.
I could keep talking about statistics all night.
Well, look, I mean, I did propose earlier if you wanted to do a 1v1 conversation.
Absolutely not.
All right, this is your chance, Andrew. Keep going.
No.
Oh, boy.
I don't understand. Did you say nar?
I said no.
Nar.
No.
Nar.
She's British. It's
yeah, mine's actually the English language.
I know. I'm trying to lighten the mood.
Okay, Andrew. Keep it up.
Is there more to the statistics?
Okay, I'll keep it up. Anyway, so look, I'll just tie it off here very quickly, right? I understand you don't want to do a debate on this stuff. I don't blame you, right? Because that would go bad for you. But the point is like, you really haven't actually demonstrated how you can run an experiment like. I do want to actually know if that's even possible to do, because to me it infers controls. Just the experiment itself, the word infers control.
It's definitely a huge subset of science involves that. Yeah.
So can you give me an experiment that doesn't have control?
So we have a question of whether or not height correlates with weight. This is a hypothesis that we should test. Okay. I can explain to you how correlations work.
Yeah, but how does the experiment work?
No, this was The experiment is we're going to ask a whole bunch of people their height and weight.
Okay.
And then we're going to see if there is a relationship between those things.
Are we going to ask people about what color their dog's fur is?
If we could. I don't see how it'd be relevant.
Are we going to ask them what color their dog's fur is?
Probably not.
Oh, it sounds like a control then. Anyway, I appreciate that very much. That was very kind of you to go ahead and demonstrate my point for me.
I hadn't really directly experienced in person people being extremely overconfident about statistics. But here we are.
This has nothing to even do with statistics.
Yes, it really does, though.
Talking about controls for a scientific experiment. What you have done is you have now narrowed that you, indeed, in your experiment, are going to immediately add controls to it. Just by ruling out the things you won't ask, you're now adding in, by the way, the definition.
Yes.
Right? Unchanging. This is an unchanging.
We can't control for
or
things.
Element within the scientific experiment that remains unchanged. That serves as a baseline for comparison. You immediately are introducing something which is an unchanged element, right?
No,
because you're not asking about dog's fur, you're asking about the height and weight. That is a control.
We can control for things. For example, if I ask about height and weight, maybe we should control for gender. Like maybe men are.
You could add that.
Right, and that would be a control.
It could be relevant.
That would be controlling for something.
But you're not going to add what color their dog's fur is, right?
We could try and control for dog's fur. I don't think that would change anything.
Well, but you already are controlling for dog's fur because you're not asking about dog's fur because it's not relevant because you have an unchanging standard. You have an unchanging standard because it's a control.
Look, if you guys want to have the 1v1, you can. I let this go on for like 15 minutes. This podcast doesn't exist in vacuum. There's other guests. I have to be considerate of them too.
No problem. I'm happy to move on.
It's a frequent criticism I get, like that I move things on, but like a lot of people aren't in the room. Like there's other people that want to talk. I have to be considerate of like other guests on the podcast.
Yeah, it's a totally reasonable move, I think.
I have zero issues with this.
Yeah, no, I'm not directing this at you, Andrew. It's just like a lot of the commenters get. And I'll even grant sometimes I do cut conversation short, but sometimes we do have to move it on. And look, I'll happily host the 1v1. I can moderate it. Oof. I'll scold him if he calls you a spurg. How dare you, Andrew? How dare I sent him a text. Never mind.
Well, I am probably a spurg.
Oh, okay. All right. Me too. We have something in common. That's cool. All right. Here, let me get through everything here. There's only a few more notes. We'll do the roast session, then we got to wrap. All right. So, Candace, the viral clip. We have to do the viral clip. We have a couple tweets to react to, and then that's it. You did say that you think the entry of age for porn should be raised to 25. That seems like a decent baseline. You said modern dating has ruined men and women. Women want 6 feet. No, 6
figures, 6 feet.
6 inches. Okay. Yeah. And men are getting black-pilled and quitting the game altogether. You had a viral clip on Twitter about all-day foreplay. Mm-hmm. I don't know if we even need to pull up the clip. You can probably just restate the position. Do you want to explain that, I guess?
Yeah, I was actually really surprised that it had the response that it did because I didn't think I said anything controversial at all. And I actually sent it to a couple counselors I know, and they're like, no, this is really marriage 101. But it's the idea that men and women are different. Our arousal is different, and then our breaks and what leads to pleasure is different. And every man, if they're being honest, has been with a woman and it's going great, and then the garbage truck pulls up, or something will happen and she can get into her head out of the moment. You have to start all over again. You're like, what is happening? So the clip was saying that we as women tend to see everything as a threat when we're overstimulated, overstressed, and ways to help mitigate that would be, especially as the man, if you're going to be the leader, is to have follow through. So if you say, I'm going to take out the trash, take out the trash, pick up your own socks, right? All of these little things add up as stressors and are hitting the brakes of her arousal. And I think the thing that got people mad was equating trash to a tiger, but most psychologists or neuroscientists will say it's absolutely the same effect. if you're getting chased by a tiger, or if you're experiencing stress, chronic or acute. It's very, very similar. So how can you help your woman achieve more pleasure? It's just like follow through, because if you're not following through, if you make these promises that you're going to help contribute, help out around the house, help with the kids, whatever it is, and you don't do that, that's now seen as unreliable. And then in her subconscious, I'm not even saying it's active, she's like, oh, is he going to be a good leader? Is he going to be able to protect? Is he going to be able to provide? Because if you're not doing these things that you say you are, and I think that is like the sign of being a healthy, mature masculine, right? Is being a man of your word. If you're not doing those things, she and her body are saying unreliable and shutting down. And that was it. It wasn't like a dunk on men. It's not saying women should have the right to nag, and like people were saying that too. I don't think women should nag or emasculate. Like there was a lot of straw man arguments being brought into the clips, and then I fell into the trap of trying to defend it. I'm like, just watch what I said, because I didn't say half of the stuff that everyone's accusing me of.
Okay. So like, how does that look like though from the guys? Like, what's the guy gonna do?
It's going to be different in every relationship. So there's kind of, and this is going to be really like rudimentary, but in a lot of the relationship books that I've been reading recently, and this is, it's going to be dependent on what school of thought you go into. There's like 3 different stages of relationships that people tend to fall in. One is going to be more traditional, and you have like very strict assigned roles, and this will be like the man is the provider, he does everything out of the house, the woman is more domestic, everything inside is her domain, and no one should really expect the other one to pick up the other one's slack, like real clear division. The other one is more feminist, and that's where you get into like partnership, 50-50, unclear boundaries and unclear leadership, unclear assignment of tasks, and that's where you get into a lot of trouble, especially when it comes to intimacy and sexual relationships.
Wait, so is it like the guy kind of like helping take care of the house and stuff? And
it's
like
more
taking out
like
the trash?
Well, no, because that can actually go into the third one too. So the first one, like the man's not expected to do that, right? Like clear defined roles. He's not touching the trash. That's her job, unless it's like heavy or something, right? And I'm sure every man would concede to that. The second one is like it's like this weird place that no one wants to establish dominance because they automatically think that that's bad. So no one is the leader, no one is in charge. It's a perfect 50-50 relationship, and that's where like most like modern feminist relationships are right now. So even though let's say both partners are working, and this is where it gets more complicated because the comment section was acting like the wife was automatically a stay-at-home. Well, that's not true for the majority of women. So typically both people are working, but then when the mom gets home, she also has most of the tasks when it comes to like domestic chores, the kids, cooking, etc. So now she's getting mad at husband because she feels overstimulated, overworked, overstressed, and then she takes that out by nagging, emasculating, and that comes down to a fault of not having clear defined roles. But again, it's the issue of the 50-50. The third one is what you would call intimate communion, and that is there's still clear leadership in that, but it's more of like my needs are your needs in a way. Like I'm happy to make you happy, right? And most men, especially if like you're married, and this again was like for married couples, I'm not expecting some Chad from the bar to go take out the trash. Like this conversation for like long-term married couples. If you're married, you want to do things that make your wife happy. She wants to make you happy. That's a healthy relationship. But if you see her needs as like a chore, that was another thing people were saying is chore play, or if she's talking down to him, like that's not healthy, that's not intimate communion. Okay. So it's like more of a merging is like the last most elevated stage, but still clear defined roles and responsibilities.
Can you help me out with something here?
Sure.
Because the counterclaim here, which seems quite relevant, is that as soon as men start doing all of the chores and they start participating in this and this kind of thing, that women get very upset with them, that they seem to be less attracted to them, and that when women are asked about attraction levels towards men who act in the capacity as a breadwinner and the not doing the chores portion, they seem to have a higher attraction rate towards those men. Why would that be?
Well, I never said all.
I'm not asking about all. No, I'm just asking about.
You said if a man does.
If he's doing half. So seemingly, women often are sleeping with the type of men that you're talking about and opining about their lack of traditional marriage or lack of traditional men or lack of masculine men. But masculinity in this society, of course, is appropriated by non-feminine behavior, some of which is going to include housework and busy work like this, yeah?
I don't know that housework's necessarily entirely feminine. I would argue that like something like keeping the fire lit is more of the man's job. That is housework. I would say trash is mostly a man's work as well, just because of weight.
Have you ever heard of hearth death?
Hearth death? No.
Yeah, so it used to actually be a common phenomenon back when people had to use fire for heating instead of natural gas, things like this. Women would become immolated because they wore garments which would catch on fire, and so their hearth would kill them. This was not a phenomenon which was associated with men. It was associated with women.
Maybe men were better at tending the fire.
Women were the ones who kept the hearth going because they did the cooking on what? The hearth. They did all of the preparation for meals on the hearth. They did literally, this is feminine, and it's always traditionally been feminine that women actually are the ones who keep the fires going and this type of thing, which is why we have the phenomenon of, hearth death.
But you don't think that we can redefine like roles? I've not entirely, but specifically with fire, like men, and especially if you have boys or little boys, they love fire. Like they go through a phase where they love nothing more than fire. And I do think that fire in general is like more of like a masculine essence. So I wouldn't say like seeing a guy light a fire and be like, oh, he's a bitch. Like, no, it's actually really sexy.
Masculine?
I just because it's like powerful, it's deadly, right? It's something that is supposed to be like.
Yeah, but look at this. So we're not talking about fire.
Unlike like lighting a fire.
Who puts the logs in and keeps the fire burning in the hearth? Well, that's going to be associated with cooking. And who's associated with
not
cooking?
Anymore, it's not. So that's what I'm saying. Like maybe that's redefined because I know a lot. And then grills. Now grilling is entirely the man's domain, and that's the more direct flame usually.
Yeah, but when you're talking about traditional norms that people are adhering to, meaning the attractiveness of a traditional man seems to be higher than the attractiveness of a modern man. That's the case. We're talking about tradition. We're not talking about the subjective interpretation of gender norms changing over time. Otherwise, we would just be destroying what traditional means. So the idea here that men going and doing the fucking laundry, and sweeping the floor and doing all these things, because by your own metric, you're actually at the mercy of your own metric in another way, which is that who the fuck is going around the fireplace now for heat? Almost nobody, right?
Well, no, it's not for the purpose of heat, it's the aesthetic.
Yeah, so even if that's the case here, that now this is masculine that you stoke the fire, almost nobody's sitting around their hearth for warmth anymore. That's not the way it works anymore. We have natural gas and propane and electricity.
The argument
and
was
else.
that it's just not feminine. I don't think that lighting a fire is inherently feminine. I don't think any single woman is going to see a man light a fire and be like, he is a bitch, I no longer want to have sex with him. And zero women.
Sure, it could be neutral, but the point
Michael
is not
Jones donated $200. There are only 3 reasons to debate. 1. The outcome of the debate directly affects people's lives. 2. You think you can change the mind of your opponent. 3. There's an audience. Jesus is Lord.
Michael Jones, thank you, man.
I kind of agree with a lot of that, but yeah, so the point here is like whether or not, even if I were just to kind of grant that fire itself is more masculine, that's not a fucking chore. Like when people are referencing chores, they're not referencing, oh my God, I have to load the fireplace and light it in modernity. Like it has nothing to do with anything.
Well, it also
We're talking about laundry, washing socks, sweeping the floors, vacuuming, scrubbing dishes, shit like that. We're not talking about putting logs in a fire and lighting them.
I was talking about taking things off of her plate to help reduce her stress or overstimulus. And if both people are working, how do you assign roles within the house? Because most women are working.
This is great. So we came to this question earlier when I was saying that you have a feminist take. So now we come full circle, which is great. So I gave this same hypothetical back, which is who ultimately is going to be in the position of authority? So if you have a deal breaker, threshold breaker, something like this, who ends up in authority? You said, well, it's equal, right? So there's going to be sometimes the man has authority, sometimes the woman has authority, depending on what their tasks are that they do. When it comes to choring, though, right, most men, they seem to be fine with women doing the choring, right? And the thing is like you could say, well, most women aren't fine with doing the choring. The problem is that why do they find it so attractive when men won't do the fucking choring? So your idea here that, well, and this is your summary of your argument that I wrote down, women are into men who do chores so that they are less stressed. But I can't actually find anything to back this up at all. In fact, I find data that is contrary, that they're looking for masculine men who provide and don't do any chores.
So it has nothing to do with mate selection. That wasn't the conversation at all. It's once you're already in an established relationship, and then those dynamics and what is required for a woman to have arousal or pleasure is going to be completely different than in the beginning of a relationship. You build up resentment, contentment, there's stress. The relationship is entirely different. My point of it wasn't to like have your guy do chores. It's having him want to unburden her with things that are stressing her out. It's to help contribute. And it's if you say something to do something. It wasn't like, go do all of these chores and be like my little pet. It's like, if you said you were going to do something, the follow through is the thing that's important. The follow through or the lack thereof is the thing that is creating the issue between her and her ability to have arousal or intimacy with you. So it wasn't necessarily
are attracted to men who don't do any of this shit.
Who follow through. No, who follow through.
But if the men are with them, then they expect a change in behavior to do chores?
No, to follow through. The chores was one example. So it doesn't have to be taking out the trash or doing the dishes or any of that, especially if that's not what's agreed upon in the relationship. It's doing what you said you're going to do. Like one example in a lot of relationship books, it's like this guy comes home and he just like made a killing. Like he just got a huge promotion or just like made a massive deal. And he goes to his wife and he's like, I just landed this deal, and he's so excited. And the very first thing that she says is, well, you forgot the milk. Right? Because like, and that has probably happened to so many men. It's like an immediate nag. How do I take away his win and bring him down a level? That's an overstressed woman. And what I'm seeing in that, it's not necessarily true, is a pattern of behavior, a pattern of lack of follow through. So it's like she doesn't care what you just did that you see as a success, and she would if you were actually being a man of your word and following through with all of these things. It's she's pointing out how she sees you as unsafe or unreliable because she doesn't see you doing the things that you're going to say, even if it's as tiny as getting the milk. So it has nothing to do with chores. It's more of just like
this has to be final word. It has to be final word.
I actually understand the position really well. I'll just steelman it very quickly because it's about follow through. Right? This has nothing to do. Chores were an example that you were making, and only an example which comes to the follow through. And the reason that kind of the breakdown happens is specifically because they're not seeing the type of follow through that they would want.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. But don't you understand that there's an inference here that's kind of funny when you think about it? This would mean that if men said, I'm not ever going to do any fucking chores ever, and I'm going to essentially not do X, Y, and Z, that if they compromised on that for the relationship, they would be showing a lack of follow through. It's like, so basically, if they set the parameters, I'm going to remain in a giga chad for the rest of my life and not do shit, and bitch, you're going to fucking clean the house and do the dishes, and that's the thing they're attracted to, that if men never backed off on that, that would actually show that they have follow through.
No one's dating that guy.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the point, right?
No, and I think that's not necessarily a fair analogy either, because you can always elevate, grow, or like do something out of love, like, right? And that was part of the clip too, is little touch points of love and showing that I care throughout the day. So it's like, if I see that you need the slack picked up, I'm going to be here to support you. So again, it's not chores. It's how are you showing up to support the person that you decided to like build a life with.
No, these are two different arguments. The first one is it shows a lack of follow through, and this builds resentment, and then the second one is, well, wait a second. No, it's really about the conduciveness to the differing needs that the various
two things can be true
have
at once.
that change over time. But here's the thing. If one person's needs change over time, right, and the one man hasn't compromised or done anything, he is actually showing follow through, right?
No, and your needs absolutely change over time. I think in any relationship, especially long term, you're constantly evaluating.
Needs don't change over time. I'm talking about follow through. If the one man does not change and the woman changes her
needs. Follow through is I'm saying I'm going to do something for you and I don't do it. Changing your mind or changing the dynamics of a relationship is just evolution. That's growing together or growing apart. Like those are two different things.
I totally agree. These are two separate arguments.
Right, and then you can grow apart.
If we're talking about follow-through, though.
I'm saying that's not follow-through.
Says, I have an uncompromising position to this relationship.
You're doing a false analogy. It's not the same. It's not, those aren't the same thing. That's not follow through. You're describing something entirely different. And then what you're describing is like everyone, when you get into a relationship, you decide the parameters of the relationship, or at least you should if you're an adult, right? These are the expectations that I have, values, principles. We need to agree on that if we're going to move forward in a serious way. Now, if something happens for whatever reason and one of the parties changes their mind, so let's use your example as like, I'm never fucking touching a dish, and like you are so firm, and that girl is like, that's so hot, I want to be a stay at home, and you go work, and right, that's the agreement. Something happens, she changes her mind, she's like, I'm overwhelmed, I actually really need you, I want to go work, I don't want to stay at home, and I expect 50-50, and you don't want to budge because that's, you know, like your principles haven't changed. Well, now you're no longer compatible. But that's not, it's not a follow-up thing.
Wait,
it's just,
you know, this would be follow through. So this would be the man following through with exactly what he said, why he said it, when he said it, not changing a bit. She changes, right? She changes. She's actually not following through. Why is it that she decided to change her mind on all of these things that she agreed to? That sounds like she's lacking the follow-through.
Well, follow-through is not
Hold on. I've given you guys 15 minutes to discuss this. Right. You can each make one final point. Keep it short. Go ahead.
My point is men and women are fundamentally different in pretty much every way, especially when it comes to arousal, pleasure, what we perceive as threats, and to talk about like values and what we value in a mate, those are going to be different things. So if we were saying we value follow through in a man, that's not really valued in women. There's like a category of like top 6 things. Follow through is not there. A man being dependable is like top 3 of what women want. So yeah, you can't compare what you want from a man from a woman unless you want to date a dude.
And I would just say this, that the actual position contradicts itself almost immediately the second we get into it. And also, I would further state, she is right. Men and women are different. That women often will succumb to social pressure and won't tell the truth based on expectations that they have because socially it looks really bad for them. So in the case of like, well, men aren't really following through here, and that's what's happening. We actually demonstrated the reverse, that if the man continues with his exact line that he started the relationship with, she changed her mind, it's a lack of follow through on her part, right? And there's no way around that. And so what ends up happening is, but that doesn't sound socially great to say, well, the woman here really, she changed it up halfway through, and he stayed the same. So instead she says, well, the man's just not growing with the woman, right? This is part of how women tend to lie when it comes to the idea socially.
That wasn't a lie. We can't end with it.
I'm not saying you're lying.
No.
I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying this is a great example of how it is that when there's social pressures and you don't want to say what's true because it sounds bad, it makes women look bad, right? Then what happens is colorful language like follow through. Why isn't this man following through upon the changes in the mental state the woman has? Why is he supposed to follow through on her fucking mental states?
It's follow through on what your word was as a man.
I have to move it on. Right. You said you got the text. Let's go into that.
Oh, for the thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me see if I got a name. I thought we already settled it with the bowing.
Well, I thought you said there was like more info that came through.
Yeah, it's again just more running around in circles.
Okay,
so
fine.
yeah, nothing
that's fine.
worth sharing.
And then we need a couple of tweets. I guess the only thing left in your notes, Candace, is that you said you see a tendency to pick girls for the show to belittle them and show them in an awful light. This is from some of your earlier messages. I don't know if this is still your position or if it is still your position or.
I think that you have in the past, and I mean I can't speak beyond this panel because it's the only one I've seen in them versus clips, but when I see certain behaviors coming out from some of the female guests, there's no way you didn't know that they were going to respond in a certain way or just be like massively underprepared for like the pressure of coming on a big show or like you kind of know what personality, and like obviously Andrew knows exactly what strings to pull, and you can get a reaction out of that. And right, it's the clip economy, so it is what it is. But there absolutely is a pattern there. I mean, you can go through
I'm gonna be
reels.
Completely honest, I don't ever know who's going on the show until the day of the show.
Well, whoever's in charge of booking, then you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, no, but you
can look at their
referenced
content.
me.
No, I
So,
said
like,
you're good
Andrew,
at pulling strings. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
but that can't be because I have a preconceived notion of how to do this with the person.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that literally until the day of the show, Brian does not actually share that information with me. I don't think I've ever really asked him to be fair.
No one said that.
He doesn't. What's that?
No one said that you had the information who was going on the show.
Yeah, there is an inference there when you say, well,
We're not allowed to infer earlier.
When you say, I believe that the people who come on the show, you're specifically vetting them for the purposes of being able to push their buttons. Well, here.
I didn't say that either.
Now, case in point here, right? I think Lily Phillips is on the show today because she's famous, because she wants to fuck 1,000 guys, right? And she just had a bunch of viral clips. That's why I think she's here. I don't think that she's here for the nefarious reason of Brian wanting to push her buttons. I don't think that that's particularly even.
I'm here to debate important issues.
She pushed my buttons.
Yeah, right, but you wouldn't be here debating those important issues.
No, but you
if
can't.
there wasn't some notoriety which made you worth debating those important issues with.
Yeah, but you can't compare her to a lot of the other girls that have like these viral clips, that have no social media following, that aren't engaging in a conversation, that are super emotional, or they come here to, like, I do see a lot of girls coming to pick fights, and that has happened more, and it has changed my opinion a little bit about the show.
Well, like, but I'll invite people on who like clearly disagree with me or who have negative attitudes toward the podcast. I mean, she said the podcast is stupid, and my response is not to be like, well, fuck you, you're stupid. I'm like, come on the show, let me hear you out. And I think you maybe in your first message, you had perhaps some negative connotations or negative opinions toward the podcast. My response to criticism, and I've had actually some really nasty initial messages, like straight up insulting. You know, they'll call me ugly, whatever. I won't even insult them back. I'll just be like, come on the show and let's have a conversation about it. So I'm actually quite open to hearing contrary opinions and positions.
Also, can you make the point very quickly that, like, all of what any of these guests would ever have to do is watch 1 or 2 episodes and do their due diligence to very quickly ascertain what they would be in for or not in for? Like, didn't you do that? Didn't all of you guys do that?
Well, yeah, and then, I mean, there was also ground rules, like, be respectful, but that's been broken 1,000 times, and other topics
Who
that
was
were off
disrespectful
limits.
to you?
I think you've been disrespectful to almost everyone on this panel at some point.
Yeah, I know, but that's what. Here's the thing that's so funny, and this is why I call you a feminist, right? I literally am not treating you any differently than I would treat any other man who was sitting exactly where you're sitting. The problem is that inside of most women's brains, they pretend that they want to be treated equally, or they pretend that they want egalitarianism. And then the second you give them egalitarianism, they get very upset, right? We haven't actually had any insulting exchanges.
Yes, you actually called her dumb. Very loud and clear.
I didn't call her
You
dumb.
definitely did. It was
stupid or dumb, one or the other.
Yeah, you did.
No, I called Chair 1 dumb.
That's what I'm saying.
that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with her. I haven't been disrespectful.
You
to her
can
at all.
excuse every insult you make. It's incredible. I have to give you credit for that. It's actually incredible.
She's been actually engaging. And by the way, I haven't insulted you either. What did I insult you with?
No, my point is that you can literally excuse everything you do and make it right, because your biggest priority is to be right. And I have to give you kudos to that. You're good at it.
Yeah, but if your priority is to be right because you are right, what's wrong with that?
You made my point clear. Thank you.
Yeah, like, as an example, for example,
well, I mean,
you said...
you made my point clear too. Thank you. So anyway, back to this real quick.
For example...
I don't think you're right all the time.
Go ahead, Ayla. Go ahead.
That's fine, and I'm wrong sometimes. I've just
Hold on.
been wrong
Hold on.
tonight. So
Hold on. Go ahead, Ayla. Go ahead.
Just use a very quick example. You were like, "Oh, you've been very disrespectful," and then he was like, "Well, who's been disrespectful or something?" No, yeah. You were like, "People are very disrespectful here," and then he like sort of challenged this, and then you said, "Well, you have been," and then he said, "Well, yeah," and then like quickly shifted the topic. Just as like an example is like sort of the conversational strategy that I think is like regularly at play here.
I'm happy to engage with the topic. I actually asked her, how have I been disrespectful to you? And the answer is how? Well, what? Yeah, what have I done? Because I'm patched in remotely.
You have several conversational techniques that I could name if you'd like.
Hang on, stop. That's disrespectful. So because I've had to interject a couple of times because I'm patched in remotely, I'm not in the studio. Like, what have I actually said to you that's actually disrespectful except challenge your views? Not you, Ayla. I'm not talking to Ayla.
No, for me it would be the constant interruption, then also the tone. Like tone is absolutely respectful or disrespectful. And you call me, I don't know why that's amusing, but I wouldn't want anyone talking to my kid that way, or like anyone that I cared about that way. I think
tone?
you should.
Your tone has been super condescending. I just don't comment on it.
I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah, I know you don't think that, but you see these subjective metrics of tone. Give me something I said. Did I call you a whore? Did I call you a slut? Did I call you a skank? Did I say you're fucking horrible?
Do you think that's...
I didn't say, hang on. I didn't say any of these things. Instead, I simply challenged the things that you view as being true and gave you challenges to them. What did I actually say to you, though, that was insulting?
You can be, and I said disrespectful and not insulting, and you can be disrespectful without blatantly calling someone a whore. If that's like your only metric, then of course you're not going to think that you're being disrespectful.
So then would you say in the future I should just go ahead and call women whores?
No, I certainly don't.
Hang on, since I will instead be attacked as being disrespectful regardless.
No, I'm giving you my experience with you, and I feel that a lot of people would have my opinion, and I know a lot of people are going to have yours. I'm telling you that I feel that this conversation has been very disrespectful with you.
I feel that you have been extraordinarily disrespectful. Your tone, for one thing, from now on, when you talk to me, I need you to use a sing-song voice, the singiest, songiest voice you can possibly think of, because otherwise I feel disrespected. Now, I can't give you any particular words that you've said, any particular phrases, any particular insults, because none of that matters. What matters is that inside of my brain, I perceive your non-sing-song voice as being fucking disrespectful.
So that's how you, that's okay, you would be okay with someone talking to your wife that way? No. Would you be okay with someone talking to your wife that way? Or a man talking to your wife that way? Right now.
Wait, get Rachel.
There's no way.
Rachel cameo? Rachel cameo? You want to talk to the wife?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I'll bring her down.
Oh, bring her down. All right.
No,
just say hi really quick. Just say hi for just a second.
I would love for you to talk to me that way in front of my man.
She's already coming. She's already down. She's already bringing the...
Yeah, I would say it in front of your man. He wouldn't do shit.
Yeah, please.
Oh, my...
Please. Let's test it. Please.
Where's my sing-song voice? Give me my sing-song voice.
Oh, my goodness. What is going on?
You make a great Roman emperor.
Rachel, are you in chat? Yo, Rachel, are you in chat?
No, it's midnight. I'm heading out.
We're almost done. Wait.
No, sir.
Wait. We're almost done.
No.
He's proud of himself for...
Are we done now?
No. We're almost... No, stay. We're wrapping up.
I'll leave with you if you want.
Candace.
Yeah.
I think we're done.
It's so past
my
bedtime.
Stay for
Hold
the
on.
roast anyway.
We're almost done. Just
Why?
wait.
For the roast? He's already done enough.
We're almost done. Just wait.
I'm going to go check on her. I'll be right back.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
She rage quit.
All right.
Come on. Let's hear the insults.
Just do it. Just get it over with.
Yeah. There was like some tweets we had to react to. Here's what I'm going to do. Yeah, we got to do it, man. I know. This... one sec, guys. I'm going to get that all changed. I guess any other final thoughts from any of the remaining panelists on the table?
No.
I mean, it doesn't even matter.
Sorry for the quick exit, but I'm going to go.
It totally matters, Carly.
Really?
We're almost done.
I told her I would come. I want to be with her. It's okay.
Candace?
You guys were lovely.
Can we coax her?
Lovely.
We can coax her
Thank
back.
you so much.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you.
I don't like you very much.
All right. Thank you for...
I'm going to go.
Oh, wait, guys, stay.
I'm so hungry. I'm sorry.
Oh, my God. Are you guys all... We're almost done. If you guys can be polite and stay for the rest of the show. Carly's a team player. She's going to stay.
Yeah, well,
Lily.
I'm on jet lag too,
Becca's
you know.
I mean, Becca, you got to stay for the rest of the show.
where I'm from.
Where's Becca? Is Becca coming back?
It just keeps going in circles and
Becca, here, just take another seat. Here, Carly, take that seat. Carly, take that seat. Lily, take that seat. Becca, take that seat.
Careful out there, guys. Like,
here, just take your seat, guys. God damn, bro. Just, guys, we're almost done. We're almost done. Here, no, Carly, you there? Lily, you there? In that middle seat. And then, is Becca still back there? Becca, just rejoin the panel.
Here, actually, I can see that my presence has been very offensive. It's 3 o'clock in the morning anyway. That's my dip time.
Yeah.
It was very, very nice to meet all of you. I'm sorry my tone was so upsetting. My job is to challenge your worldview, right? And
Andrew, hang up the FaceTime.
You're all equal with me.
Just let me say one thing before you go, Andrew.
We get it. I'm just giving you.
Hang up.
You don't even have to deal with me in 2 seconds, right? She's gonna go out, fuck 1,000 men. You're gonna do your thing. Like, we're all gonna do our thing. So I'm just saying, my job is literally to be here to challenge your worldview. That's what I'm here to do. I did it well. You guys got super pissed off, even though I didn't actually insult
I wouldn't say super
any of you,
pissed
but
off.
You literally called someone stupid. I'm not even. Fuck off. Like, please leave.
And it's an insult that you're going to go out and fuck 1,000 men? That's your thing.
Oh,
I'm not insulted that I'm fucking 1,000 guys. But we're not getting into this because I can't be asked to fight with you right now.
Well, you guys have a wonderful evening.
Okay. Thanks, Andrew.
Hide it. Okay.
I need to touch this.
No, just don't. All right, guys. TTS has been lowered to what's it called? $30. So let me see a couple things, guys. All right, the roast session, $30 TTS. Let's see.
Oh, is this where we sit down and get roasted by people?
Hell yeah. Hell
much,
yeah. And this will be my favorite
So
fucking part of the show.
I think everything has been changed. Everything should be changed. Is somebody still back there, or they all left?
I think she left.
And then she left, yeah. Okay. Yeah, why don't you
sit down?
Why don't you take a seat then?
Can you fit there? Yeah.
All right. All right, guys. $30 TTS. If you want to get it in, $30 TTS. If you want to get it in, one sec, guys. Let me make sure everything's all set here. Should be good. Should be good if you want to get them in. We'll do a brief row session, then we're going to get this wrapped up here in a sec. All right. Let's see if there's any other final things here. Any other notes? No, I think that's pretty much it. Fuck, what was the makeup shit? Fuck it, why not? We'll do that during the roast. Who here is willing to take off their makeup?
Ooh, that brand.
You down? You don't like the brand? This is literally, I changed the brand. It used to be Neutrogena. Now it's the good brand. This is like the...
I like the like micellar water.
Oh, into the mic if you can.
I personally prefer micellar water.
Yeah.
Right, Garnier.
So who's... Carly, you down to do it? Take the makeup off. All right, here, I'm going to send that down if you guys want to do it. Just take a wipe. All right, we have...
Oh, these are kind of shit.
No, those are good.
I need to put my face
Someone
cream
literally
on.
Here, I have Neutrogena too.
Nobody likes it.
It's such coke fucking lie. Oh, it's the brand. Here, there's some Neutrogena.
No,
too.
but this just, I feel like makes your skin like red raw.
Into the mic.
Sorry, I feel like that makes your skin red raw.
Wait, why are we doing this?
Will donated $30.
For science.
Red
For
tank
science.
top. Will you go on a date with me?
He wants a model. He's got
Into
a
the
model
mic, into the mic, into the mic.
No.
Okay. She has rejected your proposal. All right. What else do we have to do? I feel like there's something we're forgetting. I don't know. There's a bunch of tweets, but at this point we're just not going to do them.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I can't even get that open.
Do it.
I can't get it open.
Lily, help her out.
The Neutrogena.
Help her out. Take the Neutrogena wipe then if you can't do it. All right, we have a message here from Michael Jones.
Michael Jones donated $30. W. Brian, W. Andrew, W. Rachel, Eltism Girl, L. Feminist. Honestly, W for one of the most honest panels in a while. L for not waiting until marriage. Jesus is Lord.
Yo, thank you,
It's
Michael
not
Jones.
before marriage if you
Appreciate
never
the
plan on
message.
getting married.
Big Sass Energy donated $30. Lily, effing 1,000 men will limit you to the absolute lowest scum of men on the planet. That is, if you could ever get one to commit after. Your father loves you. That is why he doesn't want this for you.
Lily, take the makeup off.
89 donated
Why
$50.
are you
Red
employing me to
would.
take my... I didn't
Will
say
you
I
take it off?
would. I didn't say I would. I'm not taking it off for that shit.
Not the. Oh, it's the brand.
No, I like
brand.
miscellable. I don't
Who
take it
was
off.
it in my Discord? Was it Randy? Who's like, it was Randy who's like, bro, the girls don't fuck with the Neutrogena. Get the honest.
No. Don't even get don't get makeup wipes. It
Yeah, we
makes
don't
your skin
fucking any of
really red
these.
raw.
What do you use?
I use micellar water. Yeah.
What?
Micellar water.
Micellar
It's got like a
water?
pink
Yeah.
lid.
And
It's
like you like
Garnier.
pour
Okay.
it. It's like way better.
And you pour it onto an actual.
Wait, did this one come through? Red tank top. What about
Spicy
it?
Ween 89 donated
Will you date
$50.
Spicy Ween 89?
Maybe
Top,
for
what about
Spicy
me?
Ween 89, but I'm still gonna have to say no.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. Here we go. We have Thor. Oh wait. What the hell? Yo, Spicy Ween. Thank you, man.
Thor donated $30. A cat has 9 lives. If you 304s have more than 9 bodies, that kitty is dead except Lily, it's mummified. Make low body count great again. OnlyFans is proof that women are okay with being objectified for money. Thor donated $30.
He's not a broke
Is
hat.
gonna make a therapist
Right,
very rich
exactly.
sometime. Fucking lost, so we go take a shower. Brian tossed that chair away and burn it after the show. That thing stank, can smell it through the screen.
Wait, like the original chair one, or I don't know.
Yeah, not
I
you.
assume so.
I'm not sure.
She actually smelled great.
Oh,
So
whatever, that was mean.
myth busted.
Mookie donated $30. All girls should have walked out. Andrew is a pain. He will kill your views. What an annoying, violent man.
Hell
Well, I
yeah.
think that like he's delusional since he like believes in a book written 3,000 years ago.
Tajillo donated $30. 1,000 men in one day, huh? Lass, that gash of yours is going to be deeper than the Mariana Trench when that's over.
Don't worry, she's already like the Dartford Tunnel.
Can you guys hold up the makeup? Can you hold it up to the camera? Just hold it up so we see the damage.
I'm not done yet, but
She's still working on it. And then we have these girls over here. Just hold it like this.
Yes.
I've never seen this done on a podcast before.
I know.
You should totally join in on this, Lily.
No
and
thanks.
do the makeup challenge.
It's fine.
Having
I
sex
need
with
to take it
100
off
guys
anyways.
without any makeup.
Here's my
I have a lot of sex without makeup.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
It's not something that
O.J.
defines me.
Simpson donated $30. Chair 8, you've been nothing but compliant and kind. But I know it's stank, girl.
Do you want to respond?
No, I think that's...
Am I cherry?
Your cherry, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, look.
I mean,
Still pretty.
people will say what?
Okay. Let's see.
Whoa, what the fuck? You guys look so different. No, I'm joking. It's still there.
Drewski donated
It's drag.
$30. You guys are so cringe, want equality in every way, but as soon as someone treats you like a true equal, you rage and cry. Also, I come on a dating pod and stone wall with your essay stories, not the place.
All right, thank you, Drewski. We have another one here.
I don't think those essay stories.
Outrage donated $30. This panel low with oars and yikes, most definitely Lily big yikes, W pre big W, Andrew not one step back.
Whatever that means.
Outrage, thank you so much for the message. man. Really appreciate it. Not one step
Great
back.
waste
There
of
you go.
$30.
Let's see here. We have Aaron Chambers. Shout out from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Brian, love your show. Love tuning into your viewpoints, especially with Andrew. It's opened a new world for me. Alabama whooped Texas ass tonight. Hashtag Roll Tide. We got that there. Guys, final call on the $30. Last call on the 30. Whoops, did I mess that up? Oh, I didn't even change it in the pinned chat.
I can't believe people would pay $30 to like put a comment.
I mean,
no, they're not even like roasting. Really.
Yeah, if I was
guys,
to pay $30,
Carly
maybe
is
I'd put-
dissatisfied with the roast quality. Step
Yeah.
up the roast and direct some at her.
They're
because
just asking her on dates.
Honestly, it's like at this point,
She wants to be roasted. She needs to be roasted.
Spit
She needs
roasted.
it. What the? Calm down, bro. Calm down, Lily. Well, that was an interesting show. That was very interesting. It was good. We have a couple more coming through.
Oh, God.
Michael Jones donated $30. What is better? A key that opens any lock, or a lock that opens to any key? Keep your legs closed to unworthy men, and open your heart to Jesus. Brian is the Viscount of Chats.
Sound delusional, bro.
Oh, shit. Michael Jones, did you hear that? She said you're delusional. Damn. What was the thing you said about the book? 3,000-year-old book?
Come on, man. I stopped believing in religion when I found out that there was more than one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I was like, what makes my
Spicy
religion better than their
89
religion?
donated $30.
This isn't a roast.
Red tank top is better without makeup.
All right. Would you bow? Would you bow to a man though? Like, would you do a bow like in that video I showed you?
No.
Why not? What the fuck? Chill out, brother. Damn.
You're
Crazy.
getting compliments, not roasts.
Wait, hold on. This one's crazy. Wait, Lily, listen to this one.
Lily Phillips' father donated $30. Brian, how much for the chair Lily sat on today? I live in Los Angeles. I can pick it up tomorrow.
You should just come pay me. Don't pay him.
Oh, wow.
Come
okay.
straight to me.
So she was sitting in that chair, but now she's in this one. You know what? I'm gonna eBay both of these chairs. Let's put them on eBay. We'll let the auction decide. Wait, what the fuck?
OJ Simpson donated $30. Carly, I already know you have a skin tag on your bully.
But it meant, yeah. Do you want to respond to that, Carly? Into the mic. Can you scoot into the table a little bit?
What do you want me to say to that?
Either confirm or deny.
You need to see it to believe it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, OJ.
Thor donated $30.
What the fuck,
Guess
bro?
7 Gunt is perfect for sneaking snacks into the movies. It'll keep them warm. Whatever chair 6
What the
identifies
fuck,
deport,
bro?
it also chair 4 poor children. You can see her mom look like a dummy online forever
What do you
now.
look like?
What the hell?
Where's your picture?
Nolan says, Lily, if you feel there's nothing... Guys, do these through Streamlabs if you can. How come you said there are so many guys out in the world? I think you know one poor bastard's got to marry.
Hell yeah.
Okay, sweet, dope. Guys, $30. We got Koba.
Koba donated $30. Babe, get Lily number for Kyle. It would be hilarious.
Who's Kyle?
That's my boyfriend. That's my boyfriend.
Shout out, Eli.
Yeah, he's trying to wingman.
Michael Jones donated $30. If Lily lived in colonial Massachusetts, we would have thrown her in the harbor along with the tea. Bottle of water. Gulf of America. Bald eagles.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Michael Jones.
Stochastic Decay
Oh,
donated
Stochastic,
$30.
where you been?
Carly, sorry like, that like, are like, roasts like, are like, not like, good enough, like. Also, my sprinkler goes like this and comes back like this.
Wow. Yo, guys, let's put some W's in the chat for Stochastic Decay. I have not seen this guy in a minute. Dude, good to see you, man. Also, I do a quick shout out. Guys, if you want to do a final contribution, Venmo, Cash App, they don't take any cut. So 100% of your contribution will go towards the Whatever podcast. MJ said, Brian, keep it up, King. Jesus is Lord. $50 on... wait. $50 on... Is this... Venmo. Sharon Pete, $20. Thank you for Venmo. Guys, W's in the chat for MJ. W's in the chat for Sharon. Thank you guys for contributing via Venmo. And that's that. And then we have this one from OJ Simpson.
OJ Simpson donated $30. Dark Labia, what's up with you? You doing okay?
Damn. You doing okay?
Is that you?
I'm doing fine.
She's killing it. She's killing it. All right. I'd like to take this opportunity here at the end of the show to do a call to action
What's this?
for Lily.
What? Oh, no.
I'd like to see if we can use this as a moment, an opportunity. Would you consider stopping sex work entirely? I didn't even... Tonight.
No. What?
Tonight. No. I will bring you on as a background character. I'll pay you $20 an hour. It's very lucrative, but you have to stop your sex work.
I'm going to politely decline.
Okay. I see how it is.
Is that how much you guys get paid?
I'm not talking about it.
She actually is. Wait, no, I shouldn't say that.
I'm the best. You can finish that sentence.
No, I was going to say you're slave labor.
I know. Wait, I am black. You
No, exactly. That's why I didn't say it. That's why I didn't say it. But I was going to not. It's not because you're a black thing. It was just like I was going to say you were like you're an intern. How about that? Not slave labor.
$20 an hour isn't bad to sit there. To be fair.
To be fair. I mean, anyways, whatever. Let's see. Big Sass Energy. Yo, Big Sass.
Big Sass Energy donated $30.
All right, we got to do
Lily,
Twitch.
Do you like grilled cheese sandwiches? I only ask because it looks like you have a bit of Down syndrome.
What the fuck? Do you what?
Why would liking grilled cheese sandwiches mean that you have Down syndrome? I've just been sat for a while. I've got a lot of energy.
From a TikTok. Shane McGillis said that about his uncle, his grilled cheese sandwiches. And he had
I do like grilled cheese sandwiches though. If we want to.
That's dope. You're a legend. Okay, let's do Twitch shout out. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the primes. We have to do I wanted to do the Patrice clip with the other guest, but whatever. Drop us go to Twitch really quick. Oh, has this Venmo Cash App thing been up for a while? Wait. Twitch? Let's do Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Would really appreciate it, guys, if you could show some support over there on Twitch. And then, fuck it, why don't we... Wait, hold on. Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Wilson donated $30. Brian,
Is this actually
if
Andrew
your daughter
Wilson?
turned out like Lily Phillips, would you use 9mm, 45, 556, 762, or buckshot?
Birdshot, buckshot,
Backshot.
buckshot.
I'm confused.
If your daughter turned out like Lily Phillips.
Oh, are you shooting me up?
Am I murdering her or am I murdering myself? I don't know.
Are you giving me back shots?
Whoa. Okay. My producer likes that one. Okay. Yeah. There you go, Lily. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, let's just it's so late. The Patrice clip. Damien does not want to do the Patrice clip. Fuck it. Let's just do it really quick. Fuck it. We need a little lighthearted thing at the end here. Okay. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Here's a question.
This is for you guys. Listen.
Okay, ladies, if you didn't have a vagina, like say it was a terrible train accident, right? And the doctor was like, we have to remove your pussy right away or you're gonna die. How would you keep your man past, you get a 2-month guilty, I can't leave the bitch right away because she just lost a pussy in a train accident. Can't just walk right out on him. How would you keep your man past that if you didn't have a vagina?
Pause it. Carly, starting with you. Go ahead into the microphone if you can.
Wait, like I kind of missed the last couple words that he said, I'm not gonna lie.
You're in a train accident. Terrible train accident.
Yeah,
Amtrak.
got that.
Amtrak. Lose the pussy. The pussy's gone. Your boyfriend can't break up with you for 3 months. You get like 3 months.
Okay.
What do you do though to keep your man past that? Like what do you do?
I mean, still have a mouth.
Mouth, okay. Lily?
My butthole's pretty stretched out.
Oh wait, I'm too slow. Fucking what? Darkavia, what do you do to keep your man?
I got both hands.
Hands? What?
Yeah.
Okay, what about
I'm
you?
gonna go in my mouth.
Yeah, go ahead. What about you?
I want to keep my man happy. I'd probably let him date other girls.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What do you do to keep your man?
I mean, I'd hope he likes me even without it. But I mean, yes, there are other holes.
Other holes? What about you?
I'm pretty good in the kitchen. So.
Oh.
Wow. Okay, play the rest of the clip. You guys are crazy. Go ahead.
Crazy.
Wow. Nothing? You can talk. Suck his dick. Okay, mouth. asshole. Okay, great. Do you see what I'm saying? Now, I've been getting pussy beaten the whole show, right? But I give women the opportunity to say, I'm gonna make myself worth more. But you just classified yourself as a series of hoes. But I'm supposed to treat you special, but you're just a bunch of hoes to yourself. No one said learn how to play Xbox, learn how to play pool, tell better stories, get another bitch that got a pussy to come on in. Well, look, whatever.
Whatever.
Let me ask you.
All right. Thank you.
Scripts donated $30. You women are all going into crystals after tonight and never getting out.
The crystals,
What
yes.
color would you like? W
They're on the
Crucible
crystals.
Prune.
Do you want to see mine? It's my purse.
There you go. The crystals. Okay. GG.
Well played.
Well played to the panel. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Can't do it without you guys. This show is viewer supported. We will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Got some really fantastic panels here. Rest of February. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara over on Twitch, I'm just going to raid Grayson. But we can pull it up like super quick. We'll just do the quick raid. Going to send you guys over there. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Drop a follow and check if you have a Prime sub before we send you over. And let me see if there's anything else. Be sure to check out, I don't know. How many White Claws did you have, by the way?
Oh my.
This girl had like 5.
Dude, she was downing them.
You were pounding. How much White Claws did you
I
have?
have a pretty high tolerance. I'm Korean.
She is. Koreans drink pretty heavily.
Oh, true.
They drink hard.
To answer your question, I had 4.
4. I would be blackout off of 4 White Claws. I don't drink.
Yeah.
I don't drink. She could drink. She could drink me under the table. Okay. He's not even fucking there. All right. I'm still gonna rate him, but like whatever. We're not even gonna react to it. Okay, guys. GG. Well played. Hit the like button, please. GG.
GG.
Oh, is he back?
He's there, but he's like.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. We don't have to show it. Okay. 07's in the chat. What are we forgetting?
Bye, BBG.
Damn, there's shit. Whatever. We have to end it. Okay. Thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight.
Love you, Miles.
Little chaotic panel, but we'll see you guys on Sunday. Good night, guys. 07's in the chat.
Bye-bye.